Chapter 151. Ian pretended not to see Dumbledore's black face, and said, "Those things were given to her by the saints. Little wizards still need Christmas presents, after all. Right, Tobuza." Hearing Ian's words, Dumbledore now wants to grab Ian's clothes and question him. Is Christmas all about giving away dark magic items in your opinion? Watching Hermione pull out the endless array of dark magic items, Dumbledore had no doubts that those dark magic items could take down an elite Auror party. If Voldemort hadn't had a lot of actual combat experience, and he was very talented, he would be dead by now. There wasn't a single intact part of Voldemort's body now. There was no way he could dodge all those dark magic items. Now all he wants is a duel with Hermione. But Hermione won't give him a chance. Hermione saw that Voldemort's condition was getting worse and worse. She knew that the opportunity had come. Hermione called out to the necklace. "Carrot!" Under the unbelievable eyes of Voldemort and the little wizards, a bone dragon flew out from the pendant on he. Those wings burning with purple flames, and the body covered with bone armor. Aside from a small surprise compared to Ian's skeletal dragon, it's almost the same as Ian's skull dragon. Merlin. Is 737 Ian here? Is that a bone dragon? It's really cool. Granger has a bone dragon. Has Ian started teaching her undead magic? Draco looked at the bone dragon with trembling lips, and asked Harry. "Potter. Are we dazzled?" Harry also had a look of shock on his face. "Malfoy, I think we read right." George wiped the tears from his face and said expectantly. "Is Ian here?" Kendall, who was in front, heard George's words, patted George on the shoulder, and said. "No, sir, hasn't come yet. That should be the bone dragon that Mr. gave Miss Granger." George was puzzled when he heard Kendall call Ian Mr. But when George looked at the bone dragon flying over Hermione's head, he felt very complicated. If the skull dragon had appeared earlier, perhaps Fred would not have died. But George knew there was nothing he could do to blame Hermione. It happened so suddenly. Hermione didn't react either. And it was he himself who was frightened out of his wits, causing Fred in the factory to die. But neither the little wizards nor George noticed that Fred, who was lying behind, moved his eyelids slightly. The moment Voldemort saw the bone dragon, he completely broke his guard. Why is there such a dangerous thing on this little wizard? And she brought a dragon with her? The powerful magic power on the bone dragon made him immediately recognize that it was a black magic creature. With his current physical condition, he has no chance of winning. If he was really beaten to death, then his plan to steal the Philosopher's Stone would really go to waste. The dark creature was staring at him now. He had to think of a plan again. Regardless of the black magic wound on his body, Voldemort anxiously said to Hermione. "We can talk. You have so many alchemy items. Which pure blood are you from? We can work together. I'll share with you the secret of immortality." Ian, who was hiding, froze for a moment after hearing Voldemort's words. Ian jokingly said to Dumbledore beside him. "When did Voldemort learn your way of doing things?" Dumbledore almost lost his footing when he heard Ian's words. Dumbledore ignored Ian and continued to look at Hermione and Voldemort. Hermione heard Voldemort's words and felt that he was really what Ian said, a coward and a lunatic. Hermione ignored Voldemort, and directly ordered Carrot in the sky. "Rack! Hit him!" Carrot heard Hermione's order, roared and flew towards Voldemort directly. Voldemort was scared to death. This little wizard doesn't even have the idea to talk to him. Voldemort can only deal with Carrot first. Avada Kedavra! Cruciate! The soul is out of body. Voldemort's 3 bad, unforgivable curses hit Carrot like an itch. Now his magic power is restricted, and he can't break Lark's bone dragon armor at all. Carrot then ignored Voldemort's magic. Carrot flew in front of Voldemort, and threw Voldemort to the ground. Voldemort asked Hermione in horror. "Damn! Who are you? Who gave you this monster?" Amidst Voldemort's terrified words, Carrot bit off Voldemort's right hand holding the wand. "Ah!" Then Carrot firmly pressed Voldemort's forehead to the ground with dragon claws. Hermione watched Voldemort being thrown to the ground by Clara. Did she win? Then what should I do next? While Hermione froze, Clat spat a mouthful of dragon flames at Voldemort's face. Voldemort's screams stopped immediately. It was only then that Hermione came to her senses and hurriedly said, "Rack! Don't kill him! Keep an eye on him! We're going to find Ian and deal with him." Carrot stopped breathing dragon flames after hearing Hermione's words. But Voldemort had already been burned to the color of black charcoal. The wall of fire went out as Voldemort was powerless to fight back. Seeing that the wall of fire had gone out, Harry and the others hurried to Hermione's side. "Hermione! Are you all right? Are you hurt? Is Voldemort dead? Is that skull dragon yours?" Hermione looked at the little wizards in front of her and shook her head first. "I'm not hurt, Voldemort." Hermione looked at the black object on the ground under Luke's body and continued. "I don't know if he's dead or not. Carrot is a gift from Ian." Hermione turned to look at George and said, "I'm sorry, George, but I was so restless." "Fred." George shook his head, shed another line of clear tears, and said choked up, "I don't blame you, Hermione, I just stayed where I was. If I had been quicker, Fred wouldn't have died." Harry stepped forward and patted George's arm, quietly accompanying George. The little wizards looked at the ferocious Carrot with envious expressions in their eyes. Draco looked at Clara and murmured, "It's so handsome." When Crowla heard Draco's words, he hummed a trace of flames, and Voldemort twitched reflexively after being burned by the flames. The little wizards were taken aback. Hermione also saw this scene, and said, "Now let's go inform Ian first." Just as Hermione's voice fell, they heard the sound of 2 footsteps entering their ears. The little wizards suddenly looked back nervously. "I saw 2 figures, one tall and one short, came into my eyes." Ian smiled and said, "Well done. It seems that I didn't teach you in vain." Chapter 152. The little wizards heard Ian's familiar voice, and a smiling Dumbledore. The little wizards rubbed their eyes, they saw it right. "It's Ian! It's Ian! And Professor Dumbledore! Ian! We met Voldemort! It's just that little wizards feel Ian and Dumbledore are so happy?" Before the little wizards could think about it, Dumbledore said with a smile, "Ian and I are very grateful that you can brave the you-know-who." Ian smiled and nodded, which was his recognition of the little wizards. At this moment, a figure rushed into Ian's arms quickly. "Ian, you're finally here. I thought I'd..." Speaking of which, Hermione burst into tears in Ian's arms. The stress she just had was too much. Ian looked at Hermione like this, coupled with sensing Hermione's emotions, thought to himself, "Did I go too far today?" Ian patted Hermione's back lightly, comforting. "It's okay, look, you've hit Voldemort." Feeling Ian's temperature, Hermione gradually calmed down. Dumbledore checked the young wizards from the sidelines. "It's always better to be cautious." Candle walked up to Ian and said, "Sorry. Sir, I failed to protect Miss Granger." Ian shook his head and said, "You have tried your best, it's okay, go and rest first." Candle was relieved to hear that Ian didn't blame himself, but he was still very guilty. He has disappointed Mr. Ian sensed Candle's emotions, and it seemed he had misunderstood. No, Ian didn't intend to explain. Hermione heard the conversation between Candle and Ian, and she knew that Candle should be one of Ian's followers. But now is not the time to ask Ian. Seeing that Hermione's mood in his arms was much better, Ian asked, "Hermione, are you all right now?" When Hermione heard Ian's words, she raised her head and nodded slightly. She looked into Ian's eyes and said, Then I didn't disappoint you, did I?" Ian looked at the nervous Hermione, smiled and said, "Of course not. You've done a great job." Hermione was very happy when Ian said she was great. But Hermione remembered that there was one more person. Hermione's mood fell instantly, and her body began to tremble slightly. "Ian, Fred is dead. I failed to protect him." The fight just now made her too nervous to think about Fred's death. But now that the battle was over, Hermione was very scared after thinking of Fred. That was the first person who died in front of her. Ian felt that many little wizards also felt a little scared like Hermione. But when Ian sensed the emotions of a soul watching a show, Ian couldn't help but smile. Sure enough, mischief is in their nature. Ian looked at the lost and scared Hermione, and rubbed her little head. "Don't be afraid, Hermione, nothing will happen to you." Hermione heard Ian's consolation, and she remembered Ian's resurrection magic. That Ariana Dumbledore came back to life at Christmas time. Maybe Fred could too. But the saints say such magic comes at a great price. Hermione didn't want Ian to get hurt or uncomfortable but wanted to save Fred. Hermione thought she had guessed what Ian was thinking, and said to Ian, "Ian, don't force yourself." Ian smiled and nodded at Hermione, letting go of Hermione gently. Hermione was disappointed the moment Ian let her go. But she can't bother Ian now. Ian sensed Hermione's loss again. He was somewhat confused. Why did Hermione's mood change so quickly today? But why do I have some reluctance? Dumbledore looked at Ian and Hermione, he smiled gratifiedly and said, "Looks like Ian is starting to get a little enlightened." Harry and Draco looked suspiciously at Dumbledore, and Harry asked, "Professor, did Ian realize something?" Dumbledore heard Harry's voice, stroked his beard and said, "Harry, you'll find out later." Draco heard Dumbledore say that Harry was too young, so he said, "That's right, Potter, you're too young. I'll be the one who kills Voldemort. You better go play with that Ronald Weasley." Harry glared at Draco and said, "Ronald is my friend. You're about my age. And I am the one who will kill Voldemort." Draco said proudly, "I'm the one who contributed the most today besides Hermione. Potter, you have to show me some respect." Harry said disapprovingly, "It's obviously me. If it wasn't for Fred." When it came to Fred, both Harry and Draco fell silent. Looking at this scene, Dumbledore couldn't help sighing. They're all good kids. Boys, you have to trust Ian. Harry and Draco were confused by Dumbledore's words. Then the little wizards found Ian walking slowly towards Fred and George. A ridiculous idea appeared in the hearts of the little wizards. But then the little wizards shook their heads and threw this ridiculous idea out of their heads. No matter how powerful Ian is, it is impossible for him to resurrect the dead. But the little wizards felt that such a miracle might really happen. What if Ian's undead magic has the magic to resurrect the dead? After all, there is nothing Ian can't do in the heart of the little wizard. The little wizards watched Ian step by step towards George, and now they were very nervous. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, they all hope that Fred can come back alive. At this moment George sat in front of Fred in a daze. George felt as if someone was coming behind him. George turned to see Ian standing behind him. Ian's eyes twitched as he looked at Fred on the ground. There was some light in George's eyes, he showed a forced smile, and said to Ian, "Ian, I know, it's impossible. But, Ian, can Fred come back?" Ian saw the look of anticipation in George's eyes. Ian sighed and said, "I said, as long as I don't die, I can save it." But in the case of George and the little wizards around him felt their hope was dashed when they heard Ian's words. Fred was hit by the death curse. Is this still possible? Chapter 153. Ian's words made George's eyes dim slowly. The little wizards were also very disappointed. Is there really no way for the dead to come back to life? Not even a legendary wizard as powerful as Ian. Hermione was also a little disappointed. Isn't the resurrection magic so easy to use? Then Ian walked over to Fred and looked at Fred's body. George looked at Ian crying and said, "I'm so sorry Ian, I shouldn't have asked, I'll bury Fred first. I just don't know if Mom and Dad can bear it. But they sure would be proud of Fred. Their son died fighting Voldemort." Ian heard George's words, shook his head, and said, "Now is not the time for you to bury him." Ian's words stunned George and the little wizards. But in the next second, Ian's 750 move shocked the little wizards. Ian raised his foot and kicked Fred's arm. George looked at Ian stiffly. "Ian, what are you? Even if Fred is dead, you can't touch his body with your feet." Ian ignored George and said to Fred, "How long are you going to pretend?" George and the little wizards couldn't believe their ears. What did Ian just say? Fred is pretending? Is it fake to get under the death curse? The little wizards wonder if they have read Ian wrong. The anger in George's heart was about to explode. VR. Before George could finish speaking, he heard a familiar voice from beside him. "Hey! Ian! Can't you just let me lie down a little longer? I'd also like to hear George's condolences for me." George's body froze immediately after hearing this voice. The little wizards also looked at Fred sitting up behind George with disbelief. "Ah! These girls," Malena screamed. Harry and Draco opened their mouths wide. "Fred is cheating? Didn't Ian just say that if you die, you can't be saved? What's the situation now?" Hermione was also shocked, but she always felt something was wrong. Fred was indeed hit by a death curse, and the prostration just now was not fake. But there was something wrong, but Hermione couldn't remember where right now. Fred looked at George, who was stiff and did not turn around, and said, "Hey! Brother! Don't you see that you love me?" George's body shuddered, and he turned slowly with tears streaming down his cheeks. Fred looked at George and laughed. "To be honest, I didn't expect you to cry for me. I'm so touched." Instead of wiping away his tears, George touched Fred's face. "Fred, is that really you?" Fred spread his hands and said, "Fake exchange." George looked at Fred in front of him and fell silent. Fred waved his hand in front of George's eyes. "What? Don't remember me?" Then George clenched his fist and hit Fred in the face. "Ouch!" Fred cried out in pain after being punched. "What are you doing, George?" George rushed forward and grabbed Fred by the collar, shouting, "Why did you block that death curse for me?" Fred said with a smile. "Because we are brothers." George broke down and cried when he heard Fred's words. The little wizards let out huge cheers. Harry also rushed to Fred and hugged the two of them. They were the first to protect themselves in front of Voldemort just now. Dumbledore and Ian looked at the young wizards before them. Dumbledore laughed and said, "Looks like we've witnessed a solid friendship." At this moment Hermione ran up to Ian and asked, "Ian, is that Voldemort real?" Hermione pointed to Voldemort, who was still under Rucker. "The little witch has already guessed about this matter." Ian looked at Hermione and nodded, saying, "Yes, that's Voldemort." Hermione frowned when she heard Ian's words. She knew that Ian would not lie to herself. Tien said, "Then why is Fred okay under the death curse? Just now Ian, you didn't use magic either." Hearing Hermione's question, Ian felt compelled to explain. But at this moment, Dumbledore whispered next to Hermione, "Little Hermione, that Voldemort was controlled by Ian to output his magic power. The death curse will only make the little wizards faint. And that Voldemort's body was made by Ian. By the way, Ian also captured Voldemort's remnant soul." Only Hermione and Ian heard Dumbledore's words. Ian stared at Dumbledore with wide eyes. "Does it have nothing to do with you? The plan is yours too, Dumbledore." When Hermione heard Dumbledore's words, the doubts in her heart completely dissipated. Her guess was right. That Voldemort is what Ian used to test the little wizard. Hermione looked at Ian tearfully. This time she was really scared. Seeing that Hermione was about to cry, Ian glared at Bulido. "It's all you're doing." Dumbledore pretended not to see Ian's eyes, winked at Ian and went to Harry's side. Ian looked at Hermione, who lowered her head, and said with some embarrassment, "Hermione, it's just for you to face Voldemort this time. You can see that your progress is also very great." Hermione burst into tears when she heard Ian's words. "I thought I was going to die, and never see you again." When Ian heard Hermione's words, Ian felt a little rippling in his heart. But Ian didn't come to think about it. Seeing Hermione crying, he was a little flustered. "Wait, Hermione, I..." Ian was completely out of proportion and didn't know what to say. Hermione, who was crying, burst out laughing seeing Ian flustered. She hadn't seen Ian like this. She knew that Ian did it to test them. It's just that she's afraid she'll never see Ian 0.7 again. Ian was relieved to see Hermione smile. Hermione stepped forward and grabbed Ian's sleeve, wiped away her tears, looked into Ian's eyes and said, "Did I pass this time?" Ian nodded and said with a smile, "Of course. First grade first." Hearing Ian's words, Hermione also laughed. "That's one step closer to you." Ian nodded to Hermione with a smile and said, "There's still plenty of time, and you'll get stronger." Ian thought Hermione was talking about getting close to his strength. Hermione heard Ian's answer, and she gave Ian a supercilious look. But this kind of Ian is the Ian in her heart. Ian looked at Hermione with some puzzlement. Why did he roll his eyes? Hermione looked into Ian's eyes and murmured, "We have to work harder." Chapter 154. Dumbledore looked back at Hermione and Ian, smiled and said, "It's better to be young." After speaking, Dumbledore looked at Fred. Dumbledore smiled at Fred and said, "How? You are the second person to survive the death curse." Fred pushed George away, and said with a smile, "Professor Dumbledore. I'm fine." George, who was pushed aside, also hurriedly asked Dumbledore, "Professor Dumbledore, will there be any problems with Fred?" After all, it was a death curse, and Yinzi still couldn't let go. Dumbledore stroked his beard and said with a smile, "No problem, Ian set it up after all. Voldemort's death curse will only make you unconscious at best." Dumbledore's words silenced all the little wizards around. Harry and Draco looked back sharply at Dumbledore. Harry asked in a shocked tone, "Professor, are you saying that Voldemort was arranged by Ilian?" Draco also had a look of disbelief. Dumbledore acted as if remembering something, and said, "Didn't I just tell you? Voldemort was captured by Ian." The little wizards all swallowed when they heard Dumbledore's words. Kendall felt as if he was about to suffocate, so the terrifying Voldemort was captured by Mr. Now he feels less and less able to understand the world. But he can be sure of one thing, with Ian and Voldemort, there will be absolutely no trouble. On the other side, George turned to Fred and asked, "Fred, when did you wake up?" Fred said with some embarrassment, "While you were besieging Voldemort. But then I couldn't move, so I didn't get up. By the time I was able to get up, Voldemort had already been defeated by he. But then I got up and felt so awkward." After Fred finished speaking, Harry and George were silent for a while. Then Harry and George looked at each other, to Fred. Fred was terrified by the eyes of the two. Fred had a bad premonition and said, "Why are you looking at me like that?" George and Harry drew their wands straight away. Quick imprisonment. All petrified. Fred was caught off guard by the two curses. Harry and George looked at him sternly. Then came Harry and George in mixed doubles against Fred. "This guy is disgusting." The little wizards also thought that Fred deserved a beating. If it wasn't for Ian they wouldn't even know Fred was alive. Dumbledore looked at the three of them and sighed again. What a great friendship. Then Ian and Hermione came from behind, and Ian said to Dumbledore, "Don't sigh, old man. Let's deal with Voldemort now." Ian's words made all the little wizards look over. Draco walked up to Ian and asked excitedly, "How are you going to deal with Voldemort?" Ian heard Draco's words, and then he wanted to say, "Let's deal with it like last time." Like last time? The young wizards in Draco and other clubs heard Harry say that Ian had killed Voldemort, but they had never seen Ian's methods. Only Harry shivered involuntarily. He knew that Ian was going to use Voldemort as fodder again. George and Fred beside Harry nudged Harry and asked, "Harry, do you know what Ian will do? After all, you've seen it." Now that Harry and George were relieved, it was impossible to really hurt Fred. Draco also looked at Harry when he heard George and Fred's questioning. Harry thought for a while and said, "I feel like it will become fodder." George and Fred laughed and said, "Harry, you can really tell a joke. And what else needs this feed?" Draco also said, "Potter, how is that possible?" Harry shook his head when he heard what the three of them said, "You'll find out later." Seeing Harry shaking his head, the three of them froze in their hearts. Is what Harry said true? Then the three of George followed Harry's gaze to look at Ian. "I saw Ian coming next to Carrot and Voldemort." Looking at the pitch-black Voldemort, he said, "This puppet body is useless. If it wasn't for the puppet, it would have been burned to death." When Carrot heard Ian's words, she expressed that she was aggrieved with a woo-woo-woo. Obviously this person is too fragile. Hermione also followed Ian and said, "Ian, Carrot saved me this time, so don't be aggressive with it, okay?" Ian looked at Hermione with a smile, and said, "No, it's just a pity that this research material." Then Ian nodded to Carrot, stretched out his hand and patted Carrot's head, and said, "I don't blame you, you did a good job." Carrot didn't continue acting coquettishly, but shook her tail behind her. The little wizard behind Carrot looked at the bone armor on Carrot's swaying tail, and couldn't help but feel a cold sweat. The hideous bone spurs on the bone armor piercing people is no joke. Is there really no problem with a dragon wagging its tail like that? Ian looked at Hermione and nodded, saying, "This body is not a big deal. Then let's deal with 893 Voldemort first." After speaking, Ian drew out his wand and pointed at the pitch-black Voldemort. The little wizards looked at Ian intently. Ian waves his wand. Soul Mastery. The little wizards saw Ian begin to raise his wand gently. A cloud of black mist emerged from Voldemort's burnt black body. The little wizards held their breath, looking at the black mist wafting from Voldemort's body. Harry had seen that black mist before, he knew it was Voldemort's soul. Draco asked Harry suspiciously. "Potter, do you know what that is?" Harry nodded, and said with a complicated expression. "That should be Voldemort's soul." Harry's words startled Draco as well as George and Fred. Then Ian's wand gradually raised. The black mist also floated higher and higher, separating from the body. Only then did the little wizards see clearly the whole picture of the black mist. A figure can be vaguely seen in the black mist. The little wizards were surprised to see that there was no nose. "It is exactly the same as the live Voldemort I saw at the beginning," Fred asked with a strange face. "Then why doesn't Voldemort's soul have a nose?" Draco and George looked at Fred in surprise. "Shouldn't you care about that soul now? What the hell is no nose?" Chapter 155. After pulling out Voldemort's soul, Ian checked the situation of the remnant soul. Ian found that Voldemort's remnant cache was extremely unstable, as if it would dissipate at any time. At this time Dumbledore also came to Ian's side. Dumbledore asked curiously, "Is Tom's remnant soul falling into a deep sleep?" Hearing Dumbledore's inquiry, Ian nodded and said, "Yes, the bone dragon's dragon flame is not only harmful to the body. It also has a searing effect on the soul." Dumbledore shuddered when he heard Ian's words. "Fortunately, it wasn't burned by your dragon's breath. Otherwise the two old men, Gale and I, won't be happy." Ian rolled his eyes at Dumbledore, and said, "Don't bring up the old things again, this remnant soul is useless. After killing him, I don't know which Horcrux he will wake up from." Dumbledore thought for a while and asked, "Ian, should we go find Tom's speedster?" Ian shook his head and said, "It's not a big deal, you have seen the performance of Harry and the little wizards. And Voldemort is still weak even after he wakes up. Let's leave it to Harry, it's not good to interrupt the prophecy rashly." Dumbledore then nodded. "Then what are you going to do with Tom's remnant soul?" "Feed it to Carrot, it's useless for research." Hermione was listening to Ian and Dumbledore's conversation carefully. She was used to the two of them sharing amazing secrets from time to time. But when Hermione heard that Voldemort's remnant soul was going to be fed to Carrot, Hermione froze for a moment. The remnant of Voldemort was dark and had no nose, so it looked disgusting. Hermione was a little worried and asked Ian, "Ian, does Carrot have diarrhea?" Ian and Dumbledore froze at Hermione's words. Immediately, the two burst out laughing, and Ian said with a smile, "How is that possible? Carrot is an undead, Hermione. It won't have diarrhea." Dumbledore also smiled and said, "It seems that Hermione has come to see Carrot as a normal pet." Hermione blushed a little when she heard what Ian and Dumbledore said. Mainly Crapen was acting too much like a dog. Ian said to Carrot, "Look at you, a good bone dragon is regarded as a pet by others." Carrot nudged Ian with her head. Ian shook his head helplessly, and continued to control Voldemort's remnant soul. Ian floated Voldemort's remnant soul in front of Carrot. The little wizards watching didn't understand what Ian was going to do. Harry's heart froze, he knew it was coming. "Eat!" Ian ordered Carrot. As soon as Ian finished speaking, Carrot opened his mouth wide and swallowed Voldemort's remnant soul. Ah! After Voldemort's remnant soul let out a scream from Carrot's mouth, it was completely silent. After Rucker finished eating, Rucker retched humanly. "That disgusting creature is neither living nor undead. There is still a flaw in the soul. Rucker doesn't think this dinner tastes good at all. And it also smells sour." Ian looked at Carrot's reaction and said with a smile, "Don't be picky about your food, Voldemort is just like that." The little wizards looked at this scene, except for Harry who had seen similar scenes before. The other little wizards saw that their eyeballs were about to pop out. That Voldemort's soul was fed to that bone dragon by Ian? Nas and the others were filled with emotion. Fortunately they did not run or surrender today. Kendall became more and more convinced that following Ian was right. George and Fred and Draco have gone blank. Exactly what Harry said. Voldemort's remnant soul is really being used as fodder. Harry also sighed in his heart, even if it was the second time he saw Voldemort being used as fodder. He is still in shock. Ian looked at Lark's disgusted look, and said with a smile. Don't be disgusted with it. It's still edible, right? Lark roared in a low voice, the soul fire in his eyes beating. It's like accusing Ian of his actions. Hermione looked at Ian and Rucker and smiled slightly. Dumbledore smiled at Ian and said. Then today is over. I think we can go to the party. I'm already looking forward to today's supper. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Ian nodded. He was also very hungry. Ian looked at the little wizards and said with a smile. There will be a dinner party tonight in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. It's time for your long-awaited dinner. Hearing Ian's words, the little wizards immediately became excited. This is a session they are very much looking forward to. After all, Ian's dishes are really delicious. And Ian allowed them to drink. Ian then continued. I think we have one more announcement to make before the banquet. When the little wizards heard Ian's words, they looked at Ian intently. Then Ian looked at the little wizards and said. After this test, I have seen your courage and spirit as a wizard. So, I declare. Ian paused, and scanned the surrounding young wizards. The little wizards were a little nervous by Ian's eyes. Then Ian laughed and said. Your grades in Defense Against the Dark Arts. All are excellent. No more exams at the end of the term. The little wizards were stunned when they heard Ian's words, and then burst into amazing cheers. Long live! Long live Ian! We love you, Ian! No more exams. Only Hermione heard Ian say that there is no need to take the exam, and she murmured indignantly. I've been preparing for the exam for a long time, okay? Hermione started studying 2 months ago in order to get a good grade. Ian reached out and pressed down. The little wizards suddenly fell silent. Seeing that the little wizards were quiet, Ian continued. Don't be too happy. I'm only talking about Defense Against the Dark Arts. For your other subjects, you still have to look at the marks of other professors. Ian suddenly remembered the next arrangement and said. Oh. By the way. Other professors are waiting for you. They already know about your performance today. They'll rate you at the next party. Some young wizards turned pale when they heard Ian's words. Especially Harry and Jean. Only the two of them failed to brew the potion. Harry was now praying that Snape would not be around. He had a hunch that Snape might kill him. Chapter 156. After the little wizards followed Ian and Dumbledore to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Harry felt like he was being watched as soon as he entered the door. Harry felt right. Snape was staring at him intently. Then, Snape looked at Harry sullenly and said. Mr. Potter, is your brain full of troll shit? Sure enough, Harry's unification came true. Harry looked at George and Fred with a sad face. He wanted to ask for help. I saw that George and Fred looked in other directions with nothing to do with themselves. Snape dared to look around when he saw Harry. His countenance grew darker, and he continued. I think our Mr. Potter doesn't think much of the professor anymore after challenging Voldemort. Harry turned pale when he heard Snape's words, and wanted to explain. Professor, I didn't. But Harry's words were cut off directly by Snape. Mr. Potter, you'd better brush up on potions before the end of term. If you don't want to take AT, troll, back. At this time, McGonagall, who was beside Snape, smiled at Snape and said. Severus, now is the time for 770 to be so serious with Harry. He's tired today, maybe it's time to let them relax. Snape snorted coldly when he heard McGonagall's words, and looked at Harry resentfully. Harry was a little chilled by Snape's gaze. Dumbledore patted Harry's shoulder from behind, and said with a smile. Go and sit down. Then Dumbledore took Harry to the table and sat down. Jean, on the other hand, was relieved that Snape wasn't looking at him. Hermione asked Ian in a low voice. Ian, do you know why Professor Snape is targeting Harry like this? And I feel that Professor Snape looks at Harry strangely. Ian nodded and said to Hermione. I think Severus should have told you, Hermione. It was one of Severus' saddest experiences. Hermione heard Ian's words, thought for a while and said. Then I'd better not ask, it's not good. Ian smiled and nodded, leading Hermione to sit down too. McGonagall looked at Hermione with a smile and said. Hermione, BBDD, I'm so proud of you. You are Gryffindor's best student. Hermione blushed when she heard McGonagall's words, and whispered. Thank you, Professor. McGonagall nodded with a smile, and continued to Hermione. Want to join the Transfiguration Club? I look forward to seeing you at the Transfiguration Club next year. Hermione looked at McGonagall in surprise, and said hastily. I would like to teach. At this point, the conversation between McGonagall and Hermione caught the attention of the professors. Flitwick winked at Hermione and said. Hermione, you are also welcome at my Charms Club. Sprout also laughed and said. Of course, you are also welcome at our Herbal Medicine Club, Hermione. Snape glanced at the professors, and said stiffly. Hermione, you can come to potions every Thursday. You're different from someone with the same brain as a foxy shit. Harry's expression froze again, he knew that Snape was definitely talking about himself. And the young wizards looked in shock at the professors who were all inviting Hermione. The professors love Hermione like never before or since. Looking at the invitations from the professors, Hermione was a little flattered. Hermione turned to look at Ian, as if asking what Ian thought. Ian patted the back of Hermione's hand, smiled and nodded. Hermione sorted out her emotions, suppressing the excitement in her heart. Hermione told the professors. I am honored and I would like to join. Seeing that Hermione agreed to come down, the professors all laughed happily. Then the professors took Hermione to chat about her performance when she broke through the barrier. There was also a stiff smile on the corners of Snape's mouth. There is nothing more joyful than being taught to be a genius. Harry looked at the professor's affection for Hermione and lowered his head somewhat disappointed. Dumbledore looked at Harry and said to Harry with a smile like this. Harry, you don't have to be depressed. Severus still values you very much. At first Harry thought Dumbledore's words were meant to comfort himself. But when Dumbledore said that Snape valued himself. Professor, are you sure Snape doesn't value a certain part of his body? Harry felt that Snape's gaze on him wanted to tear his face off every time. Dumbledore saw Harry looking at him incredulously. Dumbledore continued with a smile. Severus is just stricter with you, Harry. Dumbledore. Snape said, staring at Dumbledore with magic. Dumbledore turned to look at Snape. Snape continued the rumor with a sullen face. Forget your words. Dumbledore shrugged, indicating that he hadn't said anything. Harry looked at Snape and Dumbledore. He always felt that the two of them were communicating with each other. Dumbledore's words just now made Harry feel that Snape had something to do with him. But I have no idea at all. While Harry was worrying, the conversation between the professors and Hermione was over. McGonagall smiled and said to the little wizards. I think now we can give you a grade on your performance. The little wizards fell silent when they heard McGonagall's words. Both Sprout and Snape nodded, only Yang and Wei smiled forcefully. Then, Sprout looked at the little wizards and said with a smile. I'm glad none of you have forgotten the Devil's Web. It is also the correct choice to deal with Devil's Web. Hermione, Harry, Draco, and Jean. The four of you got an O, perfect. You don't need to take the final exam. Young wizards in the 3rd grade and above will have their scores added to your exams. The little wizards cheered when they heard Sprout's words. The three of Harry jumped up excitedly. Exams are their nightmare. Hermione, on the other hand, was pale. Ian told her just when she passed the level that she didn't need to take the exam. Give her full marks. And now Professor Sprout says the same. The professors won't all give her a test, will they? Then, isn't it all in vain for her to prepare for the exam for 2 weeks in advance? Chapter 157. Hermione's guess had come true. McGonagall and Snape also skipped her final exam straight away. And they gave her full marks. Hermione's transfiguration was taught by McGonagall in Ian's lounge, and McGonagall knew Hermione's transfiguration level very well. Now Flitwick had nothing to say. But all the little wizards know that Flitwick will definitely give Hermione full marks too. But their scores are not known. After all, they foolishly went to ride the broom to grab the key. And Malena from Ravenclaw fell off the broom. Marlena and the others don't even dare to look at the face of their own dean, Flitwick. He just lowered his head and grabbed the wizard's robe, waiting for Freeway's judgment. This was a disgrace to Flitwick, who had recently won the Quidditch Cup. McGonagall and Snape looked at Flitwick oddly. Didn't you say that Ravenclaw's little wizards are all Quidditch geniuses? Why is it so bad in your level? You Ravenclaw Quidditch team deserved the Quidditch Cup? You wouldn't be able to get it without Ian giving you the plug-in. Are you still saying that the Ravenclaw Quidditch team didn't cheat? Flitwick had already noticed the gazes of the two. Just pretending not to see it now. Flitwick looked at Marina and the others with a dark face, and said, I always thought Ravenclaw's little wizard was the smartest. After all, Ravenclaw said that extraordinary intelligence is the greatest wealth of human beings. And you? Flitwick paused at this point and looked around at the little wizards. Then Flitwick said helplessly, You are not baboons with sticks. Why use a broom for things that can be solved with a spell? And you fell down. Malena and the others lowered their heads even lower. Flitwick looked at the little wizards who lowered their heads, feeling even more helpless. You're not going to pass this test. Remember to take the exam at the end of the term. Full marks for Harry, Draco, and Mr. Jean. But I didn't use the magic spell to pass the level. During the exam, I just need to come and cast the spell. At least I will give you an E, excellent, dot. As for Hermione. Hermione looked at Flitwick expectantly when she saw Flitwick mentioning herself. She hopes Flitwick doesn't cancel her exam. A smile appeared on Flitwick's face, and he said, Hermione, you don't have to take the exam. Full marks for you. You are really the most talented little wizard I have ever seen except for the monster Ian. Flitwick smiled even brighter after he finished speaking. And Hermione is desperate. What's happening now means that she doesn't have any test subjects anymore. And her grades are perfect. Flitwick saw Hermione let out in a daze, and thought that Hermione was so happy that she forgot to speak. Flitwick laughed and praised. Hermione, you deserve to be happy. I hope next semester Hermione you can make persistent efforts. We will give you full marks in advance. Now Hermione turned pale with fright. Ian sensed Hermione's emotion and laughed outright. The little witch had to whisper in his ear about the review every day when he was approaching the exam. Ian had already secretly told her that there was no need to review. As a result, the little witch just didn't believe him. Ian is very satisfied with the result now. Desperate Hermione heard a small sound beside her. He looked back sharply at Ian. I told you, ha ha ha, you just don't believe me. Ian was still laughing, almost in tears. Hermione pursed her lips as she watched Ian like this. A bold decision appeared in her mind. Hermione grabbed Ian's hand and bit it. Hiss. Oh, seeing this scene, the little wizards made strange voices. The professors looked at the two with a smile on their faces. After a while, Hermione felt a little distressed when she saw Ian grinning in pain. Hermione let go of Ian's hand slowly, and asked with some embarrassment. Are you okay, Ian? Ian blew on the bitten place on his hand. Hiss, Hermione, you're a swallowtail. Hermione heard Ian's words, ready to attack again. But seeing the teeth marks on Ian's hand and the eyes of people around him, Hermione's face flushed instantly. Flitwick looked at Hermione like this, smiled and said, Hermione, I think you should come to Ravenclaw. You see Ian's in Ravenclaw too. And before Flitwick could finish, McGonagall interrupted Flitwick. Phileas. Hermione is Gryffindor's young wizard. You don't want Hermione's idea. George and Fred echoed McGonagall exclaiming. Yes. Hermione is Gryffindor's. We're not giving up on Hermione. Dumbledore looked at the crowd with a smile and said. Okay, let's not argue about this. Hermione's house is determined by the Sorting Hat. Phileas, Ravenclaw already has Ian. Flitwick sighed regretfully. If only Hermione and Ian were from Ravenclaw. The two will surely leave a heavy mark in the history of magic. In this way the reputation of Ravenclaw Academy is even greater. Hermione was also stunned when she heard Flitwick's words. This seems to be good too? Ian smiled and said to the dazed Hermione. Don't think too much, the little wizards of Gryffindor are very courageous. Isn't it confirmed today? Hermione nodded happily when she heard Ian's words. She liked it very much when Ian praised herself. At this moment, Hermione remembered something. Hermione asked Ian. Ian, do you need a test? Ian and the professors also froze when they heard Hermione's words. The young wizards also stopped talking to Hermione's house. All looked at Ian and the professors. I saw Ian said indifferently. I shouldn't have to take the exam. I don't need those certificates in the wizarding world. Dumbledore nodded, smiled, and said to Hermione. Hermione, Ian's case doesn't require an exam. His achievements and reputation have surpassed most people. Even now Ian can run for Minister of Magic. I believe there will be a lot of people supporting him. After speaking, Dumbledore looked at Ian, blinked and said. But Ian, you still have to ask the professors. After all, the exam is decided by them. Hearing Dumbledore's words, the little wizards blew up. I knew it. Ian definitely doesn't need a test. Let Ian take the test, I don't think anyone can surpass Ian. Be confident and remove the word should. And I'm sure the professors wouldn't ask Ian to take the exam either. Didn't you hear what Professor Dumbledore said about Ian running for Minister of Magic? Looking at the little wizards in the friar, Ian had a headache. Dumbledore the old man was teasing him again. Chapter 158. Ian rubbed his sore temples. Don't make trouble for me. I don't like that position. I'm busy enough with my research. Hermione at the side knew it was Dumbledore who was teasing Ian. After all, Hermione knew how many saints Ian had under his command. And she felt that Ian's means must be more than that. Even the Minister of Magic of Norway is Ian's subordinate. McGonagall said helplessly to Ian and Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, stop teasing us. I wanted to teach you back then, Ian. But your learning ability is too strong. Flitwick also said regretfully. That's what I intend to. But now your knowledge of spells I don't think I can compare to you. If you really want to take the exam, whoever takes the exam is not sure. Snape nodded 210 and said expressionlessly. I don't think anyone is qualified to test Ian. Sprout laughed and said. Surely not, Ian's time is precious. But the professor's words made the little wizards take it for granted. If Ian still has to take the exam, then they will have no way to live. At this moment, Ian remembered something, and Ian whispered to Dumbledore. Old man Deng, how is the old man now? Dumbledore froze for a moment when he heard Ian's words, then he thought of Grindelwald. Speaking of not seeing him for a while, Dumbledore felt very at ease. There was no one in his ears to make any more noise. Dumbledore had almost forgotten about Gellert Grindelwald. Sensing Dumbledore's emotions, Ian was speechless. Can your lover forget this? Dumbledore pretended not to see Ian's expression, and whispered with a smile. He's helping you with your muggle business. After all, the amount of things you and Nico want is too great. This is the only way to avoid attracting the attention of muggles. Now it's the Caro family in Germany who are assisting Gale. Speaking of which, Grindelwald stole Dumbledore's papers. At that time, old man Deng's face turned black with anger. He was relieved to know that Grindelwald used the documents to buy muggle metal. He was afraid that Ian and Grindelwald would make something big. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Ian nodded. Ian is still very trustworthy when dealing with Michael Caro. At this point Dumbledore asked quietly. Then you and Nico have researched something. Let's say it first, don't give your things to the little wizard again. With that said, Dumbledore took a sneak peek at the Ravenclaw men and Hermione. Ian ignored Dumbledore's last sentence and said. It will take a while, after all, Nicole and I haven't studied Muggle knowledge for long. To catch up with them we have to understand them first. Dumbledore nodded at Ian's words. That's true, but be careful, don't be discovered by others. I don't want to run around the world dealing with trouble for you. Could you tell me in advance what you're working on? Ian gave Dumbledore a blank look, and said. That's enough talking now, let's start the banquet. Dumbledore nodded helplessly. It seemed that Ian was not going to tell him first. Ian stood up, and the little wizard looked back at Ian. Ian smiled and said, "The banquet has begun." Ian waved his hand, and many exquisite dishes flew out from the lounge. And a few bottles of spirits. The dishes quickly flew to the dining table and landed gently on the table. The eyes of the little wizards lit up when they saw the dishes. Sure enough, Ian is still rich, and every party is full of dragon meat. Hermione looked at the dishes in front of her, all of which she liked. She knew it must have been made by Ian just for her. Hermione smiled brightly and turned to look at Ian next to her. Her eyes were full of Ian. Seeing that the dishes and wine were served, Ian snapped his fingers. Wine bottles automatically fly up to pour wine for everyone. Ian raised his glass and said, "The semester is coming to an end soon. I'm very happy to see everyone's progress. I wish you all good grades at the end of the term. Raise a glass and let's congratulate the rest of the summer in advance." The little wizards and the professors all raised their glasses. Cheers! Tonight's breakthrough has not been announced by the professors yet. But there was a rumor at Hogwarts. The restricted area on the 4th floor has been cancelled. Legend has it that it was breached by some young wizards. And some people's exams have been cancelled. Some young wizards approached the professor to ask about the situation after hearing the rumors. Then they got an amazing answer from the professor: "It's true." Some young wizards were not convinced. But when they heard that Ian and Dumbledore made the decision, the unconvinced little wizards immediately calmed down. Who at Hogwarts doesn't know the gold content of Ian and Dumbledore? Now the little wizards only regret not joining Ian's club. Ronald and Percy are the most distressed, and their brothers George and Fred are now the hottest characters in Little Wizards. Ronald and Percy obviously have this opportunity too. And Ronald also heard that Harry's exams were cancelled, except for potions, and he still got full marks. This made Ronald extremely envious. Ronald also found a strange thing: Malfoy stopped taunting him. Although there is still no good face. But Ronald couldn't help but taunt Draco. Naturally, Draco couldn't bear Ronald, and the two quarreled. When the two were about to fight, Harry came out to break it up. A scene that Ronald couldn't believe happened: Draco actually compromised after hearing Harry's persuasion. Unbeknownst to Ronald, Harry and Draco were already comrades in arms during Voldemort's battle. It's just that the two didn't admit it verbally, but they still recognized each other in their hearts. This made Ronald very unhappy. After Malfoy left, Ronald said to Harry angrily, "Harry, why don't you let Russia teach Malfoy a lesson?" Harry 5.9 shook his head and said, "Ronald, Malfoy has changed. Now he won't take the initiative to provoke you again. Stop messing with Malfoy, too. And have you forgotten? He's learning Ion's magic now. He's very strong right now." Hearing Harry's words, Ronald felt that Harry had blamed him. But when he heard that Draco's magic was Ion's magic, his momentum became weaker. So Ronald said angrily, "Harry, don't be fooled by Malfoy. I'm your friend." Harry heard Ronald's words and looked at Ronald seriously. "Ronald, I'm telling the truth, and I can tell you something. But you can't tell what you hear." Seeing that Harry was very serious, Ronald suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "Then I listen." Chapter 159. Part of Harry's going to fight Voldemort in the box had told Ronald. The more Ronald heard it, the more frightened he became. After Harry finished speaking, Ronald didn't recover for a while. Ronald touched the cold sweat on his forehead. The weather was clearly May and June. But Ronald felt very cold. Ronald looked at Harry and said, "Harry, are you really not lying to me?" Harry shook his head and said seriously, "You can ask Ian and Professor Dumbledore. I don't have to lie to you." Ronald heard the names of Ian and Dumbledore, and he knew Harry hadn't lied to him. Ronald looked at Harry with complicated eyes, and said, "Harry, as far as I know." Ronald looked around and after making sure there was no one there, he continued, "The Malfoy family is under the mysterious man. I don't think Malfoy would take a shot at you-know-who." Harry nodded and said, "I know, Ian told me. And 15, and that's why Malfoy shot at Voldemort. He also wanted to protect his family. His goal now, like mine, is to kill Voldemort." Harry's words completely shut down Ronald's brain. Is he still awake? Killed Voldemort? Malfoy's target? Harry looked at the stunned Ronald, smiled and said. Also, Ronald, Voldemort is not scary. Did you forget that time Voldemort was picked up by Ian? No need to call him you-know-who. His name is Voldemort. Ronald came back to his senses and looked at Harry in front of him. He felt that Harry was very confident now. Both Harry and Malfoy had already fought Voldemort. And he could only listen to their stories. That's not what he, Harry's friend, should do. Ronald mustered up his courage, looked at Harry firmly and asked. Harry, I can also fight with you. Voldemort. I'm more reliable than Malfoy. Seeing that Ronald had figured it out, Harry smiled and said. Then we will work harder from now on. Okay. Harry, what should we do then? I think you can start with reviewing now. After all, you still have an exam. As final exams draw closer. At this time Harry was also troubled, and now he was devastated to supplement his knowledge of potions. He felt that if he made another mistake on the potions test, Snape might actually kill him. Harry was in the library, and Irma Pants was staring at him. The last time Harry borrowed The Origin of Quidditch, Harry asked for McGonagall's help to get it back. But the time to return the books has been exceeded by a lot. Mrs. Pants's emphasis on books makes Ian describe her as a dragon guarding a treasure. Harry was naturally not forgiven by Madame Pants. After that, every time Harry came to the library, Mrs. Pants would stare at him. As long as Harry makes any noise, Mrs. Pants will kick him out of the library. Harry was used to studying quietly under Mrs. Pants's gaze. But Harry looked at the potions book in front of him now, and felt that there was a lot of knowledge to memorize. In fact, Harry's potion talent is not bad, but now Harry hates and resists Snape very much. So Harry didn't take potions seriously. Harry put his head on the table. He finds potions boring. At this moment, a young wizard of Slytherin came to Harry's side. Harry felt someone walking beside him, and he thought it was Mrs. Pants. Harry quickly raised his head and said. Mrs. Pants, I didn't put my head on the book. Malfoy, why are you? Draco looked at Harry's haggard look, curled his lips, and said. Potter, how did you become like this? Harry first glanced at Mrs. Pants, and Harry saw that Mrs. Pants was looking for books for the little wizard, so he had no time to stare at him. Harry breathed a sigh of relief, and then said to Draco. Review potions, but I can't read it. Draco looked at Harry suspiciously, and said. Isn't it very simple? The content of the first grade only needs to be memorized. Harry heard Draco's words and looked at him in surprise. First grade? Have you started reading the second grade books? Draco showed the second-year potions textbook in his hand, and said. Yes, Potter, you should get serious. Harry smiled bitterly when he heard Draco's words, and said. Malfoy, I really feel like I can't help it. Draco listened to Harry's words and thought for a moment. Suddenly he thought of a way. Just when Draco was about to have a good talk with Harry, Draco saw Harry's face change dramatically. It's like seeing something scary. Draco asked suspiciously. Harry, what's wrong with you? Cold sweat had begun to break out on Harry's forehead, and his body was also trembling. Draco felt very strange, and Harry saw Voldemort in a different way. Is it sick? Harry shook his head and said. The memorization is like this. Draco looked Harry up and down when he heard Harry's words. Just when Draco looked weird and was about to continue asking, an indifferent voice came from behind the two. If you want to chat, get out. Draco's face also changed dramatically. 167 This is Mrs. Pants's voice. As for the little wizards at Hogwarts who are not afraid of Mrs. Pants, there is probably only Hermione. Hermione's super memory can memorize many books. And Mrs. Pants thinks Hermione loves books as much as she does. So Mrs. Pants will often help Hermione find books and recommend readings. And Draco was still very arrogant and mischievous when he first entered school. Once, he was messing around in the library, but was chased out of the library by Mrs. Pants with a feather duster. Draco turned around and yelled to call him Daddy. As a result, Lucius ignored Draco's letter at all after he received it. At that time, Lucius was completely overwhelmed by Dumbledore and Ian. How dare he touch Hogwarts? In this way, Draco did not dare to offend Mrs. Pants in the library. Draco turned his head stiffly, looking at Mrs. Pance's indifferent eyes. Hello, Mrs. Pance. Pance ignored Draco and looked at Harry instead. Mrs. Pance looked at Harry and felt chills all over his body. Harry immediately stood up and said, "I'm sorry, Mrs. Pance. I'm leaving at once." After speaking, Harry walked out of the library. Mrs. Pance nodded, and then looked at Draco. "How about you? This little wizard is also not a good bird." Chapter 160. I'm leaving right now. Draco couldn't stand Mrs. Pance's indifferent eyes either. So Draco hurriedly followed Harry's pace and walked out of the library. Seeing the two leave, Mrs. Pance nodded in satisfaction. "Potter! Potter!" Draco called to Harry after coming out of the library. Harry turned around, and Draco followed. Harry asked with some doubts. "Malfoy, what's wrong? If there is nothing else, I will go to indoors." Draco looked at Harry and said, "Don't worry, Potter, I have a good way to get you to indoors quickly." Harry looked at Draco even more puzzled. "Follow me." Draco turned and walked away. Harry thought about it, and decided to see what Draco could do. Thinking of this, Harry followed Draco. After all, he felt like he was going to explode now. If you can't memorize those potion knowledge, after the exam, he will be finished. Draco raised his chin when he saw Harry following him. Harry asked Draco, "Malfoy, what is your solution?" Draco said proudly, "Come with me, you will know when you arrive." "Where's the follower next to you?" Harry heard Draco's words and said helplessly, "Ronald is not my sidekick, he is my friend. Today he stayed in the lounge. Percy tutored him in Transfiguration today." Draco snorted when he heard Harry's words. "Another Weasley. But I have to say, except for Ronald Weasley, other Weasleys are excellent. George Weasley and Fred Weasley are great." After the first battle with Voldemort, the relationship between Draco, George, and Fred in the club was not as rigid as before. George and Fred also recognized Draco. From George and Fred's point of view, the first few people who dared to rush up and fight Voldemort were definitely not bad people. As for the grievances between the Weasley family and the Malfoy family, it was not a problem in the face of Voldemort. And it was a matter between their fathers, to send them to show off their wealth. After all, comrades who have experienced life and death together are not comparable to ordinary friendship. Listening to Draco's words, Harry said with some headaches, "Malfoy, Ronald is also my friend. He was just too lazy, and now he's changing." Draco frowned and said, "I hope, as long as he doesn't drag you down. After all, you are my rival." Hearing Draco's words, Harry smiled and said, "No, Malfoy, I will win you in the end. Then you should memorize the knowledge of potions first." Then Draco led Harry through the hallway to a classroom. Harry looked suspiciously at the door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom in front of him, and said to Draco, "Malfoy, what did you bring me here for?" Draco shrugged and said, "I see you look haggard like that, maybe Ian has a way to make you remember these potion knowledge quickly." Draco's words made Harry's heart flutter. "Yes. You can ask Ian for help, maybe it will be done?" In the minds of little wizards, Ian is almost like the Santa Claus of Muggles. Harry then knocked on the door of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Ian's voice came from the door. "Come in." Harry and Draco pushed open the door and saw Ian sitting in the teacher's chair on the podium. Ian sensed the emotions of the two, and should have a question to ask him. So Ian looked at the two and said, "Any questions today?" Although Draco and Harry were used to Ian being able to guess exactly what they were going to do. But Harry and Draco still sighed. Sure enough, nothing can escape Ian's eyes. Harry and Draco came to the podium. Harry took out the potion book and asked Ian, "Ian, is there any way you can quickly remember the knowledge of potions? I feel like Snape will kill me if I get another error in my potions test." After speaking, Harry looked at Ian with a wry smile. Now he's pinning his hopes on Ian. Hearing Harry's question, Ian nodded. Then Ian looked at Draco and asked, "Draco, what do you want?" Draco shook his head when he heard Ian's words, and said, "I just came with Potter." Draco looked around after he finished speaking. Strange, usually Hermione would never leave Ian, why didn't I see her today? Draco had borrowed the second-year potions book from Hermione. Now is the right time to ask Hermione to borrow another book. Because Draco found out that some of the notes in Hermione's potion book are more powerful than textbooks. Draco guessed it was something Snape had taught Hermione. So Hermione's note on the book is really fragrant. Seeing that Hermione was not found, Draco asked Ian. Ian, Granger isn't here today. Hearing Draco's words, Ian nodded and said with a smile. Hermione went to Professor McGonagall's today. Professor McGonagall is going to teach Hermione something new about transfiguration. Hermione can't sit still right now. Ever since Hermione's exams were cancelled, Hermione has been whispering in Ian's ear for days. In the end, it was Ian who proposed to read the textbooks of senior grades first, which dispelled Hermione's complaints. Since then, Hermione has been learning new magical knowledge. After McGonagall and the professors saw Hermione studying the textbooks of the senior year, the professors are also willing to help Hermione. After all, there is no professor who doesn't like genius little wizards. When Draco heard Ian's words, envy flashed in his eyes. If only the professors could take him with them when they teach Hermione. And Harry was still watching Ian expectantly. Then Ian continued to look at Harry. Let's solve Harry's problem first. Ian looked at Harry and said with a smile. Of course, no problem. But my method is a bit friendly. Can you accept it? Ian likes little wizards who like to learn very much, and he is very happy for little wizards to ask him questions. There is still a long way to go for magic. Maybe a little wizard grows up and creates new magic? And he needs more powerful wizards to complete Grindelwald's plan. So Ian will not refuse the little wizard's learning problems. Chapter 161. Harry looked at Ian in surprise after hearing what Ian said. Not very friendly? What is that? As long as there is a way, even in Voldemort's lair, he dares to be reckless. Harry nodded hastily, and said Onion ally. Sure. Ian looked at the anxious Harry, smiled and said. Then you sit down first. Hearing Ian's words, Harry hurriedly found a desk and sat down. Now Harry is very happy, with Ian's help, so be on the safe side. Draco wondered how Ian would help Harry. So Draco asked Ian. Ian, can I stay and see? Hearing Draco's question, Ian nodded, and there was nothing he couldn't see. Then you look behind that desk next to Harry. Harry reckons today will take some time. After getting Ian's agreement, Draco nodded to Ian. Draco followed Ian's instructions and sat behind the desk. Harry was now wondering how Ian would help him. Harry and the other little wizards were also wondering if Ian was good at refining potions. Because they've seen Ian's potion cabinet. I heard from George and Fred that those potions are high-end products. It's just that the little wizards didn't know that those potions were actually 690 transactions silently between Ian and Snape. Harry sat in the chair wondering if Ian would just teach him potions. He should be able to listen to Ian's lectures. Ian sensed the anticipation in Harry's heart. He looked at the smiling Harry with complicated eyes. I just don't know if you can still laugh out in a while. Harry felt that Ian was looking at him strangely. Just when Harry was a little confused, Ian smiled and asked Harry. Ready, Harry? Looking at Ian's smiling face, Harry felt that it should have been his own illusion. So Harry looked at Ian and said seriously. I'm ready. That's good. Ian snapped his fingers, and then a black space crack appeared on the ground. Harry and Draco felt the temperature around them drop slightly. They knew it was Ian calling the undead. But both of them were very confused. Harry just wanted to improve his knowledge of medicine. What does Ian summon the undead for? An ominous premonition began to form in Harry's heart. Maybe it was a mistake to come to Ian for help? Draco was very curious about what undead Ian would summon. It has not been a day or two since he has been greedy for Ian's undead magic. After a while, the space crack was automatically stitched together. Harry and Draco didn't see any undead emerging from the rift. Draco asked suspiciously. Ian, that was supposed to be the magic of summoning undead just now. I saw this black gap appear when the skeletons and undead appeared. Didn't you summon the undead this time? Ian nodded with a smile and said. It's out. Ian's words made Harry and Draco even more confused. They obviously saw nothing. Draco turned to look in Harry's direction. I was going to ask Harry if he saw the undead first. But Draco, who just turned his head, was suddenly startled. He nearly fell off the stool. The noise Draco made Harry look over. Harry saw Draco pointing at him, pale and trembling. Harry asked, a little puzzled. Malfoy, what's wrong with you? Only to hear Draco say in a trembling voice. Potter, behind you. Behind me? Harry looked at Draco, puzzled. Is there something behind me? Thinking of this, Harry was ready to look back. At this moment Harry felt a cold air blowing on his neck. This made Harry shiver unconsciously. And he felt a hand on his shoulder. Combined with Draco's performance, Harry guessed that the undead was probably in his body. Harry turned his head stiffly, Fudge, gradually. I saw a ghost with disheveled hair and no face appearing behind him. Ah! Harry was so frightened that he screamed straight out. Then Harry ran directly to Ian's podium. Stare at that undead, afraid that it will follow. That undead looks really scary. Ian glanced at the two people who were terrified, and said with a smile. Don't be afraid, isn't it just an undead? Harry was scared out of his wits now. Hearing Ian's words, Harry didn't dare to look at Ian. At this moment Harry was trembling and speechless, continuing to stare at the undead. Harry felt that as long as he didn't look at it, the undead would appear behind him again in the next second. Ian was terrified to see both Harry and Draco. Ian waved his hand and cast a spell on both Harry and Draco, helping them calm down quickly. Harry and Draco felt much calmer after Ian's spell hit them. There is not so much fear in their hearts. Harry took a deep breath, looked at Ian and said. Thanks, Ian, that undead is horrible. Draco also slowed down at this time, and Draco nodded repeatedly when he heard Harry's words, and said. Yes. Ian. That undead is too scary. Only today did Draco know that there is such a scary existence among the undead. Ian looked at the two and explained. That undead is called a dead demon, a kind of ghost. But it doesn't have any means of attack itself. But the way it helps people is very powerful. Harry and Draco were relieved when Ian said it had no attack power. Harry and Draco thought they heard it wrong only after hearing Ian say it was used to help people. Harry pointed to the dead demon and asked in disbelief. That undead is used to help people. Then come to help me? Harry just wanted to stay away from the dead monster. Draco couldn't believe it either. The main reason is that it looks too scary, and it doesn't feel like helping people at all. Ian sensed the emotions of the two, and asked Harry with a smile. Harry, I think you can try. There is no danger, and your learning efficiency will be very fast. Just try and you will find out. Harry shook his head when he heard Ian's words. He refuses such horrors to help him. Seeing Harry's resolute attitude, Ian felt a little regretful. Draco had already walked to Harry's side by this time. Draco rolled his eyes and looked at Harry with a smirk. Potter, you don't want to fail potions either. Chapter 162. Harry's heart froze when he heard Draco's words. Harry looked at Draco with a stiff expression, and said. Malfoy, what do you mean? Draco looked at Harry, smiled and said. Look, Ian said that the undead called, the dead demon is very good at helping people. There's nothing else you can do now, right, Potter? Then try Ian's method. And what Ian said definitely works. Harry thought about it carefully, it was really what Draco said. But thinking of that faceless undead, Harry shook his head frantically. Seeing that Harry still didn't agree, Draco continued. Potter, if you fail potions, I don't think your fate will be too good. Especially our Dean Snape is very, against you. Have you forgotten what Professor Snape told you that night? Harry recalled Snape's ugly expression under Draco's words. Can't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Harry's heart began to waver. Ian on the side already knew what Draco wanted to do through emotional perception. Draco wanted to play a prank, so Harry fought back his fear to study. Probably trying to catch some of Harry's handles to tease Harry. It's just that Ian didn't expose Draco. Because he also wanted to see how Harry was helped by the dead demon. If the effect is good, maybe it can be promoted to students who make up classes? Harry looked at Draco and Ian with a bitter face, and said. Is there no other way? Ian shook his head and said. Now it's the fastest way. And Harry, I promise 100% it will work. Draco also persuaded from the side. Potter, just don't be afraid. That's an undead. It won't hurt you. Harry was silent for a while after hearing what Ian and Draco said. Draco and Ian looked at Harry expectantly. Harry fantasized about failing the exam and being made into a potion by Snape. Harry thought of that Ian's dead demon again, except that it looked a little scary. It seemed there was nothing wrong with it. As long as he could help himself, Harry felt that he could bear with this little fear. But Harry still hesitated. Should he really choose the dead demon undead? Maybe it's better to study by yourself? At least I haven't completely lost the opportunity to review. At this time Draco saw that Harry was still hesitant, so he said. If Ian teaches us undead magic in the future, will you not use this kind of undead? Potter, don't tell me you don't learn. Harry was stunned when he heard Draco's words. That's right. I will definitely learn undead magic in the future. He wanted to kill Voldemort like Ian did with undead. Do I have to give up this kind of undead because I am afraid of the appearance of the dead monster? No. Harry wants it all. Draco's words completely shattered Harry's psychological defenses. Harry raised his head firmly, looked at Ian and said. Ian, I accept. Just let that dead demon and undead help me. Draco looked at Harry happily, and said. Potter, I knew you wouldn't give up. Harry nodded to Draco and said. I will not back down. Ian looked at the determined Harry, smiled and said. Then get ready to begin. Harry, go and sit down at that desk just now. Both Ian and Draco are very happy now. Draco was done for the prank. Ian is waiting to see the good show. After hearing Ian's words, Harry turned and looked at the position just now. The dead demon is still standing there alone. Harry took a deep breath and walked towards the chair in front of the dead demon. He can't back down now. After Harry came to the position just now, he looked at the dead demon. Harry still had goosebumps all over his body. Harry forcibly controlled himself, trying to relax as much as possible. Then Harry turned and sat down in the chair. Don't think, don't think. That's a ghost. Not a muggle ghost. It doesn't hurt itself. Harry kept talking to himself in his head. Ian looked at the nervous and scared Harry and said. Harry, take it easy. Harry heard Ian's words and looked at Ian. Okay, Ian, how can it help me? Harry pointed to the dead demon behind him. Ian smiled and said. It's very simple, Harry, just sit down. You don't have to do anything, it will do it for you. Ian's words stunned both Harry and Draco. Is there such a good thing? Draco felt incredible, and asked Ian. Ian, do you mean Potter can learn about potions without doing anything? Ian nodded and continued to Harry. That's right, Harry just needs to endorse. The dead demon will help you with other things. Hearing Ian's words, Harry nodded excitedly. Now he is already looking forward to the next study. This is simply too easy. Draco felt a little envious of Harry. To actually use such a good thing to help Potter. Wait, do you want Ian to help him too? Seeing that Harry was ready, Ian smiled and said. Then start now. After speaking, Ian waved his hand, indicating that the dead demon can start. Ian had given the order to the dead demon right from the start. Draco saw the dead goblin rush towards Harry's back, and then not pass through the body like the ghost. It seems to be completely integrated into Harry's body. Feeling a chill behind Harry, he looked back. After Harry turned his head, he found that the dead demon had disappeared. Harry was about to ask Ian what was going on, but now he felt like he couldn't control his body. I can't move no matter what. Harry wanted to shout for help, but now he couldn't even open his mouth. Just when Harry was anxious and thinking about how to ask Ian for help, he found that he started to turn his head. He stretched out his hand to the potion textbook on the table, and even opened it and put it in front of him. At this moment, a hoarse voice came from Harry's ear. Endorse, look. Quick, endorse. If it wasn't for his body being restrained, Harry could jump to the ceiling now. At this time, Ian's voice reached Harry's ears. That's the voice of a dead demon, don't worry Harry. Recite the book carefully, and the death demon will let you go after you finish memorizing. Hearing Ian's voice, Harry realized now what Ian meant when he said that he only needs to recite the book. There is a particularly terrifying ghost that gets into your body and controls your actions. And only after you finish learning, this ghost will let you go. Harry regrets it so much now. Why can't I firmly reject Ian and Draco? Chapter 163. Ian sat in the professor's chair and continued to read after using magic to tell Harry the news. And Draco at the side saw Harry pick up the book by himself. Then he stared blankly without saying a word. Potter? Potter? Can you hear Potter? No matter how Draco called Harry from the front, Harry acted as if he didn't hear it. Stop shouting, he can't hear you, Draco. Hearing Ian's words, Draco hurried to Ian and asked worriedly. Ian, Potter can't hear me now. And I just saw that dead monster fly into Potter's body. Isn't that going to be a problem? Ian looked up at Draco and said. It's okay, the dead demon is a kind of undead that specializes in controlling living things. That is, it can control other creatures to do things. Draco felt his scalp tingling when he heard Ian's words. Let the undead control other people's bodies. What kind of 533 torture is this? Ian then continued. After the dead demon enters the human body, it will first replace the soul's control over the body. It can be poured into the heart of man, driving the soul of the enemy step by step. And the dead demon can talk to the original owner of the body in the soul. But the dead demon's language can't be very fluent. Perhaps the intermittent whispers among the souls are more terrifying. Generally, dead demons are undead used for assassination, so the people killed by them seem to have a mental breakdown and commit suicide. By the way, it can also be invisible. Draco paled when he heard Ian's words. Soul replacement? Assassination? Mental breakdown? This is already dangerous, isn't it? Draco swallowed and said. Then Potter. Ian guessed what Draco was going to say. Ian interrupted Draco and said. I won't hurt Harry. Have you forgotten that my undead are all under my control? I gave orders to that dead demon. And it will come out of its own accord when Harry's mentally overwhelmed. Draco was embarrassed to hear Ian's words. Sorry Ian, I was too anxious just now. Ian shook his head and said. Draco, you must remain calm at all times. Think about it, think about it. Draco felt a little ashamed when he heard Ian's lesson. I will Ian. At this moment, Draco suddenly thought that the dead monster he saw just now seemed to be different from ordinary undead. Other undead have soul fire. But the dead demon doesn't even have eyes. Thinking of this, Draco asked Ian. Ian, I found out that the dead demon just now seems to have no soul fire. Other undead, even ghosts, obviously have soul fire. Ian smiled and nodded when he heard Draco's words. Good, watch carefully. But the dead demon is also an undead, and it also has the fire of the soul. The fire of his soul is in the back of his head, blocked by its hair. While Ian was chatting with Draco, Harry felt like he was going crazy. You can't control your body at all. He could only look at the potion book in front of him. And from time to time the dead demon would control his hand to close the book. Then the hoarse voice will make him endorse. If you can't recite it, just keep watching. Harry just couldn't even close his eyes. In his soul, Harry tried to call out the dead monster with his thoughts. Are you there? After a while the hoarse voice reappeared. I am here. Harry was very pleasantly surprised after hearing the voice. Now that you can communicate, you can try to let the dead demon let you go. Then, Harry continued to think inwardly. Can you help me? Endorsement? I'll endorse the book later, you can let me move first, okay? Endorsement? Let me talk to Ian. Endorsement? Forget it, destroy it. No matter what Harry said, he tried hard and begged for mercy. The dead demon only responded with endorsement. In the end Harry could only stare at the knowledge in the potions book in despair. Harry had never expected to memorize the knowledge points in the book so quickly. Only after reading a page, the voice of the dead demon appeared to ask him some questions. If the answer is wrong, he will continue to read it until he remembers it. In order to quickly regain control of his body, Harry began to concentrate on reciting the book. When Draco was observing Harry, he found that Harry's body turned the pages slowly from the beginning to faster and faster. Ian also looked at this scene with relief. It seems that the dead demon can be used as a tutoring method. In this way, the little wizards should be very happy next semester. After all, it is a bit monotonous to use parchment paper for exams all the time. How can endorsement be diversified? Draco felt ominous coming from Ian. Draco looked back at Ian, the expression on Ian's face was very calm. But Draco always felt that Ian was thinking something very bad. As time went by, Harry felt he had regained control of his body after reading the last knowledge point he hadn't memorized. Harry jumped to his feet immediately. Touching himself, Harry shouted, "I'm finally free!" Draco, who was fast asleep, was startled by Harry's voice. Draco, who got up hurriedly, saw that it was Harry standing up. Draco said to Harry somewhat unexpectedly, "Potter, are you done reciting?" Harry looked at Draco and nodded excitedly. Harry was about to speak when he saw a figure with disheveled hair drifting past him. After Harry saw the dead demon, he was scared and backed away. He was afraid that the dead demon would attack him again. Ian walked up to Harry with a smile, waved his hand to take back the dead demon, and said, "Harry, you've finished memorizing the book. How do you feel?" Harry was relieved to see that the dead demon was gone. After hearing what Ian said, Harry burst into tears and said, "I succeeded. I memorized it." Ian nodded with a smile. Harry's potion talent is pretty good. It is not difficult for him to use dim sum. Draco looked at Harry proudly and said, "Look, I said Ian must have a way." Hearing Draco's words, Harry was choked up. Harry held back the tears in his eyes, glared at Draco, and said indignantly, "Malfoy! Try it next time. I don't want to see that dead monster again." 3.3 Malfoy stared back not to be outdone, and was about to speak. Ian patted the two of them, smiled and said, "Now that the matter has been resolved, Harry, you should thank Draco. No matter what the process is, but you succeeded, right?" Harry heard Ian's words and glared at Draco again. But Harry still said seriously, "Thanks, Malfoy." Draco snorted and said, "You're welcome, I'm just helping you find a way." Seeing that the two have adjusted, Ian continued, "Then let's include the dead demon in the cram school from now on. Harry, it works pretty well on you." The expressions on Harry and Draco's faces froze instantly when they heard Ian's words. The two looked at each other, they both had the same thought. Anyone can fail a subject, but Ian's is absolutely not. Chapter 164. After attending Ian's tutoring, Harry successfully passed the final potions exam. Snape looked at Harry softly at that time. It seemed that Harry still had Lily's talent. But Harry still didn't escape Snape's poisonous tongue. "I really don't understand why Snape is targeting you like this. Obviously you've done a good job, Harry." Ronald stepped out of the potions classroom and began to complain to Harry. Harry couldn't figure it out himself, but he felt that Snape should be very satisfied with his results today. At least Snape didn't scold his brains today. Harry shook his head and said, "I don't know, but I still don't want to. As long as you finish the History of Magic exam in the afternoon, you can play. The little wizards have a 1-week holiday after the exam, and this is the time to wait for the results to be announced." That's when Draco walked over to Harry. Ronald was very upset when he saw Draco, because now Draco and Harry seemed to have a good relationship. Draco ignored Ronald directly, and said to Harry, 15. "Potter, do you want to come to my house during the summer vacation?" Before Harry could answer, Ronald said first, "Malfoy. Harry won't go with you. Your dad won't let Harry go." Draco ignored Ronald, but looked at Harry, waiting for Harry's reply. Harry shook his head and said, "Malfoy, summer vacation might not work." Harry didn't want to tell Draco what happened to him at Uncle Vernon's house. Draco didn't ask Harry the specific reason, but said, "Well then, write to me if you need anything." Harry nodded and said, "No problem." Seeing Harry agree to come down, Draco turned around and left. Ronald blushed with anger on the spot. Malfoy was so rude just now. Ronald was about to complain to Harry, but he saw a scene that he couldn't believe. Draco met George and Fred at the corner, and George and Fred actually put their arms around Draco's neck. Their relationship is also so good. Feelings are ignored by him alone. Ronald hurriedly pulled Harry forward. Pulled, Harry looked at Ronald helplessly, and it seemed that he could only wait for Ronald to join Ian's club next year before saying, at that time, Ronald's affection for Draco and the others should change. But if Ronald doesn't read books during the summer vacation, the matter will probably be in doubt. Ronald's self-control ability, Harry knew how bad it was. He had to find a way to keep Ronald in check. At this time Draco also saw Ronald, who was running over with Harry. Draco said to George and Fred, "That's it, then we will contact by letter." George and Fred said with a smile, "Of course, no problem. Draco. Whether we can make a lot of money during the summer vacation depends on you." Draco nodded at the two of them, then left. George and Fred stopped Ronald, who wanted to chase Draco. "Why are you stopping me? Also, when did you have such a good relationship with Malfoy?" George said angrily. "My dear little brother, we don't need to write a paper for you to make friends, do we?" Fred continued. "Perhaps we should call him Professor Ronald Weasley." Ronald looked at the two angrily, and was about to speak when Harry tugged on Ronald's robe. Ronald looked back at Harry, only to see Harry say, "Ronald, you have too much prejudice against Malfoy. Maybe you should try to get to know him." The angry Ronald became even more angry at this time, and shouted at Harry. "Even you say me? You should be on my side." Harry looked at the angry Ronald and knew that it didn't make sense now. Harry sighed, but he was still ready to persuade Ronald again. At this point George and Fred came over and squeezed Ronald away, then lifted Harry up. "Hey! Harry, you and Ronald don't make sense. Go. We'll take you to see something good," Harry said anxiously. "George. Fred. Wait, Ronald, George and Fred interrupt Harry. "Don't. He won't listen to what you say now." "That's right. Let him be quiet for a while." The erected Harry had no possibility of resisting and could only be taken away by the two of them. Harry could only turn his head to Ronald and said, "Ronald, we'll talk tonight." Ronald looked at the three people walking away, and the anger in his heart reached its peak. "You guys go. Go away." Neither George nor Fred looked back, only Harry looked back at Ronald. After the three left, the anger in Ronald's heart gradually subsided. Ronald, who had calmed down, saw that there was no one around him, and felt very lost in his heart. Ronald could only go back to the lounge by himself. When Ronald came to rest, he looked at Harry's empty bed next to him, and felt very uncomfortable. Obviously he and Harry were friends first. Malfoy he came later. Harry speaks for Malfoy. But Ronald thought that he was indeed getting farther and farther away from Harry now. What is going on here? Ronald thought about it all afternoon in the lounge by himself. He felt maybe he was wrong. Ronald remembered that not only Harry, but also those young wizards from the Defense Against the Dark Arts Club had a very good relationship with Draco. The old Draco wasn't that popular. Even George and Fred have a great relationship with him. In the Weasley family, where 807 values family affection the most, Ronald finally made a difficult decision to trust his brothers. Even now Ronald still hates Draco, but Ronald decided to try to contact Draco. He didn't want to lose Harry as a friend. In the evening, the little wizards came to the auditorium. Harry looked at the door from the table and chairs in the auditorium. Harry was looking for Ronald. Harry observed for a long time, but still didn't find Ronald's figure. Harry sighed in disappointment, while George and Fred said indifferently, "Harry, you don't have to worry, Ronald will figure it out before long." George was right. "Harry, you need to look forward to dinner now." Harry was still a little worried about Ronald. George and Fred shrugged, they knew best about their younger brother. Sure enough, not long after, Harry saw Ronald appearing at the door of the auditorium. Ronald was also looking for Harry when he got to the auditorium. Ronald was a little embarrassed to see Harry on the auditorium seat. But Ronald still ran over. "Harry, I." "Ronald, I." Both of them spoke at the same time, and they were both stunned. "You speak first." "You speak first." Ronald took a deep breath and said first. "Harry, I'm sorry about what happened this morning." Chapter 165. Harry was very surprised to hear Ronald's apology. He really didn't want to call Ronald back to apologize. George and Fred beside Harry said, "Look, Harry, we were right. You have to trust us." Ronald and Harry were a little embarrassed to hear George and Fred's words. "But let's deal with Ronald first." Harry scratched his head and said to Ronald, I should be sorry too, Ronald. Ronald shook his head when he heard Harry's words, and said shyly. Harry, I used to really hate Malfoy. But after thinking about it carefully, Professor Grindelwald and you both approve of him now. I should try to accept Malfoy too. I'm sure you and Fred and George are right. Harry and the Weasley twins were amazed to hear Ronald's words. This Ronald can actually think now. George and Fred got up and took Ronald by their arms. Hey! See if our brother has been swapped. That's right. Ronald is not a thinking guy. Hearing what the two said, Ronald looked at them angrily. How can you talk about my brother like that? Am I really my own? George and Fred pretended to be contemplative, and said. That's very doubtful. And Percy too. Percy on the side looked at the two angrily, and said. Can't you guys think about normal things? Ronald was also aggrieved, and was about to say what time the two of them had. At this time, Dumbledore and other professors came to the auditorium. The little wizards saw that Dumbledore's face was very ugly. Ian looked helpless next to Dumbledore. The attention of Ronald and others was immediately attracted. The two seemed to be talking about something, but the voice was very low and they couldn't hear clearly. Dumbledore's face is all black. Earlier Grindelwald had written to ask Dumbledore and Ian to go to St. Anne's. Now St. Anne's is launching some products of its own. But Grindelwald actually decided to add some magical ingredients to the products St. Anne's sells to Muggles. When Dumbledore saw the letter, he knew that he might not be coming back anytime soon. He's going to supervise Grindelwald and the others. Otherwise, with Grindelwald and those saints' messy characters, they will definitely be out of heaven. If Ian is allowed to go, with Ian's ignorant thinking, things will definitely get worse. He just wants to be with his sister. As for taking Ariana with you. If Aberforth knew that he wanted to take Anna to the Muggle world, he would definitely not allow it. Ian looked at the darkened Dumbledore and said. If you don't want to go, don't go. Just go and accompany Ariana. Grindelwald and I can take care of this little thing. Dumbledore said with a dark face. Absolutely not. If the two of you are together, nothing good will happen. Ian shook his head helplessly. Is this a trivial matter? Dumbledore saw Ian's indifference, and continued. Now our plans need to be steady. What if something really happens between you and Grindelwald? I can also handle it for you in time. The professors looked at Ian and Dumbledore. This time they sided with Dumbledore. After all, they don't have much confidence in the attitude of Ian and Grindelwald towards Muggles. McGonagall smiled at Ian and said. Let's listen to Albus this time, Ian. After all, Albus is also worried about you too. Ian nodded when he heard McGonagall's words. Forget it, let's just let Old Man Deng casually this time. Then Dumbledore and the professors took their seats. Hermione also came to Gryffindor's table at this time. Hermione came with Ian, and they only separated at the entrance of the auditorium. George and Fred saw Hermione, they got up and ran to Hermione. George and Fred whispered. Hey! Hermione! Do you know why Professor Dumbledore looks so ugly? I feel like Professor Dumbledore's features are wrinkling together. Ian feels that he is also very helpless. Hearing George and Fred's question, Harry and the others also pricked up their ears. Hermione heard what George and Fred said, and said. Sorry, George, Fred, I don't know that either. Of course Hermione wouldn't say anything about Ian. She only found out after Grindelwald's letter in the afternoon that Ian actually has a company in the Muggle world. The little wizards feel a little regretful. I always feel like I missed something big. But George and Fred still looked like they wanted to inquire. Seeing their expressions, Hermione quickly changed the subject. Hermione whispered to the two of them. But today it seems that the Academy Cup will be announced in advance. Harry and the others were stunned when they heard Hermione's words, and the attention of George and Fred was successfully diverted. Are you serious? Hermione. Ha! Then we must have won this time. That's thanks to our Lord Hermione. George and Fred said with some excitement. Previously, Slytherins had won the Academy Cup back-to-back. This year they have Hermione, the ruthless scoring machine, and the Gryffindor points are in the gem counter in the auditorium, and the rubies are almost full. Hermione was a little embarrassed to hear what the two said, but still raised her head proudly. Hermione thought to herself. This is to prove to Ian that I'm always improving. While the little wizards were still discussing, McGonagall, who was already seated, picked up a spoon and tapped the wine glass in front of him. The sound of ding 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 echoed in the auditorium. The little wizards gradually stopped talking and looked at the professor's seat, Wong's. Dumbledore adjusted his expression and stood up, smiling and saying, "Another school year has passed. This school year is the year I have seen the little wizards improve the most. Maybe it's down to us having a solid defense against the dark arts professor." The little wizards all laughed when they heard what Dumbledore said. George and Fred even cheered Ian's name. Ian Grindelwald Bunch. With the beginning of the two, the little wizards also cheered together. Ian Grindelwald! Ian Grindelwald! The professors looked at the little wizards in surprise. Has Ian's reputation among the little wizards reached such a level? Dumbledore watched this scene with relief. He had imagined such a scene when he invited Ian to Hogwarts a year ago. In fact, it seems that his choice is not wrong. Chapter 166. It wasn't just Dumbledore in Ian's year. Everyone at Hogwarts has changed a lot. There was hope in even the coldest Snape. Dumbledore himself had regained his former purpose. His regret was also brought back by Ian. Ian also looked at the little wizards below, feeling very warm in his heart. Children's emotions are very pure, and Ian is constantly receiving positive emotional feedback. Of these, Hermione's emotions were the strongest. Ian raised his glass gently with a smile, gesturing to the little wizards. Dumbledore saw that he was almost there, and pressed Min lightly. The little wizards fell silent. Dumbledore continued with a smile. "After the results come out, there is still a whole summer vacation waiting for you. But now we have to do things a little earlier." The little wizards were very curious when they heard what Dumbledore said. "What's going on now?" "Professor Ian Grindelwald and I have business to go out for a while. But according to Hogwarts tradition, we will present the House Cup at the end of the term. I don't think Professor Ian Grindelwald would want to miss out on the 847 tradition. He's part of Ravenclaw and Hogwarts too. Maybe we can make an exception this year and move forward." The little wizards cheered again, and Gryffindor's students were the most excited. "Of course. Professor Dumbledore. That's right. Professor Grindelwald can't miss the Academy Cup Awards. We, Gryffindor, welcome the testimony of Professor Grindelwald." Dumbledore was very happy to see the little wizards, so he announced. "Then start now." Suddenly, the auditorium fell silent. Dumbledore looked at the scorer on the wall and announced. "Fourth place. Hufflepuff, 410 points. Third place. Ravenclaw, 455 points. Second place. Slytherin, 503 points." Having said that, Dumbledore paused for a while, and it seemed that a circle of young wizards smiled and continued. "First place. Gryffindor, 621 points." The little wizards of Gryffindor burst into loud cheers. Some little wizards threw their hats into the sky excitedly. "Hooray! We won the Academy Cup, BFBC! Because we have Hermione Granger." "That's right. Hermione Granger is the best Gryffindor ever." Hermione raised her chin and looked at Ian when she heard the little wizard's words, and Ian smiled and nodded. Hermione was blushing, and now she was very excited. She knew it was because of Ian that she got the honor. The professors also looked at Hermione with a smile. Although Snape looked ugly now, he still twitched the corners of his mouth stiffly when he looked at Hermione. "I just feel uncomfortable, Slytherin's Academy Cup has been lost." Hermione's eyes were moist, and she said to Ian silently. "Thank you, Ian." At the Slytherin table, Draco and Candle also applauded. Candle and Draco thought it was normal to lose to Hermione, they had seen Hermione's strength before. But they will never admit that they lost to Gryffindor. There's no shame in losing to Hermione, that's someone close to Ian. And now in Slytherin, apart from a few pure-blooded die-hard lunatics, other little wizards in Slytherin have begun to accept the ideas promoted by Candle. Wizards don't look at blood. But those pure-blood diehards dare not make trouble. The family has greeted them, and I am absolutely not allowed to trouble Anne or his friends. As for the little wizards of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, they felt that as long as Slytherin didn't get the Academy Cup, it didn't matter. Dumbledore said aloud. "Then the decoration of our auditorium will be changed now. Dumbledore clapped his hands, and the decoration in the auditorium instantly turned golden red. The banner of Gryffindor House is waving to the wind. The little wizards of Gryffindor are completely insane. Hermione was surrounded by little wizards, all cheering for Hermione. Dumbledore watched the scene and asked Ian. "Ian, aren't you going?" Ian took a sip of his wine and said. "I'm not going, now is Hermione's time to enjoy her honor." Dumbledore laughed and said. "But I think there's someone who doesn't think so." After speaking, Dumbledore gestured to Ian with his eyes. Ian saw that although Hermione was answering the little wizard's questions, her eyes never left his position. Ian felt some joy in his heart, and used magic to tell Hermione. "Nice job, Hermione." Tears rolled down Hermione's eyes as she heard Ian's words in her ear. The little wizards thought it was Hermione who shed tears of joy because of the house cup. Actually, Hermione got Ian's approval. She gave Ian a big nod. She will work harder in the future. Then Dumbledore looked at the carnival little wizards below, and said. "Then let's start the banquet." A lot of food appeared on the table in the meeting hall. George and Fred looked at the dishes in front of them and said. "I still miss Ian's food." "Yes. Me too. And no booze. We're sneaking some booze next term." "You're a genius, Fred. You're no worse than George." McGonagall smiled brightly. After many years, the Academy Cup returned to her Gryffindor Academy. Sprout congratulated McGonagall. "Minerva, Gryffindor has a good wizard. Hermione's achievements in the future will definitely not be small." McGonagall couldn't help but smile even more at Sprout's words. "Thanks, Pomona, I feel the same way." Then Flitwick said regretfully. "It would be nice to give Ian extra points." Hearing Flitwick's words, the expressions of all the professors, including Dumbledore, froze. McGonagall said directly to Flitwick. "Phileas, if you can give Ian points, then I think you can put Ian's name directly on the Academy Cup. It might be more effective that way." The professors also nodded. "Why don't you engrave the names of Ravenclaw and Ian directly?" Dumbledore then said. "Phileas, we agreed at the time that Ian can't get extra points as a student. I don't think there are enough gems in the scorer if Ian's level is used to add points." Flitwick still smiled when he heard Dumbledore's words. "I'm just assuming. I'd be happy to win the Quidditch Cup this year." Snape at the side turned even darker when he heard Flitwick's words. Only he hurt the world reached. Chapter 167. "Ian, when are we leaving?" Hermione tugged on Ian's sleeve excitedly and said. Ian heard Hermione's question, smiled and said. "Come on, Jess is here to pick us up." After yesterday's banquet, Dumbledore and the professors returned to the lounge to discuss plans to go to St. Anne's Company, eat and drink along the way, and Hermione naturally followed Ian. Dumbledore looked at the excited Hermione, smiled and said. "Little Hermione, you're going to make some treats for Ian this time. Ian doesn't have much common sense about the Muggle world." Hermione smiled and nodded when she heard what Dumbledore said. "Of course." Ian rolled his eyes at Dumbledore and said. "I'm not as miserable as you say. Boobaji said you don't understand Muggles at all." Cairdy Boobaji, who went on to return to Hogwarts as Professor of Muggle Studies after Quirrell's death. Dumbledore's face froze when he heard Ian's words. "I'm not what Cairdy says I am. I'm pretty familiar with Muggles. It's just that Muggles have developed too fast in the past few years." Hermione smiled slightly as she watched Dumbledore and Ian bicker. She loves the atmosphere, she feels very homely. Ian looked at the clock on the wall and said to Dumbledore. "Let's go, Old Man Dang, Cusey and the others are coming soon." Dumbledore nodded to Ian, and the three of them walked out of the headmaster's office and into the Hogwarts courtyard. When the little wizards in the atrium saw the familiar carriage, they knew it belonged to Professor Grindelwald. "Look! That's Professor Grindelwald's. I'm envious once I see it once, this carriage is so cool. That coachman is so handsome. Look! Professor Grindelwald is here." The little wizards saw the three of Ian coming out. Today Ian is wearing a black trench coat with a top hat. Dumbledore is the same, but Blittor's trench coat is brown. Hermione had changed into a tracksuit, but she now regretted why she hadn't brought her little skirt with her when she came to Hogwarts. Professor Grindelwald looks good in Muggle clothes. That's right. Is that Professor Dumbledore? When will I be able to go to Hermione's place? You may have it in your dreams. At this time, Candle was also waiting by the carriage, and Jess and Candle had just had a good chat. Jace would also be happy to meet a new saint like Candle. Candle and Jace walk up to Ian. The two saluted, and Kunzi said respectfully, "Sir, the salutes for you and Miss Granger have been sent to the carriage by Nubby. Would you like to board the car now?" Ian nodded to Jess and said, "Then let's go, the old man can't wait." Jess replied with a smile, "Your Excellency does say he misses you and Miss Granger every day." Dumbledore heard Jace's words and asked, "Did Gale say anything about me?" Hearing Dumbledore's words, Jess said with some embarrassment, "This grown-up won't let me say it." Dumbledore's face darkened again. Dumbledore sighed and said, "Forget it, let's go." Jess nodded, pulled out the magic spell and waved it. The door of the carriage opened automatically, and the ladder came down. Ian and the others walked towards the carriage. Hermione thanked Jace as she passed by. Jess was very surprised and moved, and said quickly, "Miss Granger, you don't have to be polite to us. After all." Jace winked at Hermione. He knows that his husband is very kind to him, but he can't talk about his affairs. Hermione blushed and quickly followed Ian. Ian looked at the blushing Hermione and asked, "What's wrong, Hermione? Not feeling well?" Hermione quickly shook her head and said, "I'm fine." Ian shrugged and continued walking the horse army. Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. He pulled Ian's robe and got into the carriage with Ian. Dumbledore also lifted the polymorph on himself after getting into the car. When Jess and Candle saw Ian, they had already gotten into the car. Jess said to Candle, "Candle, go and serve Mr. and the others. I'll drive." Upon hearing what Jess said, Candle said excitedly, "Okay, thank you Mr. Anchor." Jess smiled and said, "You're welcome, sir, you won't treat your own people badly." After speaking, Jess came to the front of the carriage. Candle stepped into the carriage and closed the carriage door. Jess pulled the reins, and the Thestrals roared and pulled the carriage, and the carriage flew up. Their destination was the suburbs of London, and Moth was already waiting for them. Along the way, Hermione introduced the famous scenic spots in London to Ian. Dumbledore was thinking about what to say when he met Grindelwald later. Not long after, the carriage arrived at the predetermined location in the woods. The door of the carriage opened, and Moth was waiting outside at a glance. Moth looked at Ian excitedly, and said, "Sir! I finally see you." Ian smiled and got off the carriage and patted Moth's arm. "0. Long time no see, Moth. How is it going?" Moth replied excitedly. "Of course. I'm very good, sir." Candle looked at Moth unexpectedly. Are all Mr.'s followers so fanatical about him? Jess, who had just walked over, patted Candle on the shoulder and said, "I know what you're thinking, as long as sir needs it. We will all give our lives without hesitation." Jess' words made Candle's heart freeze. Moth also heard Jace's words. "Jess, don't scare the newcomers. It's hard for you to think about dying with Mr. here." Jess laughed loudly and said, "That's exactly what it is. Now call sir to get in the car. My lord is still waiting." Moss nodded, and respectfully said to Ian and Hermione and Dumbledore who just came down, "Sir, it's parked outside the woods. In order to avoid being seen by muggles, Sir, Miss Granger and Mr. Dumbledore have to take 2 steps." Ian nodded and said with a smile, "Then you lead the way." Moss led the group through the woods and parked a stretched car on the side of the road. Moss and Jess opened the door and said respectfully, "Get in the car, Doctor." Hermione looked at the stretched car and was very excited. It was the first time for her to take such a car, she had only seen it on TV before. And after Hermione followed Ian into the car, she was shocked again. Chapter 168. Hermione saw that the interior decoration was not bad at all compared to the carriage. Also, the space inside is amazing. "Ian, is there a traceless stretching spell cast in this too?" Ian heard Hermione ask, and nodded with a smile. "Yes, Hermione, it's Nico who worked the magic on the car." "Feeling good?" Hermione nodded excitedly and said, "Great, Ian." Dumbledore laughed now and said, "Ian, you still really enjoy it. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Ian spread his hands and said, people are supposed to enjoy themselves. Life is meaningless without enjoying that. Dumbledore said helplessly. I can't say enough about you on this point, let's sit down first. After Ian and others sat down, Jess delivered to Ian and the others. Then Jess took Kendall to the co-pilot position of 800. Jess said to Kendall, I'm going to put the carriage back first. Kendall, you just need to follow Moth's arrangement on the way. He's one of the longest-serving men of Mr. Kendall heard what Jess said, and immediately replied. Yes, Mr. Anchor. Jace nodded and turned to the carriage. Kendall tries to open the passenger door, is the handle pulled? He is from a pure-blood family, and Flynn is also a relatively closed family. Living in the wizarding world since he was a child, this was the first time he actually saw a Muggle car. After Kendall opened the car door, he saw Moth already in the driving position. Kendall said very politely. Hi, I'm Kendall Flynn. Moth looked at Kendall with a smile and said. Hi, I'm Moth Rozier. Sit down first, we're in a hurry. Kendall quickly got into the car and sat down, and closed the door under Moth's guidance. After Kendall closed the door, Moth started the car. Kendall was very nervous and curious when he saw the car moving by itself. Then Moth said to the nervous Kendall. Mr. Flynn, don't be nervous. You are from the Flynn family, it should be your first time in the Muggle world. Has the Flynn family in England joined Mr. Kendall heard Moth's words and said hastily. Yes, Mr. Rozier. Just call me Kendall. It was I who voluntarily followed Mr. Moss nodded and thought for a while. It seems that the Flynn family has not joined yet. Are you ready to take the position of family patriarch? When Kendall heard Moth's words, his heart froze. Yes, Mr. Rozier, I will take down the position of patriarch. I've sworn to follow Mr. Moth smiled and said. Choose wisely, don't disappoint Mr. If you need help, you can ask us for help. We will be comrades in arms together from now on. No problem. Mr. Rozier. Thank you. On the other side, in the business district of London under a building in the old financial city, Michael Carrow took out the pocket watch in his clothes and looked at it, and said seriously to the wizards of the Carrow family who greeted Ian at the door. Sir, you'll be here soon. Put out your best form to meet Mr. Don't embarrass your husband. The wizards of the Carrow family replied in unison. Okay, Lord Michaels. The wizards are all wearing trench coats, it is said that this is to imitate the dresses of Mr. and adults in the Muggle world. Grindelwald said with a smile on the side. You're still so serious, my Arthur. May Arthur responded. My lord, we must not let others look down upon us. Grindelwald nodded, now he couldn't wait to see Ian and the others. Throwing an old man like him to work hard in the Muggle world. Haven't seen him yet. People passing by were very curious when they saw the wizards standing in 2 rows at the entrance of the building, ready to welcome Ian. Not long ago, this building was directly bought by a French company called Saint Anne who suddenly appeared. The companies that were originally in the building all agreed to the transfer within a day. And on the second day, the building started renovations. Now it can be said that there is no more magnificent building in the old financial city than this building renamed Saint Anne's Building. And the details of Schengen Company have also been inquired by many people. But all the news is like falling into the sea. So Saint Anne's Company put on a veil of mystery in front of everyone. Now these men in trench coats seemed to be waiting for someone to arrive. Is it the mysterious person behind the Saint Anne Company about to appear? Not long after, a black limousine appeared on the street. My Arthur took a closer look, it was Mr. and the others coming. Everything is ready. Sir will be here soon. The wizards were suddenly excited, and they could see Mr. again soon. The most excited of them all was Mocard Carrow. Lord Grindelwald told Grandpa that he would introduce him to Mr. this time. But whether he can seize the opportunity depends on him. Mocard took a deep breath and cheered himself up. Come on, Mocard Carrow. Be sure to make a good impression on your husband. My Arthur saw Mocard's nervousness, and stepped forward to pat him on the shoulder. Take it easy, kid. Sir is a generous man. You just have to be the same as usual. After hearing what my Arthur said, Mocard felt less nervous. Okay, Grandpa, I see. Michael nodded with a smile, then watched the car with Ian approaching. In the car, Hermione kept introducing the surrounding things to Ian. Until Hermione saw a crowd of people on the sidewalk in front of a building. Hermione said with some doubts. Ian, is something going on over there? There are a lot of people around there. Ian didn't know what happened, but he was very familiar with the spirit of the group. The Man of the Saints, Michael Arthur, and Grindelwald are also in the army. 3.4 Ian is also confused now. Is the wizard exposed? It shouldn't be. My Arthur has always been very cautious in doing things. Dumbledore saw the confusion on Ian's face and asked. Ian, is something going on? Ian replied. I don't know either, it will be clear later. The emotions of the surrounding muggles had been fed back to Ian. There is only curiosity, without any emotion of fear. Just when Ian was thinking about the possibility, he rushed to the crowd watching. The car stopped in the middle. There was the sound of moth and candle getting out of the car ahead. Hermione and Dumbledore were a little confused at the moment. Ian had already seen the red carpet on the ground and the wizards standing 2 rows outside the car. At this time, there was a knock on the door of the car. Moth's voice came from outside. Sir! We've arrived at St. Anne's UK branch. Chapter 169. The watching muggles saw a black limousine parked in front of St. Anne's Company. A man also wearing a black windbreaker came out from the driving seat. A strange man in a black robe got off the co-pilot. The two came to the ticket in the back row and waited for the door to open. Seeing this scene, the muggles talked one after another. Look, that man is dressed so strangely. Are they welcoming big shots? Absolute big. In the car, Ian heard Moth's voice, and said to the stunned Hermione and Dumbledore. Let's go, it looks like we're down. Dumbledore looked at Ian in disbelief, and said. Gale and the others set up the company in this kind of place. Ian nodded and said. It should be, they say this is the British branch. Dumbledore's face darkened when he heard Ian's words. Didn't you tell Grindelwald to hide? Now it's just a matter of pulling the spell out and casting it in front of muggles. Hermione was also a little nervous. The crowd outside seemed to be muggles, wouldn't they be exposed? Ian patted Hermione's hand and said with a smile. Let's go, the old man is waiting for us 15 outside. After hearing Ian's words, Hermione relaxed a lot. Dumbledore can't wait for Grindelwald to explain it to him now. Ian and Hermione stood up and walked to the car door. Moss, who was waiting outside, saw Ian coming to the car door, and opened the door respectfully. The people around wanted to poke their heads out to see what this big man from St. Anne's Company looked like. But the wizards at the entrance of the building directly blocked the eyes of the muggles. Mister is not something they can see. The wizards ignored the complaints of the watching muggles. After Moth opened the door, Ian got out of the car. The moment Ian's footsteps just hit the ground. The saints looked at Ian wildly, and said. Welcome, sir. Ian smiled and nodded at the saints, looking back at the stunned Hermione. Come on, Hermione, we're down. After speaking, Ian walked forward holding Hermione. Dumbledore watched from behind the two of them at the sight of heads. He was so angry that his beard almost stood on end. Michael Arthur and Grindelwald approach Ian. Ian saw a young man with my Arthur. The soul breath on his body is very similar to that of my Arthur. It seems that the two are relatives. Ian greeted the two with a smile. Old man, my Arthur, long time no see. Michael looked at Ian with a smile and said. Sir, long time no see. Grindelwald rolled his eyes. Ian. Since you know it's been a long time. Can't you come and see me, old man? Ian heard Grindelwald's words and said with a smile. I'm usually quite busy. And you feel younger when you move. Grindelwald rolled his eyes again at Ian, smiled and said to Hermione. Little Hermione, have you missed Grandpa? Hermione didn't recover until she heard Grindelwald's words. Hermione looked at Grindelwald happily and said. Grandpa Grindelwald. I sure miss you. Grindelwald wiped Hermione's head with his hand, and said with a smile. Be good little Hermione. Come and accompany Grandpa. Hermione looked at Ian, who nodded with a smile. Go, the old man has said that he misses you many times. Hermione happily came to Grindelwald's side. My Arthur said to Ian. Sir, let me introduce you to someone. My Arthur pointed to Morkard and said. This is my grandson, Morkard Caro. He graduated from the Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Now he's mainly in charge of Muggle metal acquisitions. Morkard stepped forward excitedly and said. Hi sir. I am your admirer and follower. Just call me Morkard. Ian sensed Morkard's excitement and said with a smile. I'm Ian Grindelwald. My Arthur's grandson must be very good. Hearing Ian's words, Shakot became even more excited. Ian patted his arm and said with a smile. We'll talk again at the dinner party. Morkard nodded hastily. Don't bother Mr. now. At this time, Dumbledore came from behind, stepped forward, stared directly at Grindelwald and asked. Gale, is this the secret you're talking about? You're just about to put up a sign here saying Wizard's Coven. Grindelwald ignored Dumbledore and led Hermione directly into the building. Grindelwald continued smiling at Hermione. Wait later, Grandpa will take you to see the room prepared for you inside. Seeing that Grindelwald ignored him, Dumbledore suppressed his anger and said. Gellert, you need an explanation. You're going to kill Ian by showing off like this. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Grindelwald stopped. Hermione looked at the two of them, and persuaded Grindelwald. Grandpa Grindelwald, I think Dumbledore is just a little worried. Grindelwald smiled and nodded to Hermione, saying. Little Hermione, wait for me first. After speaking, Grindelwald looked at Dumbledore and said. Albus, I think you should think about it. We bought so much Muggle stuff. And we've got huge Muggle funds in our hands. If you don't show strong strength and mysterious background, this will cause suspicion. If it was in a small place, 487, it would be stared at by Muggles now. It's like a person, he won't break into a place that may be a fire dragon's lair. But would definitely risk it for an unattended treasure. Here is the safest place right now. So you understand. Grindelwald's words stunned Dumbledore, and Dumbledore fell silent. Grindelwald looked at the silent Dumbledore, and said disdainfully. I have to say, your power vision is still so short-sighted. Grindelwald pulled Hermione away after speaking. Hermione said softly. Grandpa Grindelwald, Dumbledore taught him. Grindelwald guessed what Hermione wanted to ask, and said with a smile. It's all right, little Hermione, Albus was just reflecting. It will be fine at night, you believe me. Hermione just nodded, relieved. She didn't want to see Professor Dumbledore arguing with Grandpa Grindelwald. Ian on the side looked at Dumbledore helplessly, and said. Old man Deng, Grindelwald is definitely better than us in these matters. You should trust him more. Hearing Ian's words, Dumbledore smiled wryly and said. It seems so, Ian. Sorry, I'll apologize later. Chapter 170. On the other side, Grindelwald and Hermione had already arrived in the mansion. Grindelwald smiled and asked Hermione. Little Hermione, have you made any progress with Ian lately? Hermione blushed when she heard Grindelwald's words. Hermione lowered her head and whispered. Yes, there are some. Grindelwald nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile. That's good, your room is on the top floor. Come and tell me about what's been going on at Hogwarts lately. Hermione excitedly told Grindelwald what had happened recently. The two walked and chatted all the way. Grindelwald had already learned something a little more esoteric after hearing Hermione's elemental magic, and had also defeated Voldemort's remnant. Grindelwald was still very surprised. It seemed he still underestimated Hermione's talent. Grindelwald then led Hermione to her room door. Grindelwald handed Hermione a silver key studded with rubies, and said to Hermione with a smile. Go and see if you like this room. Thank you, Grandpa Grindelwald. Hermione was looking forward to it now, as she took the key from Grindelwald. After taking the key, Hermione saw the luxurious jewel on it. But Hermione wasn't surprised, whether it was in Ian's lounge, or Zarage Castle. She had seen enough jewels and valuable magic items. Hermione was in a mood of anticipation, and she used the key to unlock the door. Hermione stretched out her hand and gently pushed open the door of the room. The space in the room is very large. And the decoration is very classical, mainly using Gryffindor gold and red decoration. There is also a Gryffindor banner on the dark gold fireplace. There are many dolls on the big bed in the room. There are also a few magic paper cranes flying in the air. What Hermione likes the most is the huge bookshelf. There is an entire wall of books on it. Hermione looked at Grindelwald in surprise, and said, "I like it very much." "Thank you, Grandpa Grindelwald." Grindelwald nodded with a smile and said, "As long as you like it, little Hermione." Ian found the decoration in the room. Ian also prepared the book. He said, "You like it. But I set it up." This made Hermione even happier. She loves anything Ian is a part of. Hermione's little face was smiling very brightly now. Then Hermione said to Grindelwald with some embarrassment, "Grandpa Grindelwald, please." And Ian. Grindelwald touched Hermione's little head and said, "You don't have to be polite with us. By the way, you can use magic here." Hearing Grindelwald's words, Hermione was very surprised and asked, "Didn't Professor Dumbledore say that students can't use magic outside of school?" Hearing Hermione's words, Grindelwald said disdainfully, "Don't listen to Dumbledore. Those idiots in the Ministry of Magic don't get in here." Hermione knew that Ian and Grindelwald never cared about the Ministry of Magic. But after Hermione heard Grindelwald's words, she still didn't know how to answer Grindelwald's words. Grindelwald naturally saw Hermione's predicament, smiled again and said, "You can cast spells with confidence, no one here can restrict you. I need to go to a meeting next, little Hermione. Ian and I will come back to you after the meeting. Ian's room is next door." After speaking, Grindelwald pointed to the door next to him. Hermione nodded obediently. She knew that Ian and Grindelwald still had a lot to deal with. Hermione left herself on the big bed when she entered the room. Looking at the 1,000 paper cranes flying in the sky, Hermione smiled and murmured, "Ian." After saying goodbye to Hermione, Grindelwald came to the meeting room. By this time Dumbledore and Ian had arrived. At the big round table, Ian and Dumbledore took the lead. Moss stood behind Ian. The rest are my Arthur and others, and some high-ranking wizards of the Carrow family. Everyone in the Carrow family sighed very much at this time. At the beginning, when they learned that the husband had handed over the affairs of the Muggle world to them, they were actually very dissatisfied. As one of the Holy 28 families, the Carrow family also looked down on Muggles. They think that this kind of thing can be handed over to some other wizards. But it is impossible for them to disobey Mr. S. order. Coupled with my Arthur's supervision, they can only supplement the common sense and partial knowledge of Muggles. When looking at learning Muggle knowledge, in fact, many people are skeptical. The Carrows don't think Muggles are as powerful as they say in their books. What planes, tanks, and missiles! What a mess these are! And it's so well described? Although they were still disdainful on the surface, they actually wanted to see it in their hearts. Later, under the guidance of Moth, everyone in the Carrow family finally learned how to match Muggle clothes. But their favorite is still the trench coat that Mr. and Mrs. love. Now they can finally visit the Muggle world together. After entering the Muggle world, they were dumbfounded. The things in the book are true. The wizard's pride was thrown to the ground and crushed. And there are so many things they don't know. Muggles aren't what they're written in wizarding books at all. Now everyone in the Carrow family finally knows why Mr. and Your Grace value Muggles so much. And after they understood some of the Muggle technologies, they felt even more that Mr. and Your Excellency were right. Muggles can now threaten the existence of wizards. Now they have no dissatisfaction and doubts about the tasks Ian gave them. What they have to do is to be a sharp knife inserted into the Muggle world by Mr. Good. Seeing Grindelwald's arrival, my Arthur and other members of the Carrow family stood up and saluted. Grindelwald went directly to Ian, Wong Qinhao, and sat down. Dumbledore saw Grindelwald coming, and said to Grindelwald, "Sorry, Gale, I should have trusted you more." Grindelwald heard Dumbledore's words, and he explained to him, "Albus, you know how to apologize. I thought you'd figure it out tonight. Besides, you should have trusted me more." Dumbledore said with a wry smile. "It was Ian who reminded me." Grindelwald snorted and said, "I knew it was over now. How did Michael show you around just now?" Ian nodded, indicating that there was no problem. Dumbledore said with some concern, "Gale, there is nothing wrong with the lower 3 floors of this building. But the floors above have traces of magic. I'm a little worried about being discovered by Muggles." Chapter 171. Grindelwald waved his hand and said, There will be no problem, let's talk about the planning of this Muggle company first. Structurally, I will speak slowly. Hearing Grindelwald's words, Dumbledore nodded impatiently. Let's start then. Then Grindelwald said to my Arthur. It's time to start. My Arthur heard Grindelwald's words, looked at Ian and the others and said. Sir, my lord, we need to launch some products now. Many Muggle companies are beginning to doubt our acquisition. Especially our massive acquisition of Muggle metal. We need to launch products to mask Muggle suspicions. Ian and others nodded when they heard my Arthur's question. Ian asked my Arthur. What products can I use? Please wait a moment, sir. My Arthur drew out the magic spell and waved it. I saw a circle of white smoke spouting from the front of the wand. The white smoke transformed into a white house in the air. Looking at this house, Ian always felt like he had seen it somewhere. Then Meyer Share went on. This is the Muggle Institute. Like our wizard's laboratory. I think we can reassure Muggles under the guise of an institute. Just that we regularly sell some Muggle metal mixed with magic metal. According to your and Mr. Mailer's research, it only needs to be mixed with a small amount of magical metals to make Muggle metals of higher quality. And our cost is very small, and we only need the leftovers from the experiments of you and Mr. Mailer. Dumbledore thought for a moment, then said. Is there a chance that Muggles will notice it? Michael shook his head and said. Basically impossible. Muggle current so-called electronic instruments have no way of detecting traces of magic. Morkard and I have done this experiment. Ian and others looked at Kermode, only to see Kermode nodded. That's right, sir. And Muggle complex electronics cannot handle magic. The magic appears to disrupt the inner workings of the electronics within. But when magic metal is diluted with Muggle metal, that doesn't happen. Ian nodded when he heard Kermode's report. It seems that he and I have another topic. Now he and Nico could modify Muggle cars. They replaced the battery and energy in the car with magical energy, which allowed the vehicle to be successfully transformed. He's using the same technique as Nicole, maybe the Muggle-like device works just as well? Then Ian remembered a man, Arthur Weasley. The owner of the Weasley family in England is also a member of Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix. Ian remembered that Arthur Weasley had also modified a Muggle car himself. See if you can find a chance to poach Arthur Weasley. While Ian was thinking, Dumbledore asked with some doubts. How did you experiment with Muggle stuff? Not seen or suspected by Muggles. Grindelwald shrugged and said. How else can it be used? Use the Imperious Curse to control those people in the Muggle Research Institute. Otherwise, how do you think Michael and us know about the Muggle Institute? Once you control them, they will do their own experiments. Grindelwald looked at Dumbledore's darkening face, and continued. We oblivioned the Muggles after the experiment. Don't worry, you won't be found out. Dumbledore's expression improved a little. Ian then said. Go on like this, old man, what do you think? Grindelwald nodded and said. So be it. I agree with, Phi, too. Seeing that both of them agreed, my Arthur continued. About recruiting Muggle staff. Dumbledore frowned. Muggle employees? Gale, what on earth are you thinking? The risk of such exposure is too great. Hearing Dumbledore's question, Grindelwald looked at Dumbledore and said. That's the link we need. Let the Muggles sell our products. Wizards shouldn't be wasting money on things like this. I want to try to assimilate some Muggles first. Let them think we're what's that word? That's right. Muggle Technology Company. Dumbledore looked at Grindelwald in bewilderment. Next to Ian and Dumbledore, Moss said. Mr. Dumbledore, technology means advanced Muggle technology. Dumbledore suddenly realized, but still frowned. Gale, is this too risky? Grindelwald shook his head and said. This is still your inspiration to me. Let Muggles preconceive that we're a technology company. Just like when you lured Voldemort into your trap. As long as there are not too many magic loopholes. Muggles won't find things strange. Ian nodded, agreeing with Grindelwald's idea. The magic will be exposed sooner or later, so it's better to let it out by yourself little by little. Moreover, there are too few wizards now, and there are still many places that need people. Dumbledore pondered for a while, then said with a wry smile. Then you must be careful. Grindelwald nodded and said. Muggles are only allowed on the bottom 3 floors. Above as a meeting place for our people in London. Ian and Dumbledore nodded, and the matter was passed. Then the next item, the location of the Muggle metalworking factory. The meeting finally determined issues such as the sale and construction of Muggle metals, the product sales plan for diluted potions plus Muggle raw materials, and the expansion of St. Anne's Company. It's afternoon after the meeting. After my Arthur and others left the meeting room. Ian stretched, now the direction has been determined. The rest just needs to wait for the saints to execute it. Dumbledore looked at Ian and Grindelwald with emotion and said, "Today I found that I can't understand Muggles now. And I see that the world's Muggle Wizard Fusion project is beginning. Ian, Gale, I can't believe you guys have done so much in such a short time." Dumbledore's eyes were full of memories. The dream of my youth started slowly like this. Chapter 172. Ian heard Dumbledore's words and said, "I just wanted a quiet research environment. The speed at which Muggles progress makes it necessary for me to do so." Grindelwald also smiled and said, "I think it's the same, Ian is more afraid of trouble than anyone else." Dumbledore nodded with a smile when he heard Grindelwald's words. "But the love in Ian's heart will be his strength." Ian rolled his eyes at Dumbledore, and said, "I'm going to find Hermione first." After speaking, Ian got up and was ready to go out. Grindelwald laughed loudly at this moment. "Maybe you're right this time, Albus." Ian was a little confused by Grindelwald's words. But Ian ignored Grindelwald and walked out. When going out, Ian asked Grindelwald, "Old man, where is the dinner party? Where is Hermione's room?" Grindelwald said with a smile. "The banquet is on the 5th floor, you just need to take the elevator. Little Hermione's room is next to yours, both on the top floor. By the way, that elevator is a Muggle elevator. Don't use it as a magic elevator." Ian rolled his eyes at Grindelwald, nodded and said, "I can't even feel the magic breath." After speaking, Ian walked out into the corridor outside. After Ian left, Dumbledore looked at Grindelwald seriously. "Gale, I hope you don't break the secrecy laws too soon. The wizard's new power is still growing. We still need time." Grindelwald frowned and said, "Don't worry about it. To be honest, I think the same as you. If you hadn't stopped me 47 years ago. I broke the secrecy laws long ago. Muggle power has grown too dangerously now." Dumbledore sighed and said, "It's okay, at least we still have Ian." Grindelwald snorted coldly. "If it weren't for Ian, I don't even know what the wizarding world would be like in the future." Grindelwald also saw a lot of Muggle things in the Muggle world during this time. At the same time, he was also forced to learn some Muggle knowledge. Far more shocking than his prophecy. The Muggle threat loomed even deeper in Grindelwald's mind now than it had 47 years ago. After taking the elevator to the top floor, Ian came to the door of Hermione's room. Ian knocked lightly on the door of Hermione's room. After a while, the door to Hermione's room was opened. When Hermione saw the door, Ian was very happy. After coming here this morning, Hermione stayed in front of the bookshelf all day except for taking a nap in the morning. There are many other books on that wall except for the books on the dark arts. Apart from eating the meal Nubby sent at noon, Hermione didn't even touch the snacks on the table. "Ian, thank you. I really like it here." Ian looked at the happy Hermione and said, "As long as you like it, the dinner party is about to begin. Let's go together." Hermione didn't follow Ian immediately when she heard Ian's words. Hermione looked into Ian's eyes and said, "Ian, I don't know how to return your gift. Whether it's carrot or these things are too expensive." Ian heard Hermione's words, stroked her hair, and said with a smile, "These things are not precious things to me. And you're a genius, Hermione. If you want to give me a gift in return, then learn magic well. I still have a lot of research in the future and Nico, and I can't be too busy." Hermione was a little disappointed to hear Ian's words. "What I clearly want is..." But Hermione soon perked up again. For this big wood, she must keep improving. Ian sensed that Hermione's emotions are very complicated now, and asked puzzledly, "What's wrong, Hermione?" Hermione shook her head when she heard Ian's words, and said with a smile, "I'll do what you say. Ian. Now let's go to the banquet." Grandpa Grindelwald is still waiting for us. There is still a lot of time in the future, and she can't rush now, but she will always be with Ian. In the following time, St. Anne's Company, under the management of my Arthur and others, has begun to implement the plan step by step. Dumbledore and Grindelwald were discussing the solution to the Muggles every day. And Ian ushered in a rare vacation. He was urged out by Dumbledore and Grindelwald. What Grindelwald said was, "Don't hang out with old bastards like them every day." So these days Hermione takes Ian around London. And Hogwarts also ushered in the day when the little wizards went home. The little wizards took the Hogwarts Express again, and every little wizard was looking forward to going home. But there are some exceptions, and Harry is one of them. He didn't want to go back to Uncle Vernon's house at all. Harry said to Ronald beside him. "Ronald, I really don't want to go back." When Ronald heard Harry's words, he said excitedly. "Then you want to come to my house? My mother sure welcomes you." Harry was actually very moved when he heard Ronald's words. Ronald's mother, whom I saw at the beginning of school. Harry felt that she was very warm-hearted and kind, and she gave him a sweater and toffee for Christmas. But Harry shook his head immediately, and said to Ronald. "Ronald, that would be rude. Thank you for the invitation, Ronald." Ronald was very disappointed when he heard Harry's words. Ronald looked Harry in the eyes and said, "Brother, if something happens to you, please tell me. I will save you." Ronald knew how Harry was treated at his uncle's house. Harry was very moved by Ronald's words, and Harry was about to speak when there was a knock on the door of the box. Harry saw Draco outside with Goyle and Crabbe. Harry stepped forward to open the car door, and asked suspiciously. "Malfoy, what do you want?" Draco said arrogantly. "I came to remind you. Potter. Don't forget to write to me when you're on vacation. And you are always welcome at Malfoy Manor." Harry looked at the arrogant Draco with a smile and said. "I will, Malfoy." Hearing Harry's reply, Draco left satisfied. Ronald hadn't taunted Draco since the last time. It's just that the two of them rarely talked, and Harry couldn't help it. But Harry was relieved that at least Ronald had changed. Soon, the Hogwarts Express arrived at platform 9 3/4 amidst the laughter of the little wizards. Chapter 173. Harry and Ronald got off the train together, and the two of them walked across the platform, and after a long wait, they finally passed through the pillars of the platform. After Harry and Ronald passed through the pillar, Harry heard a little girl's voice calling to him. "Harry Potter! That's Harry Potter!" Harry looked over at her. And Ronald recognized it was his sister's voice. "Mom! It's Harry Potter! He's here!" Ginny let out a scream. Ronald said to Harry. "Sorry, Harry, I forgot that my sister is your fan." Mrs. Weasley, who was beside Ginny, stopped Ginny from shouting, and said with a smile. "Honey, you're going to cause trouble for Harry." When Ginny heard her mother's words, she quickly shut her mouth, and just looked at Harry very fervently. Ronald led Harry towards Molly 037, Molly looked at Harry and said with a smile. "Honey, are you all right?" "Yes, I'm fine, thank you Mrs. Weasley." "What a wonderful Christmas present from you." Molly laughed even more when she heard Harry's words. "Good boy, I hope you can come to see Ronald during the summer vacation." Ronald also invited Harry again. "Harry, look, my mother welcomes you very much. You must come. Our home is outside the village of Ottery St. Catchpole, Devon, called the Burrow." Harry froze for a moment, nodded, and said seriously. "Thank you Mrs. Weasley, and Ronald, I will definitely go if I get the chance." Molly smiled and nodded, and said. "That's how it is, may Merlin bless you, kid." Then Molly took Ginny and Ronald to find George and Frey and Percy. With the owl and luggage, Harry was going to find Uncle Vernon. He had heard from Professor McGonagall that Professor McGonagall would send his uncle to pick him up. But Harry was kind of looking forward to seeing his cousin Dudley. Because they don't know that little wizards can't use magic outside of school. And Ian must have given them a lot of fear at the time. Thinking of this, Harry couldn't help laughing. On the other side, Draco also found Lucius and Narcissa. Draco was very happy to see his parents and shouted. "Dad! Mom!" Narcissa heard her son's cry and ran up to hug Draco. During this time, they were very tormented. Although he knew that Dumbledore would not attack the little wizard, he was still very worried about Draco. Draco smiled in Narcissa's arms and said, "Mom, I'm back." Narcissa's eyes were a little moist, looking at Draco. "Just come back, Draco. You must tell Mom about your school at night." Draco nodded happily to Narcissa. "Good Mom." At this time Lucius also came up. Lucius watched his intact son relax slightly. Lucius asked Draco. "Draco, did Bulido and Grindelwald act erratically at school?" Draco looked at Lucius suspiciously, and said, "Father, Ian and Professor Dumbledore didn't push me hard." "Why do you ask that?" "Goyle and Black can testify." Lucius turned to look at Goyle and Brock. The two nodded to Lucius, but they were also puzzled. Lucius breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Dumbledore and Ian Grindelwald didn't make it difficult for the young wizards. And his children also call Ian Grindelwald Ian. Well, that proves they are friends. His child still did not live up to his expectations. Lucius smiled from the heart and said, "It's okay Draco, I was just asking. Looks like you and Ian Grindelwald have become friends." When Draco heard what Lucius said, he said proudly, "Yes, Father. Ian is my friend now. And Harry Potter too." Lucius Hannasis's heart skipped a beat when she heard Draco's words. "Harry Potter is his master's enemy." Lucius smiled and said, "Come on, Draco, we'll talk in the carriage." Draco nodded, saying goodbye to Goyle and Brock happily. Then Lucius said to Goyle and Brock, "Old Goyle and Old Brack will be here soon. Gregory, Vincent, wait a moment, they have something to do in Diagon Alley." Gore and Brock thanked Lucius quickly after hearing Lucius' words. "Thank you, Mr. Malfoy." Lucius nodded, turned, and led Draco towards the carriage. A shivering elf named Dobby opened the door of the carriage for the Malfoy family. Seeing Dobby like this, Lucius frowned. Lucius hit Dobby with the cane. "Trash! Don't embarrass me in front of others." Dobby was in pain, but he didn't dare to do anything unnecessary. "I'm sorry Master, Dobby has shamed the Master. Dobby will punish himself." Then Dobby knelt down and hit the ground hard with his head. Draco frowned and looked at Dobby on the ground, and said, "Dobby, get up. We're getting in the car." Dobby then stopped punishing himself, and said to Draco tremblingly, "Master and Little Master, please get in the car." Lucius glanced at Draco, but didn't think much of it. When passing by Dobby, he slapped Dobby hard with his cane. Dobby shuddered all over, but dared not move at all. After the Malfoy family came to the carriage, Dobby drove the carriage to Malfoy Manor. On the way, Lucius and Narcissa's side knock asking Draco about Dumbledore and Ian 2.4. But the only answer they got was that Ian took good care of the little wizard and Dumbledore was still very busy. Just like before. But Lucius certainly didn't believe this. It didn't take long before they arrived at the Malfoy family's estate. Dobby opened the door of the carriage, and the Malfoy family stepped out of the carriage. Lucius and Narcissa ignored Dobby. Only Draco nodded quietly to Dobby as he passed by. This made Dobby very flattered. How could the little master care about Dobby? But Dobby dared not say anything. Dobby could only clenched his fists tightly, feeling very touched in his heart. Draco's change was because he liked Ian's elf named Nubby. It cooks deliciously. It doesn't make loud noises. It's completely different from Dobby and his family. Chapter 74. After Draco asked Ian how he raised Nubby, he remembered Ian saying, "Don't beat and scold house elves casually, they take care of your life, you have at least the most basic understanding. You can think of them as friends or as family. But you have to remember that their first identity is your servant." Lucius and Narcissa did not notice Draco's behavior. Lucius asked Draco as he walked. "Draco, you just talked about normal life at Hogwarts. But I heard from Severus that you were second in the class. Severus didn't tell me about it in detail either. I thought you should tell me." When Narcissa heard Lucius' words, she also stared at Draco, waiting for Draco's answer. After all, the result of being second in the whole grade is really too mysterious. It's not that they don't believe in Draco, they also hope that Draco can achieve a good result. But they know best what Draco's talent is. Draco heard his father's words and said excitedly, 16 Dad, Professor Snape was right. I didn't take the test. Lucius and Narcissa were stunned when they heard Draco's words. Can Hogwarts be exempted from exams? Could it be that his old friend, Snape, lied to him? As soon as this idea came up, Lucius threw it out of his head. Severus certainly wouldn't lie to himself, so what happened to this matter? Could it be that Dumbledore has lost his mind? Lucius frowned and asked Draco. Draco, I think you should tell me the details. Draco nodded and said excitedly. Dad, it's because we met Voldemort. Lucius and Narcissa almost fell to the ground when they heard Draco's words. On the other hand, Dobby almost jumped up when he heard Voldemort's name. Lucius felt his whole body was soft now. Did my son say that name just now? Narcissa also looked at Draco with a pale face, she only hoped that she had misheard the name just now. Draco saw that both Lucius and Narcissa were pale and trembling. Draco asked puzzledly. Dad, Mom, what's the matter with you? Lucius hadn't recovered yet, he stared at Draco and asked. Draco, who did you just say you met? Draco was even more puzzled, and said. Voldemort. Lucius and Narcissa can now confirm that they heard correctly. My son said Voldemort's name. And his son said they met the Dark Lord? Dobby lowered his head aside, a different light flashed in his eyes. He wants to protect the savior Harry Potter, that the other elves said. Narcissa pulled Draco and said tremblingly. Draco, we can't say that name. Draco said suspiciously. Why? Can't that kind of coward say it? Lucius and Narcissa almost passed out when their eyes went dark. Just now my son said, what is Voldemort? A coward? That was their family's nightmare. He is their master. And was Draco lying? This was Lucius' first reaction, but he looked at Draco's sincere eyes. Lucius himself felt that his thoughts were ridiculous, he thought Draco was not lying. Draco looked at his parents' flustered expression, and asked puzzledly. Dad, Mom, does Voldemort scare you all like that? Don't say that name again. Lucius groaned in disbelief. This startled Draco and Narcissa. Narcissa looked at Lucius worriedly. Lucius, calm down, Draco. Having said that, Narcissa didn't say anything more. Then Lucius took Draco and Narcissa and ran to Malfoy's old house in the manor. After entering the house, Lucius slammed the door shut. Lucius, what's going on? A portrait of Malfoy's ancestor on the wall asked, looking at Lucius' horrified expression. Lucius did not answer the portrait's question, and drew out his wand, sleep quickly. The portraits in the room instantly fell asleep. After all of last night, Lucius took a deep breath, looked at Draco seriously, and said. Draco, I feel the need to tell you something. After speaking, Lucius opened his sleeves. On his arm is a tattoo of an entangled snake spitting out of a skeleton mouth. Narcissa shivered when she saw the tattoo. The memory of that horror hit her again. Draco looked at Lucius' dark mark curiously. Dad, is this a tattoo? Lucius said to Draco seriously. No, it's a curse. Curse? Draco looked up at Lucius' hand in horror. How could his dad have a curse on him? Lucius continued. It's called the Dark Mark, and it's the means by which the Dark Lord controls the Death Eaters. Draco's pupils contracted when he heard Lucius' words. Lucius continued. It can sense the location of the Death Eaters, and contact the Death Eaters. It was a symbol of power under the Dark Lord. But once you betray the Dark Lord, it's a sign of death. Then Lucius looked into Draco's eyes and said seriously. Draco, Narcissa and I used to be Death Eaters. People say the Dark Lord is dead, but that doesn't seem to be the case now. Lucius suddenly became depressed, and he and Narcissa struggled to get rid of Voldemort's control. When the Death Eaters were captured, they also spent a lot of money to escape. Otherwise, both of them are still in Azkaban now. Draco looked at his old father and said seriously. Dad, Ian already told me about you guys. And you betrayed Voldemort, didn't you? Lucius and Narcissa were taken aback when they heard Draco's words. They had wanted to stop Draco from saying that name. But when Draco said they had betrayed the Dark Lord, the two immediately panicked. No. We did not betray. Just hide for now. Look for opportunities. Draco looked at the fear in the eyes of his father and mother, and the terrified expressions of the two. Draco shook his head, and continued seriously. You are betraying. Chapter 175. I don't. I'd say. Well. Lucius saw the certainty in Draco's eyes. He slumped on the ground limply and said. Yes, Draco, we have betrayed the Dark Lord. Narcissa also covered her face and sat on the ground, feeling very powerless. Draco looked at his parents distressedly and said. Mom and Dad, Ian told me not to worry. It should be before the end of the term. Even if Voldemort comes back, he shouldn't make things difficult for you. He still needs the power and influence of the Malfoys. Lucius and Narcissa were obviously taken aback when they heard Draco's words. But then Lucius was ecstatic. Is what you said true? Won't we be killed by the Dark Lord? Narcissa is also looking at Draco, as long as her son is useless. But they obviously ignored the sentence before the end of the period. When Draco heard his parents call Voldemort, the cowardly Dark Lord, he always felt very awkward. The title of Dark Lord is obviously worthy of Ian. Draco nodded. What Ian said is 490 not missed yet. Lucius and Narcissa heard Ian's name again. Now they are very curious about why this descendant of Grindelwald gave his son so much confidence. Before they could ask a question, Draco thought of something else. By the way, Voldemort is a half-blood wizard. Ian said it. Lucius and Narcissa were shocked when they heard this. Draco, this is no joke. The Dark Lord should be a descendant of the Gaunt family. He can speak snake language. Lucius stood up and stared at Draco and said. Draco shrugged nonchalantly, a gesture he'd learned from Ian. Ian didn't elaborate on that. But trust Ian's for sure. Narcissa couldn't help asking. What is it about Ian that makes you so confident in him? Said Ian, then Draco wouldn't be sleepy. Draco said proudly. Because Ian made us beat Voldemort. Now, Malfoy's old house instantly became very quiet. The kind that you can hear, gay, even when the needle falls on the ground. Lucius swallowed a mouthful of saliva and asked tremblingly. What did you just say? Draco repeated proudly again. Dad. We defeated Voldemort. Now his parents should praise him. Draco thought so. But Narcissa fainted instantly after hearing Malfoy's words. Lucius also sat down on the ground with weak legs again. He didn't think Draco was telling the truth at all. He knows how powerful Voldemort is. How could his own son be Voldemort's opponent? But he knew Draco's character, but Draco would give birth to the little netmasters outside. But Draco never lied to him and Narcissa. And on such a big matter, Draco had absolutely no reason to lie to them. Lucius tried his best to restrain his emotions and try to keep himself rational. Lucius asked tremblingly. Draco, you should tell me how you did it. Lucius still couldn't say the words defeating the Dark Lord. Draco knew what Lucius wanted to ask, but he still looked at Narcissa, who had fainted first. Draco drew out his wand and pointed at Narcissa. Recover quickly. A white light shot onto Narcissa and quickly merged into Narcissa's body. Lucius watched Draco cast the spell in shock. The resurrection spell is not something a first-year wizard can learn. What exactly did his son go through at Hogwarts? As for the Ministry of Magic monitoring little wizards casting spells, they don't have the ability to accurately judge whether the little wizard is casting a spell. And this is Malfoy Manor, the traces of Draco's casting will only be regarded as Lucius casting a spell. Draco saw that Narcissa was showing signs of sobriety, and quickly stepped forward to help Narcissa. Lucius also reacted, but he almost fell to the ground as soon as he got up. Narcissa slowly opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was Draco and Lucius. Her last memory is when Draco said they defeated the Dark Lord. Narcissa looked at Draco nervously and said. Draco, is what you said true? Draco nodded seriously. Then Narcissa looked at her husband, and saw Lucius reluctantly nodded despite his pale face. Narcissa took a deep breath, looked at Draco and said. Lucius and I will hear your story. Draco looked at Narcissa worriedly and said. Mom, take a rest first, I'm worried. Narcissa directly interrupted Draco, saying. Draco, if we don't know what's going on, Lucius and I won't be able to rest well. Seeing that Narcissa was very determined, Draco had no choice but to tell the story of their confrontation with Voldemort now. In the process of speaking, Lucius and Narcissa turned paler and paler. And Draco is getting more and more excited as he talks. Especially when Draco said that he and Harry were the first to rush up besides Hermione. Lucius and Narcissa were so nervous that their hands were wet with sweat. When they heard later that it was Hermione who had defeated Voldemort, both of them couldn't believe it. A young Muggle wizard defeated Voldemort. Of course they know Hermione. The little wizard who has been by Ian Grindelwald's side. Although when investigating Ian's information, they couldn't find many things. But a little wizard next to Ian is still fine. Lucius and Narcissa glanced at each other. It seems that this magi named Hermione must pay more attention in the future. During Draco's narration, the two became more and more shocked. New magic. 11-year-old legendary wizard. Powerful student. In the end we found out that Voldemort had been captured by Ian and Professor Dumbledore long ago. And Ian gave Voldemort's mutilated soul to Hermione's pet. Mom and Dad, you don't know, Hermione's bone dragon Lark is really handsome. Lucius and Narcissa were stupefied by now. When the two heard that Voldemort had been arrested long ago, their mentality immediately collapsed. The Dark Lord they have feared for so many years is just a plaything in the hands of Dumbledore and Ian. In the end of the Dark Lord became the food of that horrible black magic creature? Or was it hand-fed by Ian and Dumbledore and they fooled everyone? Dumbledore. You still say you're not the White Lord? And you've found a real Dark Lord? Ian Grindelwald. Chapter 176. Draco looked at the suitcase in his hand, feeling that his thoughts were very confused now. That's right, he was just kicked out of Malfoy Manor by Lucius. Lucius said he was as stupid as a Gryffindor lion. Malfoy's family precepts are wise and safe. And Draco and Harry rushed to duel Voldemort. So Draco's summer vacation had just begun, and he was kicked out of the house. And Lucius expressly forbade him to go to the Slytherins like Goyle and Brock. Now Draco was messing around by the side of the road by himself. In the Malfoy Manor, Lucius and Narcissa are in the storage room at this time. Lucius seemed to be rummaging for something. Narcissa said to Lucius worriedly. Lucius, isn't it a little too much for us to treat Draco like this? Lucius shook his head and said. Since the Dark Lord is dead, he has returned again. We don't know at this point if he can be resurrected again. The curse on us is still there, which proves that he didn't die completely. When Narcissa heard what Lucius said, she said excitedly. Lucius. Then we should protect Draco even more now. Lucius shook his head and said. Sasha, if the Dark Lord returns, where will he go first? Narcissa said angrily. How would I know? Azkaban is looking for his loyal followers. Or call people. Having said that, Narcissa stiffened immediately. Lucius nodded and said. That's right. He will call in the manpower first. And the first stop will be us Malfoy. Ian was right. He needs our family's influence. What do you think would happen if he saw Draco? Draco shot at him. Narcissa's face instantly turned pale. She can't let Draco get hurt no matter what. Lucius continued. And if that's the case, the Dark Lord will definitely summon Goyle and the others. Draco must not stay here. Narcissa asked dejectedly. Then Lucius, where do you think Draco will choose to go? Lucius' eyes flickered, and he said. 2 places, one is where Ian is. The second place, where Harry Potter lives. Narcissa asked puzzledly. Will Draco be safe if he goes to Harry Potter? Lucius nodded and said. Harry Potter lives in the Muggle community. And surrounded by Dumbledore's people. They wouldn't dare go there. Draco will be safe. Hearing this, Narcissa was relieved. Narcissa thought for a while and said. I'd better ask about other families first. Lucius responded, and now they really need to know the situation of the other family. After Narcissa walked out of the room, Lucius found a black notebook. Dobby saw Lucius holding the black notebook from the storage room door. It seems to know this notebook. It was given to the master by the Dark Lord. Lucius held the notebook, thinking about what to do with the item. The one to send to Dumbledore as a nomination? No, they won't believe him. And he'll be in danger himself. I can only go to Nocturne Alley to see if I can deal with it. Dobby's scalp is tingling. Master will hurt Harry Potter. He needs to think of a way quickly. On the other side, Draco thought for a long time in confusion. Draco still couldn't figure out why his father kicked him out. But now he finds that he has nowhere to go. Draco's friends are all from Slytherin, and Lucius doesn't allow him to go. It never occurred to him that he could hide it from Lucius. Draco believed that as soon as he stepped into those people's manners, Lucius would receive the news immediately. Friend? Yes, friend. His friends are Ian and Harry. Draco was just starting to get excited when it occurred to him that he didn't seem to know where Ian lived. This made Draco depressed again. What about Harry? Think carefully. By the way, Draco seemed to have said that when he overheard Harry and Ronald. Harry lives with his muggle uncle. Draco took out his wand and cast a reminiscence charm on himself, a little charm that Ian had handed him. This spell can search a memory and restore the scene in the mind. But each person can only bear at most one spell per day, otherwise they will be admitted to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical injuries and injuries. Draco didn't expect it to come in handy at this time. The picture gradually emerged in his mind. Harry was saying to Ronald, "Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey." Yes. Here it is. Draco was happy again, and in that case he went to find Harry. But then a sharp pain hit Draco's brain. Draco paled from the pain and squatted down with his head in his arms. But the pain came and went quickly. It didn't take long for Draco to recover. Draco smiled wryly and said, "It turns out that the side effects Ian said are like this. No wonder you can only use it once a day. It hurts?" Then Draco picked up the luggage and wand. "I remember it being used like this." With that, Draco extended his wand forward. After a while, a 3-story bus suddenly appeared in front of Draco. The car door was opened directly, and a sound that seemed to just wake up came from the car. "Welcome aboard the night business. My name is Stan Parker. Today's conductor for..." Draco didn't catch Stan Parker's words. It's just that Draco is a little emotional now. Unexpectedly, he would also have a day to ride the night bus. Seeing that Draco was distracted, Stan Parker got out of the car and snapped his fingers in front of Draco. "Hey! Do you want to get in the car?" Only then did Draco come back to his senses, and quickly said, "Certainly." "Then get in the car quickly. I'll carry your luggage for you." Draco walked into the car now, looking at the rows of beds in front of him. He was not used to it. After Stanson helped Draco carry his luggage up, he asked Draco, "Hey! Where are you going?" Draco turned to Stanson and said, "Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey." "Oh! It's quite far away. I'll calculate the price for you." After Stanson finished speaking, he began to operate the magic machine hanging in front of him. Draco thought to himself, "Since you're not coming, then I'll go find you." Potter 2. Chapter 177. Thanks for riding the night bus. I have to say, young master of the Malfoy family, I thought you were as annoying as those purebloods. You're the best little pureblood wizard I've ever seen. Finally, I wish you a happy run away from home." After Stanson finished speaking, he closed the door, and the night bus drove out quickly. Draco looked awkwardly in the direction the night bus was leaving. So it turns out that pure-blood wizards are so hated in other people's hearts? Under Ion's change, Draco, except for a little bit of arrogance, no longer behaved domineeringly on weekdays. Seeing that Draco was alone in the car, Stanson chatted with the bored Draco for a while. At first Stanson thought Draco was a little wizard passing by Malfoy Manor. It was only after chatting later that I heard Draco say that he ran away from home at 170. After all, Draco couldn't say that he was kicked out. On the night bus, Draco looked curiously at the Muggle buildings all the way. And those tin cans that run without horses and magic. Perhaps he should visit the Muggle world? Draco shook his head. Now is not the time to think about these things, he must find Hara first. Draco withdrew his thoughts, looking forward to seeing Harry very much. Harry's jaw would drop if he saw him. But Draco, in the middle of Privet Drive, saw the Muggle houses now. Suddenly remembered, he didn't know which house Harry lived in. Draco suddenly became distressed. It seems that he can only search one by one. It would be great if he learned the magic of Show Me the Way at this time. Draco looked at what seemed to be numbers on the letterbox on the lawn of the Muggle house. He observed it and found that the numbers of each house were arranged one by one. Draco decided to start looking slowly from number 1. This is sure to find it. So Draco sprang into action. When Draco came to the house at number 1 Privet Drive, Draco knocked softly on the door. After a while, a middle-aged woman opened the door. She saw a strangely dressed child pulling luggage. This child was dressed like a wizard. But today is not Halloween. The middle-aged woman asked suspiciously. Honey, what's the matter with you? Draco said with some embarrassment. Hello. Does Harry Potter live here? Hearing Draco's words, the middle-aged woman felt a little puzzled. Son, the Harry Potter you're talking about doesn't live here. Are you alone? Need help? Draco was disappointed to hear that Harry didn't live here. But he didn't expect that the muggle in front of him would be very enthusiastic. Although Draco looked down on muggles, he was under the influence of Ian's behavior for a long time. Draco still politely said to the middle-aged woman. Thanks, I can do it myself, I think I should keep looking. After speaking, Draco pulled his luggage and prepared to visit the next one. The middle-aged woman's voice came from behind Draco. Son, if you're in any trouble come back to me. And number 4, the Vernons are very strange. Be careful. When Draco heard the woman's words, he turned his head and nodded. It seems that muggles are not too annoying. Thanks. At this time, Kingsley Shacklebolt, who was on duty to protect Harry nearby, spotted Draco. Is that the Malfoy kid? Strange, how did he come here? Kingsley Shacklebolt was full of doubts, but he still had to report to Dumbledore about Draco's presence here. Although Dumbledore said that as long as Harry is not harmed by magic, everything is fine. But Harry's safety couldn't be compromised. Immediately, Kingsley Shacklebolt took out a small piece of parchment and a quill from his pocket. He wrote on it. The Malfoy children appear on Privet Drive. Kingsley Shacklebolt. After finishing writing, Shaker wrapped the parchment in an envelope and shouted to the books beside him. Ask. A medium-sized brown owl flew towards Shacklebolt. Shacklebolt handed the letter to the owl and said. Ask, send the letter to Albus Dumbledore. The owl that received the order flew in the direction of St. Anne's Company. Then Shacklebolt watched Draco look for Harry's figure and hid himself. Draco arrived at number 4, Privet Drive, after searching for 3 Muggle houses. Harry was absent from the first 3 houses. But Draco was a little annoyed now. Because except for the woman from the first family. When the other Muggles saw his wizard robes and luggage, their eyes made Draco very annoying. It felt like they were looking at something weird. He decided to take back the notion that Muggles weren't too annoying. Muggles who are not obnoxious are just the exception. Draco walked to the door of number 4, Privet Drive. The Muggle woman said the people here were weird, be careful yourself. Draco tried his best to calm down his emotions. Draco chose to draw out his wand, but decided to be more careful. After drawing his wand, Draco took a deep breath and knocked lightly on the door. After Vernon and Petunia received Harry today, their emotions were very mixed. The wizard's letter made them afraid not to pick up Harry. But the fear of wizards haunts them all the time. Ian and the dragon and the skeleton still kept coming to Vernon and Petunia's minds. Now that Harry has studied for a semester, he must be able to do magic too. If Harry learns the magic of that evil white-haired wizard 1.6, if they bully Harry again, they don't think they will have good fruit to eat. The current Harry should not be in their control. After they took Harry home, Vernon and Petunia greeted Dudley. Don't allow him to bully Harry anymore. In case Harry wants to take revenge, the concern of a wizard is not something they can bear. So now Harry is being treated very well. Today he was treated at Vernon's house like he hadn't been treated in 11 years. He also moved from the cupboard to the guest bedroom on the 2nd floor. Except for Vernon, Petunia, and Dudley, he basically didn't talk to him, and everything else was the same as Dudley. While Harry was enjoying dinner, the Vernon family was frowning and frightened. There was a knock on the door of their house. Chapter 178. Vernon and Petunia froze for a moment when they heard the knock on the door. Dolly also looked at Vernon. Petunia glanced at the clock on the wall, and said suspiciously. It's so late, who will knock at the door? Vernon said a little irritably. I don't know. As long as it's not those weird people. Vernon carefully glanced at Harry who was eating, and was relieved to see that Harry didn't hear him. Then Vernon stood up to answer the door. Petunia walked towards the gate together behind Vernon. Vernon opened the door, and Vernon and Petunia saw a little wizard with platinum blonde hair and a silk robe standing outside. And this little wizard still has a wand in his hand. Vernon and Petunia thumped in their hearts, they are very nervous now. Will the little wizard make a skeleton too? Draco watched the two men stare at his wand. These two muggles know about wizards? At this moment Draco said nervously. Excuse me, does Harry Potter live here? Vernon and Petunia are already sweating profusely. Hearing Draco ask Harry Potter again, both of their calves started to tremble. Ian put too much psychological pressure on them that time. 16. Draco saw that Vernon and Petunia were silent, so he asked again. Do you know where Harry Potter lives? He felt he was right this time. Judging by the reaction of the two of them, you must know the wizard. And Harry must be here. Harry, who was eating, heard Draco's voice coming from the door. Isn't it at Hogwarts now? Did he hear wrong? Just when Harry was stunned, Draco's voice sounded again. This time Harry was sure it was Draco's voice. Harry quickly dropped the fork in his hand and ran towards the door. Vernon felt his clothes were wet with sweat, he thought wizards were too dangerous. Don't let this little wizard know that Harry is here. Otherwise, I don't know how much trouble there will be in the future. Just when Vernon was about to speak to fool the little wizard away first, Harry ran out. Harry looked at Draco in surprise, and said, Hey! Malfoy! Why are you here? Draco glanced at Vernon and Petunia, and he sensed that something was wrong. He remembered that Harry lived in his uncle's house, so this person is Harry's uncle? Then why didn't they just say Harry was home? Why are they so scared and nervous again? Draco buried his doubts in his heart first, and said to Harry with a smile. Potter! I'm coming for you. Harry ran to Draco, looked at the wand in Draco's hand, and asked. Draco, why did you take out your wand? Draco said helplessly. I'm not very familiar with the Muggle world, so I always need some means of self-defense. When Dolly heard the sound of the door, he poked his head out of the dining room curiously. When he saw the wizard robe on Draco, he quickly stretched his head back in fright. Vernon and Petunia became even more nervous when they heard Draco's words, they were afraid that Draco would cast a spell on them now. Harry pulled Draco and asked. Then what's going on with you now? Even brought the suitcase. Draco smiled wryly and said. I'll tell you later, Harry. Harry nodded and said. Then you come in first. Vernon and Petunia were terrified when they heard Harry invite Draco in. Vernon said aloud in horror. Harry! You can't let him in. Both Harry and Draco were taken aback by Vernon's voice. Looking at the frightened Vernon and Petunia, Draco frowned and said. Harry, I felt weird just now. Your uncle and the others seem to have a very special attitude towards you. Harry was a little embarrassed, scratched his hair, and said. Maybe there is some misunderstanding. Vernon heard Harry's words, and then said loudly. No. There is no misunderstanding. It is enough to have a freak like you in the family. You cannot. Before Vernon finished speaking, the wand in Draco's hand pointed at Vernon. Silence and silence. Vernon felt that no sound could come out of his mouth anymore. Penny almost screamed. But when he saw Draco pointing at his wand, he didn't dare to speak any more. Petunia covered her mouth and hurried up to check on her husband. Seeing that Vernon was fine, Vernon and Petunia looked at Draco in horror. This little platinum-haired wizard really put a spell on them. Harry was also taken aback by Draco's sudden casting of the spell. But he was relieved when he saw that it was just a silencing spell. Draco looked at the Vernon couple with disgust and said. I sort of understand why Harry won't tell me about his family. With muggles like you around, I really doubt you would bully Harry. Vernon and Petunia were taken aback by Draco's eyes. Draco ignored the two of them, and said to Harry. Potter! Are you going to teach them a lesson? Harry heard Draco's words, and said quickly. Malfoy, it's okay, they're just scared. Please don't hurt them. Draco heard Harry's words and asked puzzledly. Can you stand them? If I were you, I'd beat them until they're scared. 187 Vernon and Petunia were suddenly pale with fright, and they looked at Harry begging for mercy. Looking at the terrified Vernon and Petunia, Harry smiled wryly and shook his head, saying. Malfoy, I can't hurt them. Although they treat me badly, I cannot grow up without their care. And, they're the only family I have. After Vernon and Petunia heard Harry's words, the anger in Vernon's eyes lessened a lot, but he was still very angry. And Petunia looked at Harry with a lot more emotion. Draco opened his mouth when he heard Harry's words, but still didn't say anything. Harry looked at the complicated emotions in Draco's eyes, and said with a smile. It's okay, Malfoy. I've got a lot of friends now. Draco turned his head to one side at Harry's words. I just want to be your friend, by the way. Looking at the arrogant Draco, Harry shook his head. His friend is good at everything, but his mouth is stubborn. But now there is a big problem to deal with. Then Harry looked at Draco worriedly, pointed at Vernon and Petunia and said. Though I appreciate you, Malfoy. But, is it really all right? After all, you know, the notice from the school. Chapter 179. Draco shook his head in embarrassment when he heard Harry's words. I'm too impulsive, after all, I just get upset when I see you being bullied. Draco has to be arrogant at this time. Then Draco thought of Ian, and said with some embarrassment. Should we please write to Ian? I've heard Ian has a lot of power in the wizarding world. But wouldn't that be too good? Harry thought for a while, then said with a wry smile. Maybe that's all there is to it. Let's write to Ian quickly. They dare not write to other professors. Because it says in the school leaving notice. Casting spells outside of school will result in expulsion. And Draco just attacked Vernon. Just as Harry and Draco were about to write a letter, a black wizard stepped out of the darkness. Kingsley Shacklebolt had just received a letter from Dumbledore telling him to favor Harry and Draco. Dumbledore will arrange for Arthur Weasley to pick up Draco later. Shacklebolt had been watching from the shadows after receiving orders from Dumbledore. He was also taken aback when Draco cast a curse on Vernon. This is something he has wanted to do for a long time. Well done, Malfoy boy. But when he saw Draco asking Harry to take revenge on the Vernon family, he wanted to stop it right away. But Shacklebolt was relieved when he saw Harry shaking his head. Harry's choice did not disappoint him, he was still the kind Harry. But then he received a notice from the Ministry of Magic that there were 2 young wizards near him, who were suspected of casting spells outside the school. This matter was handed over to him, and he was asked to find out which little wizard cast the spell. Shaker muttered in his heart. Has Arthur not come yet? After all, it was impossible for Shacklebolt to deal with Harry and Draco, so he walked out, wanting to take the 2 out of here first. As long as the people who came after didn't find the little wizard, there was no violation of the secrecy law. As for the warning letter from the Ministry of Magic, it will not be issued until it is determined which little wizard it is. Harry and Draco were also very surprised to see the wizard suddenly appearing in front of them. Draco had pointed his wand at Shacklebolt. Harry also drew out his wand at this moment, looking at Shacklebolt warily. That's what Ian had taught them, that the wand didn't have to be inseparable. Shaker looked at Harry and Draco with a smile, and said. I think we should get out of here first, and the magic man will come. Harry and Draco looked at the wizard in front of them warily, and Draco said. Who are you? Shaker smiled and said. Sorry, I just forgot to introduce myself. My name is Kingsley Shacklebolt, and I'm an Auror. Auror! Harry and Draco exclaimed. The 2 were caught straight. Muggle attack. Off-campus spellcasting. They're not really going to Azkaban, are they? Shacklebolt ignored the terrified Harry and Draco, but looked at Vernon and Petunia. Sorry, the little wizards seem to have caused you some trouble. After speaking, Shacklebolt drew out his wand and lifted Vernon's silencing spell. After the spell was lifted, Vernon panted heavily, and looked at the 3 of Harry in fear. Harry and the little wizard named Malfoy seemed to be very afraid of this wizard in front of them. Before Vernon and Penny could think about it, Shaker stepped forward and said seriously. Since you were not harmed, I think that's the end of the matter. If you don't agree, I think I can only make you forget about it. When Vernon and Petunia saw Shacklebolt stepping forward, they hurriedly took 2 steps back. Vernon and Petunia looked at Shacklebolt warily, and the pajamas said fearfully. I promise you. Please let us go. Shaker nodded and said with a smile. That's it. I'll take Harry and Malfoy with me. Thank you very much for your cooperation. There are 10,000 wishes in Vernon's heart. Take those 2 dangerous freaks away. After Petunia just heard Harry's words, her emotions became very complicated. She seemed to see the image of the kind sister she was most jealous of in Harry. Then Shacklebolt said to Harry, "Mr. Potter, do you need to go get your luggage?" Harry and Draco froze when they heard Shacklebolt's words. "Can I bring luggage to Azkaban?" But even though he thought so, Harry still nodded repeatedly. Harry hurriedly dragged Draco to the second floor to pack his luggage. After Shacklebolt nodded to Vernon and Petunia, he followed Harry in. Until Shacklebolt completely disappeared from sight, Vernon sat down on the ground. He can't stand it anymore. Petunia also sat next to Vernon immediately. Vernon and Petunia looked at each other. Now they just need to wait for the Black Wizard to take Harry away. Harry, who was upstairs packing his bags, felt very sad. Seeing Harry's appearance, Draco said, "Potter, I'll just go by myself later. It was I who moved the hand and cast the curse. And my dad will make Fudge let me go." Harry looked at Draco and said, "Ma. I'll call you Draco. Draco, we're friends. Since you stand up for me, I won't run away by myself." Draco was very moved when he heard Harry's words, but he still did not admit defeat and said with a straight face, "Then I'll call you Harry too." That's when Draco noticed a picture of Harry's bedside. Above is a group of men and women embracing each other. Draco looked at the photo and asked, "Wong Lees. Harry, are these your parents?" Harry picked up the photo and said regretfully, "Yes, Draco. Here's a photo of my parents that Hagrid found for me." Draco looked at Harry, patted Harry on the shoulder, and said, "Harry, they sure want you to have a good time too. Let me go to the Ministry of Magic later. They can't do anything to me." When Harry was about to speak, Shaker's figure appeared in front of Harry's room door. At this time Shacklebolt had already come up, and he also heard the conversation between Harry and Draco. Shacklebolt looked at Harry and Draco with a smile and said, "What a great friendship. To be honest, I never thought that the young master of the Malfoy family would be such an outstanding person. I don't remember Lucius Malfoy being such a nice guy." Chapter 180. Draco heard Shaker's words, and said uncomfortably, "My dad is one of the best wizards ever." Shacklebolt didn't discuss the topic any further after hearing Draco's words. Instead, he asked Draco, "Master Malfoy, why did you come to Harry's place all of a sudden?" As one of Harry's guardians, Shacklebolt wouldn't be relieved if he couldn't figure this out. Draco grinned at Shacklebolt's question. The thought of refuting Shaker at first disappeared, and he faltered and said, I am, run away from home." Harry looked at Draco in surprise, and said, "Run away from home? Draco, what's going on?" Shaker also looked at Draco with surprised eyes. Draco heard Harry's inquiry, avoided Harry's eyes, and said, "Some disagreements." Shacklebolt, as an adult wizard and Auror elite, saw at a glance what Draco was trying to hide. Shaker smiled and said, "Little Malfoy, you were kicked out by old Malfoy, right?" Draco blushed when he heard Shacklebolt's words. Harry looked at Draco in shock. Shacklebolt continued to look at Draco and said, "But with your character just now, I'm not surprised. Then how did you know Harry's address?" Draco didn't have the heart to refute Shacklebolt's words now. Draco looked at Shaker fiercely and asked, "Why should I tell you?" Shaker was not angry, but looked at Draco with a smile. "What you told me, maybe I won't report what happened to the Ministry of Magic today." Hearing Shaker's words, Draco's eyes lit up immediately. "This is what you said. You must not go back on your word." Shaker nodded with a smile. "Certainly." After getting Shaker's reply, Draco first slowly adjusted his emotions. Then Draco glanced at Harry first, and said in a low voice, "I only found out when I overheard a conversation between Harry and Ronald Weasley." Harry was even more shocked now. "What are you doing listening to my conversation with Ronald?" Draco looked at Harry's strange eyes, and said delicately, "I just overheard it." Shaker laughed loudly. "That's all right. Harry, it seems you have a good friend." As long as it wasn't sent by Death Eaters, Shacklebolt wasn't worried. Although he didn't use Veritaserum or anything like that, he, an elite Auror, could still tell if Draco had it or not. Was Draco so focused on himself? Harry thought. It seems that I have not misunderstood my friend. After putting the last piece of clothing in the suitcase, Harry placed the picture of his parents on top. Then Harry looked at the cage containing Hedwig, and asked Shacklebolt. "Sir, may I take the owl away?" Shaker also glanced at Hedwig, and said in admiration. "Of course. Owls are wizards' companions, too. Isn't Hagrid sending you this? It's so pretty." Harry heard Shaker's words and said excitedly. "That's right. Oh. I mean thank you. Sir, do you know Hagrid too?" Shaker nodded with a smile. "Yeah, Hagrid's a nice guy." Harry was even happier when he heard that Shacklebolt was also praising Hagrid. "I think so too." Shaker looked at the excited Harry, stepped forward to pick up Harry and Draco's boxes, and said. "Now that it's packed, let's go, you take the owl. I'll help you get the box." "Of course, you too, little Malfoy." Draco heard Shaker's words, and said angrily. "Didn't you say we don't have to go to the Ministry of Magic? Just now you promised me to spare me, BJCG, and Harry. You dare to play my words. My father will not let you go." Shaker was not angry when he heard Draco's questioning, but said. "Not to the Ministry of Magic, but Professor Dumbledore's people will come to pick you up." Harry and Draco froze at Shacklebolt's words. Then Harry and Draco both cheered. "No need to go to the Ministry of Magic. Draco. Professor Dumbledore will help us." But at this moment, Draco suddenly thought of one thing. How did Professor Dumbledore know about us? Harry was stunned for a moment. Right. How did Dumbledore know? Shaker walked downstairs, saying as he went. "Of course I told Professor Dumbledore." Draco and Harry fell silent after hearing Shacklebolt's words. Then the two thought that maybe a professor came? Harry and Draco looked at each other, followed Shaker and walked out silently with thoughts. Vernon and Petunia, who were slumped on the ground, saw Harry and the others coming down the stairs. Especially that Harry's suitcase that Vernon saw in Shacklebolt's hands. Great joy welled up in Vernon's heart. That wizard is really going to take Harry and them. But at this moment, a scene that Harry didn't expect appeared. Petunia stood up slowly and stood in front of Shaker. She plucked up the courage and tremblingly asked Shaker. "Where are you taking Harry? Is he in danger?" Vernon also stared at Penny with wide eyes. Did his wife take the wrong medicine today? Harry looked at Petunia in puzzlement. Why did his aunt stand in front of Shacklebolt? He also asked these questions as if he cared about him. Before Harry could think too much, Petunia stood in front of Harry, suppressing her fear and saying. "You won't tell me. I won't let Harry go. Penny, she's lost her sister. She can't lose this nephew who looks like a sister." Harry stared blankly at Petunia, and what Petunia said made Harry's heart tremble violently. His aunt actually protects herself. Shaker looked at Penny in front of him, smiled and said. "Don't worry, I'm from Professor Dumbledore. This time taking Harry to the wizarding world." After speaking, Shacklebolt took out the letter from Dumbledore from his pocket and handed it to Petunia. "This is Professor Dumbledore's letter, you can read it." Petunia opened the envelope tremblingly, looking at the familiar font on it. Petunia still remembers seeing such fonts for the first time when she was a child. She wrote to Dumbledore asking if she could go to Hogwarts, and got the letter that made her jealous of Lily for half her life. The second time was 11 years ago, the letter next to Harry's cradle. But this time it brought her a lifetime of remorse and regret. Chapter 181. Petunia looked at the contents of the letter tremblingly, and she was stunned for a long time. Tears rolled down Petunia's cheeks. Shaker looked at Penny, who was already in tears, and sighed, and said, "Ma'am? Have you finished reading?" It seems that she still regards Harry as a family member in her heart. Petunia came to her senses after hearing Shaker's words. Petunia forced a smile and handed the letter to Shaker, saying, "Yes, a letter from Dumbledore." Shaker nodded and said, "Yes, man. Then I'll take Harry away first." Harry's mind went blank at the moment. How did Aunt Petunia know Professor Dumbledore's letter? So Aunt Petunia must have been in touch with Professor Dumbledore? Harry followed behind Shacklebolt just like that. And Petunia whispered to Harry when Harry passed by. "Be safe." Harry turned to look at Petunia. Did he mishear just now? But Harry didn't ask any more, but followed Shaker away in confusion. Petunia and Vernon watched Harry and the others leave. It wasn't until Harry and the others disappeared that Vernon stepped forward. "Penny, you..." Petunia interrupted Vernon, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and said, "It's okay, Vernon, I just thought of Lily. Let's go and see Dolly first." Poor Dolly was so scared that he stayed under the table. The wizard was too scary. On the other side, Draco looked at the distracted Harry, and said, "Harry, are you okay now?" Harry nodded and shook his head again, and said, "Draco, I just feel like I know so little about my aunt and my parents." Shaker, who was leading the way, heard Harry's words, and looked back at Harry seriously. "Harry, your parents are heroes. When the time is right, I think Professor Dumbledore will tell you." Harry heard Shacklebolt's words, and then did a little bit. "Thank you, sir, I will adjust it." It wasn't until Harry finished speaking that he realized that they had walked a long way. They were almost at the end of Privet Drive. Harry looked at Shaker in puzzlement, and asked, "Sir, where are you taking us?" Draco was also very puzzled. If he hadn't seen Harry being very sad just now, he would have thought 5. Shaker smiled and said, "It's coming soon, now we need to wait for someone. By the way, little Malfoy, you should know him too." Harry and Draco became very confused when they heard Shacklebolt's words. "Draco, do you know who it is?" Harry looked at Draco. Draco spread his hands and said, "How could I know?" Draco said that the people he knew should all be from pure blood families. And people from pure blood families generally don't have a good relationship with Dumbledore. Except you, Shacklebolt, Potter and Weasley. "Wait, Weasley?" Thinking of this, Draco said excitedly, "Harry, I guessed it. Could be Weasley." Harry was also happy when he heard Draco's words. Draco continued, "Then we can see George and Fred and others." Harry also happily answered, "And Ronald." "Hey! Ronald!" Draco pursed his lips. Shaker looked at the happy two and said to Draco, "Smart, it looks like you're on good terms with the Weasley kids." Draco raised his head arrogantly and said, "They are equally excellent. Eligible to be my friend." Just when Shacklebolt was about to speak, a voice came from behind Harry and Draco. "I'm glad you say that, kid. I also think my kids are amazing." Harry and Draco turned their heads quickly, only to see a bald red-haired man in old black wizard robes. Shaker looked at the red-haired wizard behind the two, and greeted with a smile. "There you are, Arthur. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Arthur Weasley patted the wizard robe, and said helplessly, "A wizard blew up a muggle toilet. The toilet in the toilet is cursed, flushing will only get sprayed in the face. This is the second time this has happened." Harry and Draco shuddered when they heard Arthur's words. Imagine just running out of tests and taking the water key. That scene, the two of them couldn't imagine it. "By the way, does the Ministry of Magic know you're here?" Arthur continued. Shaker nodded and said, "I'm on duty today, and I'll report later that it's a strange wizard casting spells." Arthur nodded with a smile and said, "That's good. Please, Kingsley." Then Arthur looked at Harry and Draco with a smile. "Children, do you want to come and live with me for a while?" In the burrow, after Molly received them home, Molly began to prepare for the family. She also has to cook, tidy up the room, take care of her daughter and so on. And in the evening when preparing for dinner, George and Fred start bragging about their membership in Ian's club to Molly. "Hey! Mom! We're honor students too." "That's right. We're now in the professor's club." Molly looked at the two of them, while directing the cooking with her wand. She said incredulously, "Just like you. Which professor would take a fancy to you?" George and Fred said aloud, "That is the most discerning. The strongest. Professor Grindelwald." Molly stopped cooking, and she looked at the two in surprise. "You mean, Ian Grindelwald?" The story of Ian has been widely spread for a long time, and Molly was shocked when she saw the deeds of Ian in the newspaper. The little wizard who only met twice in Diagon Alley and the train station. Unexpectedly, he is the youngest legendary wizard in history. And he is the youngest recipient of the Order of Merlin, first class. She and Arthur also wrote to Dumbledore to confirm Ian's affairs. Got a positive answer from Dumbledore's letter. And after the little wizard joins the professor's club, those outstanding graduates may get a lot of help from the professor. This kind of help is not just in school. The same is true in the wizarding world. George and Fred said with a smile. That's right, Mom. It's Ian Grindelwald. Let me tell you, Ian taught us a lot, little. Chapter 182. George and Fred were talking about what Ian taught them, and the more Molly listened, the happier she was. She has never found these two mischievous sons so pleasing to the eye. What about Ronald and Percy? Did they join the Defense Against the Dark Arts Club? Molly is still very confident in her son. Ronald doesn't know for now, but he shouldn't be any worse than his brothers. Percy is even better, although Molly hasn't had time to look at the report cards of the little Weasleys yet. But she believes in the kids. Ronald and Percy lowered their heads in embarrassment when they heard Molly's words. George and Fred didn't intend to take care of their emotions, and continued to say with a smile. Oh! Mom! You guessed wrong this time. That's right. Neither of them entered. Ronald is not up to the mark. 240. Percy was directly rejected. Percy begged Ian so many times. Percy heard George and Fred's jeers, and said angrily. Can you shut up? George and Fred make faces at Percy. Oh! Future Prefect Percy is angry. Should we back off, Prefect Percy? Who is Percy usually likes to sue them? Molly said aloud to George and Fred. George! Fred! You shouldn't be saying that about Percy. He's your brother. George and Fred got up and saluted Molly and said. Okay. Dear Mother. Molly then let George and Fred go, smiled, and said to Ronald and Percy. Son, it's okay, this matter is only temporary. As long as you work hard, I believe that Professor Grindelwald will see the advantages in you. Ronald and Percy were very happy when they heard Molly's words. Sure enough, Mother will still understand them. Then Molly went on. At a later date, Ronald, please give me your transcript first. George and Fred said your grades were not up to par. I don't think I blame you for not having such a thing as being in a club. But if there are failing subjects, you know Ronald. Ronald's face turned pale instantly. He just failed potions. At this time, there was a pop explosion sound outside the burrow. Ginny said happily. Mom! Daddy's back! Molly wiped her hands and rubbed Ginny's hair. Honey, yes, I think we should go meet S.E. Then Molly looked at the Weasley brothers and said. Let's go. You should go see Arthur, he misses you too. George and Fred then said. It's just that Bill and Charlie didn't come back. What a pity. Molly smiled and said. I'm glad you're still thinking of your brothers. They also have their own jobs now, you have to understand. Then, the Weasley family went to the door and waited for Arthur. But outside the door, the Weasleys seemed to hear the sound of vomiting. Maybe I heard it wrong? Squeak. The burrow door was pushed open. The Weasley family looked at Arthur and said. Welcome back, Daddy, Arthur. Arthur is so happy now. The kids are definitely the best gift Molly has ever given him. I'm back. But today we have two guests. Molly was a little surprised to hear Arthur's words. Guests? Kingsley and Amos. Arthur shook his head and said. It's a first-time visitor. Then Arthur got out of the way of Harry and Draco, who were blocked by him. Ginny screamed. Harry! It's Harry Potter! Harry! Draco! George, Fred, and Ronald ran forward excitedly. Why are you here? This is the first day of the holiday. Harry and Draco's faces were pale, the feeling of desperation just now was too terrifying. Draco was better, Harry felt as if his stomach acid was about to vomit. Don't move. I still want to throw up. Harry quickly stopped George and Fred from trying to hold his hand. Ronald laughed excitedly and said. Harry! You're here today. I couldn't be happier. Molly looked at Harry and Draco, also very pleasantly surprised. Oh! Merlin's beard! Harry, and a little wizard! Honey! You are welcome! Harry smiled at Molly and said. Hi! Mrs. Weasley! Sorry to bother you. Draco looked at the enthusiastic Molly, and said very embarrassedly. Hi, Mrs. Weasley. I'm Draco Malfoy, excuse me. Malfoy? Molly was very surprised to hear Draco's words. George and Fred looked at the astonishment on their mother's face and said with a smile. Mom! Draco is no ordinary Malfoy. Yes. He is our comrade in arms. Arthur also smiled and said to Molly. That's right, he's different from Lucius. Molly smiled and said. It will allow you to recognize that he is naturally our guest. After speaking, Molly looked at Harry and Draco, who were still pale, and said to Arthur reproachfully. How did you take the little wizard to apparate? Look how miserable they are. Arthur shook his head helplessly. No way, Molly, I didn't drive today. Molly knelt down and gently hugged the two of them. Come on, kid, let's eat first. It will feel better after eating. Harry and Ronald felt Molly's warm embrace. Harry felt that Mrs. Weasley was like his mother. Coupled with what happened at Vernon's house just now, Harry's tears flowed out unconsciously. Ronald looked and found that Harry was crying, and asked anxiously. Harry, why are you crying? Harry wiped away his tears and said with a smile, 4.7 I just thought of my parents. Molly looked at Harry and said kindly. Oh! Poor boy! Treat this place as your own home. Harry looked into Molly's eyes and nodded seriously. Molly smiled at Harry and nodded, the kindness in her eyes grew even more. Molly took Harry and Draco's hand. Let's go. It's time to eat. Let's celebrate this day. Draco thought with some doubts that the Weasley family seemed to be nice people. Why does my own father want to be at odds with them? Draco thought of a reason, and that was Voldemort. This made Draco more determined to kill Voldemort. His dad was right. It was all Voldemort's fault. Chapter 183. Harry and Draco arrived at the dinner table led by Molly. Harry and Draco were still somewhat reserved. Molly arranged the two of them to sit beside her. Arthur watched the family and guests take their seats. He smiled and said. Thank you, Merlin, for bringing us together again, boys. Now let's welcome our new guest. Harry and Draco. George and Fred and Ronald cheered. Welcome, Harry. Welcome, Draco. We could stay together all summer long. Ginny clapped beside Arthur, looking at Harry with fiery eyes. Harry felt that Ginny's little hands were almost swollen from clapping. Then Arthur raised his glass, and went on. Harry, Draco, welcome to the Weasley Burrow. At this time Ronald was the first to say excitedly. Harry. Malfoy. Welcome. Ronald, who is very happy now, doesn't know that in the following days, the wonderful holiday life he thought he would have never come. After he handed the report card 19 to Molly tomorrow, his nightmare summer vacation came. That huge fail, on Ronald's report card means that Ronald's potions class was very poor. Especially after Molly saw Harry's report card, the potions grade was a big O, perfect, and after knowing that Draco's grade was second in the whole year. Molly will be very angry. Although they have doubts about Snape's character, there is no doubt about Snape's teaching ability. One of the last potions masters left. Snape is on par with the likes of Damocles Belby and Slughorn. And Ronald failed the exam. He should at least get an A, pass. Molly and Arthur asked Ronald to read more potions textbooks during the summer vacation. Fred and George and Patsy are very gloating about it. Coupled with the fact that Harry was urging Ronald to study, Ronald's summer makeup classes began like this. At this time, on the other side, Draco's whereabouts were reported to Lucius and Narcissa by Dobby. It turned out that not long after Draco left, Lucius and Narcissa, who were worried, still sent Dobby to check on Draco's trace. Lucius frowned and said after hearing Dobby's report. You mean Draco went to the Weasleys? Dobby replied timidly. Yes, master. And Harry Potter is following the little master. Narcissa said to Lucius with some worry. Lucius, will the Weasley family be against Draco because of your conflict with Arthur Weasley? Or did you make things difficult for Draco? Lucius did not immediately answer Narcissa's question, but then said to Dobby. How did the Weasleys receive Draco? Lucius' eyes were serious, and Dobby's hairs stood on end when Lucius looked at him. Dobby said nervously to Lucius. Master, the Weasley family received the little master. They didn't embarrass the little master. When Lucius heard Dobby's words, he didn't immediately let go of his gaze on Dobby. Instead, he swiped the cane in his hand on Dobby's face. Dobby was knocked down by this blow, and there was a blood mark on his face. Dobby ignored the pain on his face, but immediately got up and knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly to Lucius, weeping and saying, "Master! The Weasley family really welcomed the little master. I'll be right back to report." Then Lucius ignored Dobby, who kowtowed, but looked at Narcissa. "Narcissa, it looks like Draco hasn't been wronged at the Weasleys. Let's just keep Draco there." Narcissa was still very worried and said. "But..." Lucius interrupted Narcissa and said seriously. "Draco is in no danger there. Weasley is Dumbledore's most loyal fighter. Even if the Dark Lord is resurrected, as long as Dumbledore is alive, he won't dare to provoke him. Now our priority is to dispose of the Dark Lord's belongings." Narcissa was relieved after hearing Draco's explanation. Lucius looked at Dobby on the ground, frowned, and kicked it away. "Go away! You who are in the way!" "I'm sorry, Master." In St. Anne's company, Dumbledore found Ian, who had just returned from playing with Hermione. Dumbledore said to Ian helplessly. "Ian, Harry and Draco ran away from home. I sent Arthur Weasley to fetch them." Ian and Hermione were amazed to hear Dumbledore's words. Ian thinks it's normal for Harry to run away, but what the hell is Draco running away from home? Dumbledore looked at Ian's expression, guessed what Ian was thinking, and said. "Draco was kicked out by Lucius. Kingsley has confirmed with me. Do you have any ideas?" Ian thought for a while, nodded, and said to Dumbledore. "It should be Lucius who knew about Draco's attack on Voldemort. To prevent Voldemort's sudden resurrection from causing trouble for Draco. That drove Draco out of the house." When Dumbledore heard Ian's words, he also nodded and said. "I think so. Ian, is there any possibility of Voldemort waking up suddenly?" Ian stroked his hair, thought for a while and said. "The book Secrets of Cutting-Edge Black Magic does not mention such a possibility. But Voldemort has more than one Horcrux, so the possibility cannot be ruled out. But it's not a big problem. Even if Voldemort wakes up, he's still in an extremely weak state." Dumbledore was relieved when he heard Ian's words. Then Dumbledore blinked at Ian and Hermione. "Ian, though I don't want to say more. But Hermione is supposed to go home tomorrow." His parents were home waiting for Hermione's, after all. Mr. Granger has written many letters to Grindelwald. Hermione blushed when she heard Dumbledore's words. Hermione murmured. "I can stay for a few more days." Ian rolled his eyes at Dumbledore, then looked at Hermione with a smile, and said. "Monica, Auntie should still be waiting for you. I also have some things to start working on later. I'll go to your house as a guest when I'm done." Hermione heard Ian's words, although she was a little reluctant, she still said. "Then I'll wait for you. Remember to write a letter." "Certainly." Hermione laughed happily when she got Ian's answer. The next day, Ian sent Hermione back to her parents. Both Wendell and Monica are very much looking forward to having Ian over for a while. Ian also readily agreed, and bid farewell to Hermione in Hermione's reluctance. Chapter 184. After sending Hermione home, Ian spent the rest of the time in St. Anne's lab. A few days later, Nicole heard that Ian would stay in St. Anne's temporarily and rushed over. Now Ian and Nico are ready to continue experimenting with the fusion of Muggle equipment and magic. Ian, who just finished the experiment, wiped the sweat from his head and said. "Nico, we still need to adjust the improvement method of this magic power supply." Nico looked at the machine that had turned into a mass of scrap iron in front of him and said helplessly. "Yes Ian, you are right. The magic power of the magic output still needs to be reduced. But I guess we can study some new materials first. Maybe magic doesn't affect Muggle electronics as much." Ian pondered after hearing Nico's words. After a while, Ian raised his head and was about to say something. "I think." Then there was a knock on the door of the laboratory. Ian frowned and looked towards the gate. If it wasn't something important, the Saints wouldn't bother him at this time. Ian said to the other side of the door. "Come in." I saw my Arthur pushed open the door, holding a parchment letter in his hand. My Arthur looked at Ian solemnly, and said. "Sir. Not good. Our men were attacked in Nocturne Alley." Ian was stunned for a moment when he heard Michael Arthur's words, then Ian frowned and asked. "Who was attacked?" My Arthur handed the letter in his hand to Ian respectfully, and said, "It's Anders Caro, a junior in our family." Ian took the letter from My Arthur's hand and read the contents carefully. My Arthur continued on the sidelines. "Sir, Andes is the person responsible for purchasing magic items in Nocturne Alley. This time, someone should have targeted him and attacked him in the alley. It's not a sudden thing." After Michael finished speaking, Ian also put down the letter in his hand. At this time, Ian was very angry in his heart, and his people dared to move. A thin black mist emerged from Ian's body, and the temperature in the laboratory dropped rapidly. Michael and Nico shuddered. Ian said in an unusually indifferent voice, "How's Andes doing now? Does anyone else know who attacked Andes?" My Arthur's body trembled a little, and the doctor was angry that it was the first time he had seen him. "And this is the magical breath of black magic, right? The strength of Mr. is really not something they can guess." My Arthur looked at Ian, and said ungratefully, "Sir, Andy's got a few hits of black magic, but nothing serious. It's just that I'm still in a coma, and I can't come to see my husband. Finally he operated and escaped. It's thanks to those dark magic items you gave them. If it weren't for you, I don't think he would have come back. Who did it we don't know. They did it very stealthily. But sure enough, those rats in Nocturne Alley did it. The harm of the black magic on Andes can be seen at a glance." At this time, the door of the laboratory was opened again, and Dumbledore and Grindelwald also came to Ian and Nico's laboratory. Ian nodded to My Arthur, and then said to Dumbledore and Grindelwald who had just arrived, "Old man, do you know what happened?" Grindelwald also had a cold expression, and said quietly, "Morkard just came to tell us. It seems that the dark wizards in London are really very courageous. The backyard needs a cleanup of stealing rats now." Dumbledore had come to persuade Grindelwald and Ian to only go after people who did things. But Dumbledore looked at the angry Grindelwald in front of him and Ian who was emitting black mist, and he knew that things couldn't be hidden. Dumbledore looked at Ian, sighed and said, "Ian, will anyone in Diagon Alley be involved?" Hearing Dumbledore's words, Ian looked at Dumbledore and said, "Since it was done by the people in Nocturne Alley, it doesn't matter about Diagon Alley. I think Nocturne Alley should have been cleaned up long ago. There's no point in living with a bunch of maggots living in the sewer." Dumbledore nodded. Nocturne Alley was indeed except for a few dark magic shops. There are some depraved dark wizards, werewolves and madmen who live. Then let me withdraw my people first. They're not with the Nocturne Alley guys. Grindelwald and My Arthur looked at Dumbledore in some surprise. "The kind of people who have you in the sewer?" Dumbledore looked at Grindelwald and the others and said unnaturally, "That was recruited to deal with Tom before. You know Tom likes to hide." Grindelwald snorted when he heard Dumbledore's words. "Crews like Voldemort and Death Eaters are only fit to live with those rats. And Albus, you've been dragged so long by rats like that. Isn't it good to uproot their family?" Dumbledore glared at Grindelwald, and said, "This will implicate many innocent people. And My Arthur and Nicole on the side no, don't look at Ian and Grindelwald's performance and talk in front of people who are important to them. But these two Dark Lords are not soft when it comes to killing people. It is the kind that would rather kill by mistake than let it go." Grindelwald ignored Dumbledore, but said to Ian, "Ian, when does it start?" Ian thought for a while and said coldly, "Tonight." Grindelwald nodded and agreed. "Yes, our current situation is not suitable for other teachers to explain. Great night time, make sure you have nothing to lose. And, the promise is good." Ian pondered for a while, and continued, "Do you want to take down the British Ministry of Magic this time?" Dumbledore was startled when he heard Ian's words. Now the British wizarding world can't be chaotic. The little wizards haven't grown up yet, and there isn't enough manpower to rebuild the Ministry of Magic. Otherwise they would have expanded the Yo from the Norwegian Ministry of Magic. But before Dumbledore could speak, Grindelwald shook his head and said, "Not yet, the decay of magic has not yet shown itself." Nicole nodded at the side, looked at Ian with an indifferent expression, and asked, "Gellert was right, Ian. Need help tonight?" Ian shook his head when he heard Nicole's words, his eyes flashed fiercely and said, "No need, clean up a nest of mice, very quickly. Me Arthur to block Nocturne Alley. Not a single bug out of anyone but Dumbledore. Chapter 185. In Nocturne Alley, there is a hidden secret door in a lane. This is the lair of Binns, who is called Blood Skull by the Dark Wizards. At this moment, Binns is very angry now. Binns looked at the harvest brought by his subordinates in front of him, a bag made of the traceless stretching spell, and the fragmented bodies of his subordinates. So many of these own men went to attack an unsuspecting wizard and died. Binns suppressed his disgust at the corpses, and shouted angrily at his subordinates. Trash! I'll let the 7 of you kill one of the other. In the end, 3 of you died. What do I want you for? Looking at the angry Binns, his men lowered their heads tremblingly. A wizard in a black robe standing below with a bloodstain on his face replied tremblingly. Boss, that kid is full of black magic items. And he's very strong. We can't even get close. The wizard's voice became weaker and weaker. After hearing what his subordinates said, Binns became even more angry. Then what are you doing back here? The wizard then said aggrievedly. But we brought things back. Hearing this, Bin 250's anger dissipated a little, and said. Ah! Then let me see what you got. If the harvest is not enough for the price you paid this time, you know what will happen. Have you opened it and looked at it? The wizard shuddered instantly when he heard Bin's words. Boss! No. Absolutely not. He knew Bin's character well. If they dared to open the bag one step ahead, Bin's suspicious character would definitely suspect that they had hidden some of the things. Those waiting for them must be worse than death. Now he only prays that Malor can bless him, the things in that bag are precious enough. Otherwise, he will definitely die today. Binns nodded, he knew that his subordinates didn't have the guts to lie to him. He took the bag made of the traceless stretching spell from the table and opened it. When Binns saw the items in the bag, he was instantly ecstatic. Lots of galleons. And mountains of magic stuff. Greedy emotions instantly filled Binns' heart, but Binns' expression did not change at all. He knew that there was enough in it for his subordinates who had lived in the dark world of Nocturne Alley for a long time to betray him, Cadf. Any wizard in Nocturne Alley would go nuts for this. It seems that I was right to allow those bosses to attack this wizard of unknown origin in this adventure. Binns barely controlled his trembling hands and threw the bag on the table. Binns pretended to be dissatisfied and said. What bullshit is this stuff in here? Say it. Are you hiding something of real value? Binns knew that if he wanted others not to doubt himself, he had to doubt others first. The wizard and the other 3 wizards who came back together were so frightened by Binns' words that they knelt down. Boss! We definitely didn't do that. Yes. Boss! I swear to Merlin. Forgive me. Boss! I swear. Boss! We're telling the truth. Binns watched the reaction of the 4 with satisfaction, and now they would not think about the contents of the bag anymore. Then Binns looked at his subordinates with a cold face and said. I really should let you experience the Cruciatus curse. But who will let me be merciful? I'll let you off this time. Continue to find out about that kid. Only catch alive. I'm going to torture him. Avenge my brothers. So much goodness in one bag of no trace stretching charms. At the beginning, Binns planned to make this ticket and hide it so that no one could find him. But now he has changed his mind. If we take down that kid, ask him for details, and then get his money, then Binns can definitely become the second in command of the Overturner. Only under Mr. Borgin. As long as he is given more time, Binns is confident that he can definitely become his idol, a legendary wizard like the Dark Lord. When the subordinates heard what Binns said, they quickly raised their heads in surprise. Thank you, boss. The boss is the most merciful. Binns looked at his subordinates. Usually he would enjoy this feeling very much, but now he just wants to check the contents of that bag carefully again. Binns waved to his subordinates and said. Go away. Go and heal your wounds first. I won't pursue your failure this time. But remember. There will never be a next time. Hearing what Binns said, the subordinates quickly crawled to their feet. Yes, yes, yes. Boss. Let's go. Just as his subordinates were about to leave, Wu said. Etc. His subordinates froze. Did the boss repent? Just listen to Binns go on to say. Get the body out. Hearing what Binns said, the subordinates breathed a sigh of relief. They hurried over to pick up the corpse and left quickly. Binns watched his subordinates leave, and he was relieved until they were completely invisible. He drew his wand and locked the door of the room. After finishing these, Binns quickly took out the bag and greedily looked at the items inside. Get rich! Get rich! Although those materials have to be returned to those black-hearted bosses. But all the galleons inside belong to me. I can raise the price again after those bosses send the remuneration. In fact, Andes has been targeted for a long time. Every time I saw Andes, I was alone, and he carried a lot of galleons. When buying goods in black market stores, they take them in piles. This made some people focus on him, but no one dared to act until Andes' background was investigated. After all, it would be troublesome to mess with someone who shouldn't be messed with. But as Andes bought items again and again, someone finally couldn't sit still. Especially the bosses of those magic item shops, although the items have been sold, but there is no rule that they can't get them back, right? Greedy thoughts appeared in the hearts of everyone who saw Andes. But they can't do it themselves, they can only find someone to do it. Otherwise, how can there be customers to take care of their business in the future? So the owners of those magic item shops issued a reward for robbing Andes. In this way, even if the mysterious Andes man finds out who attacked him, he won't trouble his store. They are very confident, as long as they join forces, no one will dare not give this face. So these greedy bosses are waiting for a scapegoat who is willing to take risks. The easiest thing to find in Nocturne Alley is a stupid wizard like this. When Binns saw the prices offered by those stores, he was greedy and took the risk to accept this commission. It's just that Binns and the others don't know yet that what they offended this time is not the wizard, but the Grim Reaper. At this time, a man in black came to Nocturne Alley through the fireplace of Bojin Blog Shop. Oh! My old friend! Mr. Malfoy! Chapter 186. Long time no see. I came here so late, what can I do for you? Caractacus Burke smiled as he watched Lucius come out of the fireplace. The wrinkles on his face were almost crowded into a pile. A mysterious big client was just sent away in the morning, and now the patriarch of a pure-blood family has come. It's just a pity that no matter what Lucius bought, he couldn't find someone to attack and rob Lucius like he did in the morning. Lucius looked at Caractacus Burke and said with a gloomy face. I know what you're thinking, Doctor. Put away those thoughts you shouldn't have. Caractacus Burke was not angry because of Lucius' words, and still said with a smile said. Of course. My old friend. By the way, what are you doing here today? Lucius patted the dust on his body, and said directly. I have some dark magic items to get rid of. Caractacus Burke stopped smiling when he heard Lucius' words. Caractacus tapped his fingers on the table, thought for a while, and then smiled again. Of course. I thought we could look at the goods first. This way we can save a lot of time. Lucius didn't rush to answer Caractacus, but looked at the product shelves in Bojinbox's store. Lucius frowned and said. Mr. Boken, it seems that your business has been doing well recently. A lot of the old stuff has been sold. Hearing Lucius' words, Caractacus said with a smile. Of course, a mysterious big client came to Nocturne Alley recently. Still a young man. Lucius heard what Caractacus said, and said. It seems that there is another guy who is not afraid of death. Caractacus still looked at Lucius with a smile, but he didn't answer Lucius' words. Seeing that Caractacus didn't intend to say anything, Lucius gave up the topic of continuing to ask. Because Caractacus Burke's expression didn't change, and he didn't say much. It seemed that it wasn't what he thought, he was only worried about Voldemort's return, and nothing else was worth considering. Lucius took out a bag of untraceable stretching charms from under his luxurious robes. Lucius handed the bag to Burke and said. Mr. Boken, everything I want to sell this time is here. Caractacus took the bag from Lucius's hand and did not rush to open it, but drew out his wand and pointed to the bag. Hurry up and show up. A white light flickered from the tip of the wand. Nothing has changed with the bag either. Caractacus saw this scene, and then said with a smile. Then let's look at the valuation first. Lucius stared at Caractacus and said uncomfortably. Mr. Boken, you are still so cautious. My Malfoy family's goods are also checked in this way. Caractacus's expression didn't change at all, but he said. After all, this is Nocturne Alley, and anything can happen. If you're not cautious, you don't even have the qualifications to live. Lucius snorted coldly, but did not deny Callictacus' words. Callictacus opened the bag, and used the levitating spell with his wand to examine the items one by one. Nice cursed gem! At this time, on the bar in the Leaky Cauldron, many wizards were chatting about the events of Nocturne Alley during the day. 2 middle-aged wizards were drinking and chatting at the bar of the Leaky Cauldron. Have you heard? 3 dark wizards died in Nocturne Alley today. The middle-aged wizard in the blue robe looked at his friend in surprise and asked. I don't know, but... How did you know about Nocturne Alley? Another wizard wearing a black wizard robe took a sip of wine and said. Hey! It's all over the place. The black wizard fought and blew up 3 houses with black magic. That black magic smoke can be seen all over Diagon Alley. After hearing what his friend said, the wizard in the blue robe frowned and said. Aren't those Aurors in charge? The wizard in the black robe said helplessly. It's not like you don't know how slow those Aurors and the Ministry of Magic are doing things. When they arrived, no one was caught. I heard that the corpses were all carried away in front of them. The blue-robed wizard angrily placed the wine glass heavily on the table, spilling some of the wine. How could they do this? Is this how the galleons we hand over to the Ministry of Magic every year let them do things? Not a single dangerous dark wizard caught. This makes them very insecure, and a dark wizard with a life on his hands. The black-robed wizard looked at his angry friend and said. Calm down, friend. Rufus Scrimgeour, the head of the Auror office, is here today. Called all the Aurors present. The blue-robed wizard said angrily. What's the use of him scolding? Damn it! The owner of the Leaky Cauldron, Tom Abbott, walked up to the 2 of them and said helplessly. You're still so irritable. I think your temper should change. The Ministry of Magic will catch the Dark Wizard, have some faith. The blue-robed wizard heard what Tom Abbott said, and said disdainfully. I have very little faith in those idiots at the Ministry of Magic. After all. Before the blue-robed wizard could finish speaking, the fireplace in the bar lit up. Tom Abbott looked at the flames in the fireplace and said with a smile. Well, stop talking about that. It's not good for others to hear. Only then did the blue-robed wizard shut his mouth indignantly. Tom saw a figure appearing in the flames of the fireplace, and he said to the figure with a smile. Need some? Before Tom could finish his question, a figure in the flames stepped out. I saw a person whose whole body was hidden in a black robe. It's completely unclear who this person is. Watching the man dress up, Tom felt a little nervous, but went on. Excuse me, are you? The flames of the fireplace lit up again, and another man in black robe appeared. But it wasn't over yet. One after another black-robed men came out of the fireplace and appeared in the bar. Now Tom and the bar's guests feel that something is not right. Because the last time people dressed like this got together, they were called Death Eaters. Tom suppressed the fear in his heart and looked at the people in black robes, and asked. Who the hell are you guys? Spoons. Chapter 187. No one answered Tom's question. A man in black robe walked to the gate of the Leaky Cauldron bar, flipped the open sign hanging on the gate of the Leaky Cauldron bar, and changed it to resting. Then he waved his wand and sealed the door. Another man in black swung his wand and severed the flow connection at the Leaky Cauldron. This scene surprised the wizards in the bar. But before they could react, the man in black robe who came out first pulled out his wand from nowhere and waved it lightly. Fire body protection. A circle of blue fiend fire surrounded the Leaky Cauldron. The man in black robe said softly. Maybe I need to ask everyone to sleep for a while tonight. The wizards in the Leaky Cauldron looked at this scene in horror. It was fiend fire. This is to let them escape without calling 833 at all. There are wizards who use apparition, but are horrified to find that it doesn't work at all. The leading man in black robe said. Don't waste your efforts, the anti-apparition spell is in effect. The wizards in the bar shouted in horror. You! Who are you? Quick! Contact the Ministry of Magic. There are dark wizards. Merlin! Help us! There are also wizards who want to resist first, but the magic of the people in black robes comes faster. Stunning spells hit the wizard who was about to resist. Now the remaining wizards were too frightened to move. I saw the wizard in the lead order to the people in black robes. Let them go into a coma, and remember to use the amnestic curse to make them forget what happened now. People in black robes saluted respectfully. Yes, my lord. Then there was chaos in the bar, and the black-robed wizards quickly stunned the wizards in the leaky cauldron. Tom, the owner of the leaky cauldron, was also very scared before he fell into a coma, but there was a trace of celebration in his heart. Fortunately, Hannah Abbott returned to the old house, otherwise she would be in danger today. Seeing that all the wizards in the leaky cauldron had fainted, the black-robed wizard began to cast an oblivion spell on them to make them forget what happened just now. Moth came to Grindelwald and said respectfully, "My lord, what should we do next?" Grindelwald played with the wand in his hand and said, "Moth, after the matter here is dealt with, you are going to put on a play." Moth looked at Grindelwald suspiciously, and asked, "My lord, what are you doing acting?" Grindelwald heard Moth's question and said with a smile, "Wait, you are going to enter Nocturne Alley from Diagon Alley. Remember to let people see. Then use a spell at the right time." Moss didn't understand what Grindelwald meant, but he knew that he just had to do what the adults said. Then Moss asked, "My lord, may I ask what is going?" Grindelwald took out a piece of parchment from his robe, and handed a piece of parchment to Moth. "This one was given to me by Albus, who asked it from Snape." Moth looked at magic on parchment. Here's a look at how dark magic is used in the wand-waving trend. Bones reappear, dark mark. Grindelwald said with a smile. After those little mice, the Death Eaters, they'd use this magic after they'd killed someone or made a fuss. Moss, you learn this magic now, and cast it later. Moss now understood what Grindelwald meant, and it seemed that Mr. and Mrs. were going to blame what happened tonight on the Death Eaters. Moss took the parchment with both hands, saluted and said, "I see." Grindelwald nodded with a smile, then continued to play with the wand in his hand. But what Grindelwald thought was that the wand in his hand was really difficult to use. It's because Ian did a good job, but today he can't let others see it. On the other hand, Jess Anker has led people to sneak into the Department of Magical Transport of the British Ministry of Magic. "Mr. Anker, what do we need to do now?" A young saint looked at Jess excitedly and said. The employees of the Ministry of Magic who were on duty in the Department of Magical Transportation had all been knocked out by Jess and the others. Jess smiled and said, "Go cut all the flu networks in Nocturne Alley." Sir said not a bug could fly out of Nocturne Alley. The young saint said excitedly. "Go right away." Jess nodded with a smile, and they can retreat after the flu network of Nocturne Alley is cut off zero. The rest depends on the blockade by Lord My Arthur. My Arthur asked Morkard beside him. "Is the blocking spell that the master taught you ready?" Morkard nodded excitedly and said, "Grandpa, it's already arranged. Don't talk about operating. Don't even try to get out with the porte-cayette." My Arthur nodded upon hearing Morkard's words, and then said, "Remember to keep an eye on the saints and don't spread that curse. That's Mister's magic, a spell that completely seals off the space. I think you should know the meaning of this spell." Morkard nodded seriously and said, "Don't worry, Grandpa. I will never let this spell flow." My Arthur nodded. He believed that his grandson would not let him and his husband down. He looked at the pocket watch in his hand, and said to the surrounding saints, "Get started. It's time." The saints heard the order of My Arthur and quickly started to move. The saints draw their wands and point to the sky above Nocturne Alley. "Stay safe. Protect all." Streaks of white light spewed out from the magic wands in the hands of the saints. The curse gathered in the sky above Nocturne Alley, slowly forming a large net covering Nocturne Alley 5.9. The rare wizards in Diagon Alley late at night saw the lights of these spells. "Hey! What's that in the sky?" A slightly drunk wizard on the streets of Diagon Alley looked at the white light in the sky and asked his companions. Hearing his words, the companions around him also looked towards the sky. "I don't know, let me take a look. Is that the guardian and the protection?" The two felt very strange. The slightly drunk wizard suddenly remembered something and said, "That's the direction of Nocturne Alley." His companion also reacted at this time. "That's right. Could it be that the Ministry of Magic is going to clean up those dark wizards in Nocturne Alley?" Thinking of this, the two suddenly became excited. They are also very insecure when threatened by black wizards. But is the Ministry of Magic finally going to do something serious now? Chapter 188. There are not a few wizards who have such thoughts, and some brave wizards walk towards Nocturne Alley. They are going to see the excitement. But when they were about to arrive, they were stopped by a group of wizards in trench coats, preventing them from moving forward. Those wizards were wearing trench coats, and under the dim light in the middle of the night, they thought they were all orphans. "You can't stop me. We have the right to watch." A wizard who looked like a reporter stood in the crowd, holding a magic camera and talking loudly. Afterwards, many wizards who came to see the fun were catering to his words. "That's right. We have the right to watch. Yes. If you stop me, I will sue you." The saints who intercepted the wizards did not pay attention to the words of the wizards. Because he is counting the number of wizards at this time, how can he act without audience later? The saint looked at more and more wizards and thought to himself. There are only 15 people left to reach the 50 people that the gentleman said. Merlin's head. Hurry up. I want to watch the battle of Mr. In the prayer of Saint 20, his wish came true in a short while. The saint looked at these anxious wizards with satisfaction, and secretly took out a mirror from his windbreaker. This mirror can see the scene inside the leaky cauldron. Obviously, it is a double-sided mirror. He secretly pointed the double-sided mirror at the assembled wizards, and Grindelwald in the leaky cauldron also saw the crowd through the double-sided mirror. So Grindelwald smiled and said to Moth, "Let's go. Our audience is in place." Moss nodded respectfully upon hearing Grindelwald's order, and then said to the saints, "Guys! Let's go. We need to get to work." The saints cheered, and then took out the silver skull mask from their clothes and put it on their faces. The saints opened the wall leading to Diagon Alley, and Moss and the saints walked towards the entrance of Diagon Alley. Along the way, the wizards who wandered in Diagon Alley at night saw Mosi and the others, and had a bad premonition in their hearts. The Aurors on duty in Diagon Alley smuggled themselves into hiding. He looked at Moss and the others solemnly, and then used an owl to send a letter back to the Ministry of Magic about the situation in Diagon Alley. When Moss saw the wizards gathered in front of the entrance to Nocturne Alley, he held up his wand. The corpse reappears. A green light shoots into the sky from Moth's wand. The green magic light pierced through the clouds and spread in the sky. A skull formed by green clouds slowly appeared. The skull opened its mouth wide in the sky, and a giant snake composed of green clouds slowly crawled out of its mouth. When the wizards following Moss and the others saw the huge dark mark, they were instantly frightened out of their wits. "It's the dark mark. They're Death Eaters. Run! Wait for me. Don't leave me behind." The Auror who was watching secretly was also scared and sat on the ground. Not long after, he got up like crazy and hurriedly wrote to the Ministry of Magic again. Now he needs support. The Dark Lord may very well be back. At this time, the wizards gathered at the entrance of Nocturne Alley had begun to grow impatient. "Hey! Do you want to let me go? If you don't let me go, we will rush through." "Yes. You can't stop us." The saints blocking the way were extremely disdainful when they heard the words of these wizards. "Just wait until you guys don't pee your pants in fright." A wizard wearing a sloppy wizard robe looked at the saint's disdainful expression, and his heart suddenly became angry. He drew his wand and threatened. "If you don't let me go, then I will." Before he finished speaking, he found that his surroundings were illuminated by green light. The wizards' onlookers raised their heads in confusion, but when they saw the dark mark on their heads, many wizards were stunned. The magic wand in the hand of the wizard who pulled out his wand was so frightened that it fell to the ground. Black. Dark mark. The warlock let out a scream, then got down and quickly picked up his wand. Then the wizard looked back tremblingly, and saw a group of people wearing black robes and silver skull masks. That was the nightmare of the British wizarding world for 12 years, the Death Eaters. And he is still walking towards himself and others step by step. I don't know who shouted in fear. "Run!" The wizards who were going to watch the excitement suddenly dispersed. The saint looked at the panicked crowd and shook his head. The current magic world is indeed the same as the master and adults said, because some of them are trash. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, the saint nodded to the future Moth and others. Then waved his wand and operated away. The Auror who was watching in the dark then saw the group of Death Eaters walk into Nocturne Alley. This Auror's face was pale, he knew that something big was about to happen. In Knockdown Alley, some wizards also discovered the white magic light in the sky. They thought that the Ministry of Magic was going to start a war with them. Some dark wizards were about to leave through the secret passage in Nocturne Alley, but they were all stopped by the saints. Damn it! What are you doing? A dark wizard with a grim expression looked at the saints in front of him and said angrily. But he didn't dare to rush out at all, let alone provoke the 903 wizard in front of him. The saint wearing a windbreaker in front of him has no expression on his face, but the green light of the magic spell in his hand proves that it is a killing curse ready to be launched. Even in Nocturne Alley, no one who doesn't have a deep vendetta would point a wand at someone else with a deadly curse. Unlucky. The Black Wizard murmured. The Black Wizard didn't know what the saints in front of him were going to do. But since you can't go, let's use magic to get out. Just when the Black Wizard was about to use apparition, his expression suddenly froze. Why doesn't apparition work anymore? Just when the Black Wizard was terrified, a green light illuminated his face from the sky. The Dark Wizard raised his head in horror, he found the dark mark. The Dark Wizard stared at the dark mark dumbfounded. Is the Dark Lord back? The Dark Wizards of Nocturne Alley are boiling at this moment. They think the Dark Lord is back. Ha ha ha. I just said that the Dark Lord is not dead. The werewolf Fenrir Greyback laughed and looked at the dark mark in the sky, his master is back. Edo Caro and Amik Caro looked at the dark mark in the sky with tears in their eyes. Sister. Dark Lord. It's him. I know. Brother. The Dark Lord did not abandon us. Chapter 189. This notebook feels very ominous to me. It should have powerful black magic on it. I should be able to give it a good price. Caractacus Bork probed the black notebook on the table with his wand, and said with great interest. He is very familiar with the magical aura above it. This can't help but let him fall into memory. Whose magical breath is this? After Lucius heard what Caractacus said, he was a little excited. Finally the main event. The rest of the items are there to cover up this thing. He thought to himself. It was given to him by the Dark Lord, and he was told to keep it carefully. It would be strange without powerful black magic. As long as you can take it away. Lucius frowned when he heard many cheers outside the store. Mr. Boken, is it so lively here at night? Caractacus came back from his memories when he heard Lucius' words. He also heard the cheers outside, and said with some doubts. Maybe today is just a little accident. I think I can go and ask first. The depressing environment of Nocturne Alley is not suitable for such cheers. And since his half-student Tom Riddle, or rather Voldemort, failed. There has never been such a sound in Nocturne Alley again, it is all depraved hiding here. As the leader of Nocturne Alley, Caractacus does not allow anything in Nocturne Alley to appear outside his control. Hearing Caractacus's words, Lucius nodded. He didn't want anyone to know that he came here today, so he came here at night. In case of any accident, this is the last thing he wants to do now. Before Caractacus could go out, a dark wizard broke into Bogenbok's store and shouted excitedly. Mr. Boken! Come out and have a look. Master! The master is back! Both Caractacus and Lucius were stunned by the black wizard's words. Caractacus was the first to come back to his senses, and said with some doubts. Master? Who is the master you are talking about? Also, why is it so noisy outside? Aren't you afraid of attracting orrors? The black wizard became even more excited when he heard Bogen's words. Mr. Bogen! We don't need to fear orrors and the Ministry of Magic anymore. It's the Dark Lord back. And the Death Eaters. I am going to follow the Dark Lord. So he is my master. Caractacus had a very complicated expression when he heard it. Is Tom back? And Lucius turned pale with fright when he heard this. Lucius rushed forward and grabbed the black wizard by the collar, and hurriedly said. How did you know the Dark Lord is back? The black wizard will obviously be very upset when Lucius grabs his collar. Idiot! Let go of me! At this time, Caractacus put the black notebook in his hand on the table, and said. Kirk, you are presumptuous. He is the most valued servant of the Dark Lord. The patriarch of House Malfoy. This startled Kirk, the patriarch of the Malfoy family? That's an orthodox pure blood. Kirk quickly apologized to Lucius. I'm sorry. Mr. Malfoy. He knew about the Malfoy family, but Mr. Caractacus said Mr. Malfoy was the Dark Lord's most prized servant. If he can hug this thigh, then he will make a lot of money. Find a way to restore your attitude now. Lucius ignored Kirk's words, but stared at him and asked again. How did you know the Dark Lord is back? Kirk felt that Malfoy's eyes seemed to kill him, and he said nervously. Mr. Malfoy, you will find out when you go outside and have a look. The dark mark appears above Nocturne Alley again. Lucius threw Kirk aside and ran out to see what Kirk said about the dark mark. Kirk fell to the ground in pain, but he can't care about his pain now. He quickly followed Lucius' footsteps and ran out. Mr. Malfoy! Mr. Malfoy! Please wait for me! Lucius didn't pay attention to Kirk, because when Lucius walked out of the gate of Bojan's blog shop and looked up to see the familiar green in the sky, his heart was ashamed. Is the Dark Lord really back? Lucius hastily turned around and pulled up his sleeves. I saw that there was no heat or activity on the dark mark, so the Dark Lord hadn't noticed him yet? Lucius' first reaction was to run away immediately. But then get that question out of your head right away. What about Narcissa and Draco if he ran away? Draco has no problem with Dumbledore's protection, but Narcissa is doomed. But he can't run. Lucius now needs to go home to inform Narcissa and ask his wife to protect him. Thinking of this, Lucius pretended to be calm and said to Callictacus. Mr. Boggin, I need to go back to Malfoy Manor now. My wife will be delighted to hear that the Dark Lord is back. We are all the most loyal servants of the Dark Lord. Callictacus smiled and said. Of course. I think Soup, your master will be very happy to be back. Happy fart. He probably wants to kill us now. But Lucius didn't show his emotions. Instead, he pretended to be excited and said to Callictacus. Then I'll borrow the fireplace. Callictacus laughed even more happily. He knew that Lucius was very anxious now, and the opportunity to bargain for that batch of black magic items came. Old friend, since this is the case, the price of your black magic items should be reduced a little. After all, I have helped you so much now. Are you right? Old friend. Hearing Callictacus' words, Lucius secretly scolded the profiteer in his heart. But Lucius still pretended to be happy and said. Of course. My friend. The Black Demon, Li Zhao, King is back and I will recommend you more. The word recommendation is very important to Lucius. And Callictacus pretended not to hear Lucius' tone, and said with a smile. That would be a great honor. Seeing Callictacus's reckless appearance, Lucius' face became even darker. Lucius didn't say a word, and went straight to the fireplace. On the wall outside the fireplace, Lucius grabbed a handful of flu powder and walked inside. Malfoy Manor. Lucius sprinkled flu powder at his feet. But nothing happens. Callictacus and Kirk looked puzzled at Lucius who had not teleported. And Lucius knew that the magical path of the flu network had been cut off. Lucius was very desperate. The flu network is down, let alone operating. That means Nocturne Alley is now completely sealed off. The Dark Lord. What on earth are you going to do? Chapter 190. Callictacus looked at Lucius who hadn't left and asked. Old friend, why didn't you go back? Lucius adjusted his inner emotions, and he must not let Callictacus and Kirk see his fear. Otherwise, he might really end badly. The Dark Lord might not kill him, but if he hadn't seen the Dark Lord, those Death Eater lunatics might. Lucius took a deep breath and walked out from the fireplace. Lucius smirked and said. Mr. Boken, the flu network has been blocked. No matter how stupid that idiot Fudge is, he probably wouldn't give up the flu network's path to support Nocturne Alley. Then it can only mean that the Dark Lord has occupied the Ministry of Magic's Department of Magical Traffic Management this time. After speaking, Lucius put on a very regretful look. It seems that Narcissa can't meet the Dark Lord with me immediately. Callictacus and Kirk looked at Lucius in surprise. Kirk jumped up excitedly. Very good. Finally we don't have to live under the threat of the Ministry of Magic. The Dark Lord will surely defeat the Ministry this time. And Dumbledore, the patron saint of the wizarding world. Lucius looked at 563 Kirk speechlessly. He didn't even dare to go to Dumbledore's lair during the heyday of the Dark Ugly. Are you fantasizing too much, kid? Not to mention that Jack Rozier is also very powerful. And now Dumbledore has the real Dark Lord by his side, Ian Grindelwald. Callictacus on the side lowered his head and began to meditate. He always felt that something was wrong. But the dark mark outside the store, and the reaction of the dark wizards in Nocturne Alley also showed that it was not fake. So what is wrong? Callictacus silently attempted to apparate where he was. He found out that now even apparition can no longer be used. Tom is planning to unify Nocturne Alley first? Lead the Dark Wizards here first? Callictacus smiled wryly. If Tom really planned to do this, he really couldn't keep Nocturne Alley. His strength is far from Tom's. And there will be Aurors for sure. Maybe Dumbledore too. It seems that I should go to see the situation outside first. Only when you have the information, can you adapt to the situation. So Callictacus said to Lucius and Kirk. I think we should go out and have a look first. Meet with those colleagues of your old friend first. That way we'll know what the Dark Lord needs of us next. Hearing Callictacus' words, Lucius was terrified. But he knew that he could not refuse Callictacus' request. Lucius bit the bullet and suppressed the fear in his heart and said. Good Mr. Borgin. Let's meet the Dark Lord first. Callictacus nodded with a smile, and left the Audiobooks shop with the excited Kirk. Lucius' face was pale, he didn't know what he would experience after meeting the Dark Lord. He only hoped that the resurrected Dark Lord would not have the memory of Draco's attack on him. With all kinds of thoughts, the three of Lucius went to the place where the Dark Wizards gathered together. At this time, outside the Audiobooks store, there was an ugly, short wizard staring at the Audiobooks store front. Mundungus received a letter from Dumbledore at noon today, asking him to leave Nocturne Alley immediately. But Mundungus didn't listen to Dumbledore right away, he hated his galleons. Just at night when Mundungus finished his last business and packed up his things to leave, he found that Nocturne Alley was in chaos. Although he is also a member of Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix, he does not have a very strong mind. And Nocturne Alley is in chaos. This is a good opportunity to fish in troubled waters. He, a thief expert, immediately began to analyze. Those Death Eater lunatics he'd just seen were sure to hold him back for a very long time. He has also been coveting the items in Audiobooks shop for a long time. Apparently Mundungus wasn't going to miss this opportunity. He decided to take a risk. Wealth are in danger. Mundungus is very confident in his ability to fish in troubled waters. He thought that even if he couldn't steal very valuable items, he still had a chance to get those rare magic items. As for the certainty of getting out of the body, Mundungus said that it is absolutely 100%. Mundungus looked at Lucius in Audiobooks store, and murmured in surprise. Lucius Malfoy. There must be good things out there with him. It seems that there must be a lot of good things in Audiobooks store today. For what it's worth, I ignored Dumbledore's orders to come. Mundungus rolled his eyes, and now he is going to wait for an opportunity. Just as the three of Lucius left, Mundungus' eyes lit up with golden light. Finally waited for this opportunity. Mundungus put a disillusionment spell on himself, walked out of the darkness, and ran quickly to Audiobooks shop. As long as this vote is done, then he won't have to worry about eating and drinking for at least a year. Mundungus came to the gate of the Audiobooks shop, looked around, and cast a spell on the lock of the store door with his wand after confirming that there was no one there. After trying several spells, he found that the lock was really difficult to open. But it won't trouble you, Mr. Mundungus. After trying several spells, Mundungus finally unlocked the door. Mundungus touched the sweat on his forehead and murmured. Damn Borgin! 3 spells on 1 lock. It's so boring. Although Mundungus was complaining, his movements were not slow at all. Mundungus opened the door directly, and danced. Reveal in a hurry. It's just that there is no defensive magic left by Callictacus in the house. Now Mundungus laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Today is really my lucky day. Mundungus' eyes caught sight of the bag that Lucius had just left on the table. The crest of House Malfoy. It seems that Malfoy is here to sell goods. Then I will accept it bluntly. After Mundungus finished speaking, he directly put the bag into his robe. Huh? This notebook looks a bit old. He saw the black notebook at the side again, and picked it up as well. Chapter 191. Mundungus looked at the notebook. It doesn't look bad. Anything that can be put together with Malfoy's stuff must be high-end stuff. Take it back and study it first, maybe there is a secret. Mundungus put the black notebook together in his robe. Let me see what else is good. Dumbledore found Ian on the top floor next to one of the entrances to Nocturne Alley. Dumbledore looked at Ian worriedly, and asked. Ian, if you and Gale do this, it will cause panic in the British wizarding community. Tom's name is really powerful. Ian wiped the blade of the death scythe in his hand and said, "It's okay, wizards in the wizarding world are too cowardly now. They also need a little stimulation." Dumbledore smiled wryly when he heard Ian's words. "Then after you take down Nocturne Alley this time, Ian, what are your plans?" Ian was taken aback by Dumbledore's question, and to be honest, he didn't intend to. Just wanting revenge. Dumbledore looked at Ian and guessed what Ian was thinking. Dumbledore rubbed his sore temples. "Or else, those little things you and Nico are working on. I think I can take some out to popularize it. How about just using the Nocturne Alley facade?" At this time, Nicole, who was on the side, said with a smile. "Albus, that's no small thing. Those are the latest research results of magic." Nico wanted to see Ian's magic, so he came along. After all, many magics can only see a more realistic effect after causing damage. Hearing what Nico said, Dumbledore smiled and said, "Then do you think those research results can be sold?" Nico nodded and said, "Of course, and there are many new magical products. Newt's new fantastic beasts are starting to come of age, too. I think we also need a reliable showcase." "Right, Ian." Ian thought for a while, looked at Nico and nodded. "Can." Seeing that Ian agreed, Dumbledore said, "If you think it's okay, then it's fine. Just Ian, please don't kill innocent people, please." Ian stopped what he was doing and held out his right hand to show Dumbledore. "Old man Deng, our vow has not been broken. This shows that in Nocturne Alley, there are no innocent people among the people I am going to kill." The unbreakable vow flashed across Ian's hand. Dumbledore felt relieved and said, "Thanks Ian, when are you going to start?" Ian looked up into Nocturne Alley. "Wait until Nurmengards are fully covered and start. I feel their souls starting to come together." The dark wizards of Nocturne Alley began to gather together. They're going to meet the Dark Lord. Among them is the leader of the brother and sister pair Edo Caro and Amy K. Caro. They showed the dark mark tattoos on their hands in front of these dark wizards in Nocturne Alley. He was immediately sought after by the dark wizards of Nocturne Alley. They also believed that if the Dark Lord had not returned, then those Death Eaters would not dare to make trouble. At this time, Fenrir Greyback, who had just arrived, walked out of the crowd of dark wizards with a strange smile. "Amic, a duo, long time no see." The Caros looked at Fenrir Greyback in amazement. "Fenrir Greyback, where were you hiding then?" Fenrir Greyback licked his lips, and said doggedly, "Hiding away from the Muggle world for a few years, but I have to say, Muggles taste really good." The Caro brothers and sisters had weird expressions when they heard Fenrir's words. "Your habit still hasn't changed." "But..." Amic's expression became gloomy at this point. "Have you betrayed the Dark Lord?" The Caros looked down on Fenrir Greyback, a werewolf, very much. The wild dogs of the dark creatures, if they weren't the servants of the same master, they would have chopped up this stinky dog now. Looking at the vigilant Caro brothers and sisters, Fenrir said helplessly, "I did not betray the Dark Lord. You know my condition, if I don't hide I will be killed by Dumbledore." The Caro brothers and sisters did not let go of their guard. A duo said, "Then prove it to us." Fenrir knew he needed to prove himself, so Fenrir said, "When Lord Dark Lord comes back, I will send my next words to Lord Dark Lord." Hearing this, the Caro brothers and sisters breathed a sigh of relief. Swearing in the wizarding world is not something that can be said indiscriminately. Seeing that the Caro brothers and sisters temporarily put down their guard, Fenrir also said with a smile, "Let's not talk about that, we are going to meet the Lord Dark Lord first." The Caro brothers and sisters immediately became serious when they heard the words "Welcome the Dark Lord." Amic Caro stood in front of the dark wizards, and said with a strange smile, "My friends, the time has come to overthrow the Ministry of Magic and create our own. The fact that the Flu Network and Apparition can no longer be used is the best proof. Proof that the Dark Lord is choosing new followers among us. He who does not submit will die." Edo Caro also shouted excitedly, "That's right. The Dark Lord will be back soon. Those who are unwilling to surrender can only die. Now are you going to join our cause? Let's do something big together." When the Black Wizards heard the words of the Caro brothers and sisters, they immediately exploded. "Can we really join the Dark Lord? Yes. We are willing to follow the Dark Lord. Overthrow the Ministry of Magic. Then many black wizards also shouted frantically. Overthrow the Ministry of Magic. Overthrow the Ministry of Magic. The three of Lucius were still some distance away when they heard the shouts of the dark wizards. Lucius shuddered, the fear growing in his heart. Kirk couldn't wait to run up and join the shouting ranks. And Caractacus's heart sank slightly, the dark wizards in Nocturne Alley were so excited. But Caractacus felt very strange, why didn't he see Tom? With their own emotions, they continued to walk towards the dark wizards. At this moment, the Caro brothers and sisters at the front saw a familiar figure. Amic Caro said with a grim face. Lucius Malfoy! How dare you appear in front of us? Chapter 192. Hearing Amic's words, a duo also looked at where Amic was looking. That familiar platinum blonde hair, and that luxurious wizard robe. That man was none other than Lucius Malfoy. After seeing Lucius, a duo also had a grim expression. Lucius! How dare you show up? You vile traitor! Avada! Ado pointed her wand at Lucius, ready to cast a killing curse on him. When Lucius saw the green light on Ado's wand, his hairs stood on end in fright. Wait! Ado! Amic! It's not what you think. Amic heard Lucius' words and stopped a duo who was about to cast a spell. A duo frowned and looked at Amic, and asked. Brother, why are you blocking me? Let me kill this traitor now. Clean up the Dark Devil 730 King. The dark wizards gathered around also heard what the Caro brothers and sisters said, and looked at Lucius with the same unfriendly expression at this time. Amic in front shook his head, looked at Lucius playfully, and said to a duo and the surrounding dark wizards. Sister, friends, let's first see why this damned traitor dares to appear in front of us. And don't you think it would be fun to watch the once high-profile Malfoy beg for mercy in front of the Dark Lord like a flobberworm? A duo heard Amic's words, and then extinguished the green light at the front of the wand. A duo, who took back her wand, said with a strange smile. That's right, brother. Let him get the punishment he deserves. The dark wizards around laughed when they heard what the Caro brothers and sisters said. They also want to see Lucius in bad luck. This is a member of the aloof Holy Family. Lucius was very uncomfortable with the eyes of the two and the dark wizards around him. And their words made Lucius feel insulted. The patriarch of a pure-blooded family. To be treated as a joke by these mice. But Lucius knows now is not the time to attack. None of you will survive until Dumbledore and Ian Grindelwald find out about Nocturne Alley. Dumbledore will not be as merciful now as before. Lucius forced a smile and said. Amic, a duo, long time no see. I think you should listen to my explanation first. Amic looked at Lucius playfully, and said. Oh? Lucius, what else do you want to say? Bella and the others are all in Azkaban now, only you and Severus are two traitors. You have betrayed the Dark Lord. Hearing what Amic said, Kirk, who was still with Lucius just now, had distanced himself from Lucius. Kirk also looked at Caractacus in doubt. Didn't you say he is the most loyal servant of the Dark Lord? Why did the Death Eater up there see Lucius like an enemy? Caractacus glanced at Kirk and shook his head. This kid didn't understand the situation at all and started to stand up. Looks like he won't live long. Lucius didn't care about Kirk's reaction, but pretended to be calm and said to Amic. Amic, a duo, I know what you are thinking. But trust me. I have never betrayed the Dark Lord. After hearing what Lucius said, Amic looked at Draco with disdain, and said. Then what do you use to prove it? If you can prove it, we will let you go. If not, I think you know what happened to the Longbottoms. Amic's words made Lucius feel cold all over his body. But Lucius still said very calmly. I'm just lurking temporarily. Prepare for the return of the Dark Lord. Lucius actually said he was waiting for the return of the Dark Lord? The anger in Ado's heart could no longer be contained. Ado growled. Damn Lucius! Only you can't be said to be waiting for the return of the Dark Lord. Look at what you've been doing these past few years. You and your dependents. Coil. Black. You put Fudge in power, backed by Dumbledore. And you haven't killed Harry Potter yet. Not to save such a faithful servant of the Dark Lord as us. Although Lucius was flustered, he didn't answer Ado's words, but said. Ado. Fudge is an idiot, He'll only be our helper. And do you think I can save them? If I don't protect my position, will the Dark Lord have anyone who can use me? Just you guys hiding in Nocturne Alley. A Duo gritted her teeth and looked at Lucius, his words rubbed their sore spots. But before A Duo could speak, Emic stared at Lucius and said, I don't want you to continue playing with words, Lucius. Prove it to me. You're still loyal to the Dark Lord. Lucius felt a little more relaxed when he heard Emic's words. It seems that Emic is already believing his own words. As long as Emic is dealt with, then his sister A Duo will naturally not be a problem. Lucius didn't speak, but directly opened his sleeves. On it is the same dark mark as the Caro brothers and sisters. Lucius looked at Emic and asked, Is this enough? The Caros looked into Lucius' eyes and fell silent. Lucius continued. And the Malfoy family has been waiting for the Master to return. I'm ready for the Master too. Now part of the Ministry of Magic is ours. At this time, the surrounding dark wizards also looked at the Caro brothers and sisters, waiting for their decision. They didn't dare to attack Lucius rashly. No one dares to fake the dark mark. After contemplating for a while, Emic looked at Lucius 3.1 and said, I trust you one last time, Lucius. But your sentence shall wait until the Master comes to announce it. Lucius was relieved to hear Emic's words. As long as he is not killed now, there is a high probability that he will not have to die when the Dark Lord returns. Lucius' sweat had soaked all his clothes, but he pretended to be calm and said, No problem. I have always been loyal to my master. Emic nodded and said with a smile. Then welcome back, Lucius. After Emic's voice fell, the dark wizards burst into crazy laughter. Only Caractacus stood silently in the crowd, and the feeling of uneasiness in his heart has not dissipated. While the Death Eaters hiding in Nocturne Alley were having a carnival, Grindelwald had already arrived in front of Ian. Chapter 193. Ian, Nocturne Alley is almost closed. Ian nodded, looking at the bustling Nocturne Alley, his eyes were cold. There will be no more Nocturne Alley in the future. Grindelwald asked Ian with some interest. Ian, what undead are you going to use to get rid of these rats? Ian shook his head when he heard Grindelwald's words, and said, This time I will do it myself. It's been a long time since I've been active. Finally, let the undead come out to clean up the ones that slipped through the net. Grindelwald heard what Ian said, smiled, and said, Go ahead. I want some corpses for experiments. Your undead magic research consumes too much corpse. It's not easy to have so many wizard corpses this time. Ian said helplessly. If I don't give you the body, you won't take it. After speaking, an extremely thick black mist emerged from Ian's body, covering Ian's face. After a while, after the black mist dissipated, a set of hideous bone armor appeared on Ian's body. The death sickle in Ian's hand reflected a cold light. The saints around watched Ian's change with shocked expressions on their faces. Is this still a wizard, sir? It was the first time that they saw the image of the wizard fighting like the warriors in those myths. Grindelwald watched Ian put on the armor and said with a smile. I still remember the first time I saw you wearing this armor. You still wanted to kill me back then. Ian rolled his eyes at Grindelwald, and said. At that time, you and old man Deng would not have shot at me. Dumbledore on the side laughed and said. Ian, you ended up smashing Newmend Castle. You have no right to say that about us. Ian ignored Dumbledore, but said to Grindelwald. Have Moth and the others come back. Grindelwald nodded and said. Already back, they are now guarding Nocturne Alley to watch your hunt. Then Grindelwald changed the subject and said. But every time I see your bone armor, I feel very beautiful. Make me a set when you have time. Now I have almost learned the magic of your mental space. After finishing speaking, the same black mist as Ian poured out of Grindelwald's hand, and the bony wand appeared in Grindelwald's hand. Ian watched Grindelwald's spell casting and nodded. Seeing Ian nodding, Grindelwald knows that the armor is solid. Ian won't break his word. But Grindelwald asked with some doubts. But then again, Ian, you're a lot taller than you were a year ago. Does your suit of armor still fit? After a year, Ian has finally grown taller. He's no longer limited to patting Grindelwald's forearm. Now can go to the arm. Ian's face darkened when he heard Grindelwald's words. This set of bone armor will grow with me. It is one of the most advanced alchemy equipment for necromancers. When Grindelwald heard Ian's words, he wanted this armor even more. Nicole on the side also heard what Ian said, and said curiously at this time. Ian, let me study this bone armor after you go back. It feels very different to me. It was also the first time for Nico to see Ian fully armed, and the magical aura on the bone armor was very complicated. This got Nicole unparalleled intrigued. Hearing what Nico said, Ian said helplessly. Nike, even if I give you this bone armor, you won't be able to study it. It only works magically on me. Because it has a magical contract with my soul. Nicole looked regretfully at the bone armor on Ian's body. This made him very itchy. Ian shook his head. It seems that after the matter is over, we should find time to do a set for the two of them. Otherwise, the two of them will definitely not be able to sleep. I hope that my dragon bones should still be in stock. If it is not enough, we can only wait for the newly bred dragon on Newt's side to mature. At this time, my Arthur came over. My Arthur saluted Ian respectfully. Sir, Nocturne Alley is now completely closed. The magic net for safeguarding and all protection has been formed. Ian looked up at the white light curtain on the top, nodded to my Arthur, and said. Then let's get started. Ian held the sickle in his hand tightly, turned into a black ball and flew towards the place where the black wizards gathered in the port. The saints looked at Ian who flew away, and Morkard hurriedly greeted. Quick! Mr. is about to start. As Morkard's voice fell, the saints quickly used magic spells or took out their brooms to make themselves fly. Are they following closely behind Ian? They can't miss the battle of Mr. In the team of black wizards, Amic walked up to Lucius and asked. Lucius, where did you come from? When Lucius heard Amic's words, his heart skipped a beat. He just remembered. Today he came to sell the items of the Dark Lord. Lucius looked at Amic with a strong smile and said. I'm doing some errands at Mr. Borgin's shop, and I'm lucky today. That's how 400 happened to meet the return of Lord Dark Lord. Now Lucius just hopes that when the Dark Lord meets, don't think about that black notebook. Amic was silent for a moment when he heard Lucius reply. Then Amic looked at Callictacus and said. Mr. Borgin, is what Lucius said true? I just saw you came here together. Callictacus nodded to Amic. He didn't lie to you. Only then did Amic let go of his guard. Because they are waiting here, they should have seen the Black King long ago. Unless the Dark Lord's team detours to the Bogenbach store, first look for the local snake, Callictacus. But now Callictacus is also here, and Lucius and the others came from Bogenbach's store, so their position should be a little further back. The Dark Lord's team was not behind Lucius and them, so they didn't go to Callictacus first. With the testimony of Callictacus, Lucius will be more credible. Amic patted Lucius on the shoulder and said. I'm just making sure, Lucius. The Lord Dark Lord has not come over for so long. I just feel very strange. Chapter 194. Lucius still smiled and said. It's okay, Amic, you and a duo are also thinking of Lord Dark Lord. Amic nodded in agreement, when he saw that Lucius' forehead was covered with sweat. Amic frowned. Jane said. Lucius, what's wrong with you? Lucius was very nervous, but he still smiled and said. It's nothing, I just feel so excited to see Lord Dark Lord. Amic looked at Lucius suspiciously. Why did he feel that Lucius was more afraid now? But before Amic could think about it, a dark wizard saw a black cloud flying over. Hey! Guys! Do you see that black mist? The dark wizard shouted. Amic's thoughts were interrupted by this cry. Amic was going to teach this guy who dared to interrupt his thinking. But when he heard the content of the shout, Amic raised his head suddenly. Amic looked at the black mist rolling in from above, and his whole body began to tremble. That's the Dark Lord's magic. Even among the Death Eaters, only the powerful Dark Lord would teach them this magic. Then, behind the black mist appeared many flying wizards. In the sky, there is only this cloud of black mist flying at the forefront. Thinking of this, Isaac can be sure. That is the Dark Lord. A duo also excitedly ran to Amic, and the two shouted excitedly. It's the Master! Look! It's the Master! They want to be the first to show their faces in front of the Master. The black wizards cheered, and Fenrir let out a wolf howl to express his excitement. Look! It's the Dark Lord! The Caro brothers and sisters are very excited. Are all the wizards behind the Dark Lord his followers? It should be. The Dark Lord is really powerful. We didn't choose to follow the wrong person. But there are also some people among the Dark Wizards who are quietly watching. For example, Caractacus keenly discovered that he had never seen the wizards behind the Dark Lord. And that uneasy feeling became more and more obvious as the black mist approached. The cautious habit he had developed over the years made Caractacus decide not to step out of the crowd. Caractacus quietly drew out his wand, in case something went wrong. He also had some strength to resist. Lucius was trembling all over at this moment, thinking rapidly in his mind, what should he do next? After the black mist landed, Emic and Aduo hurried up to kneel in front of the black mist. Master! Are you coming? The black mist dissipated, and a red-eyed, silver-haired figure wearing a hideous bone armor and holding a spine scythe appeared on the spot. Emic and Aduo were dumbfounded. The surrounding black wizards were also stunned in place in surprise. Master, Dark Lord, has become a child? And what about that bone armor and that impotent man's sickle? This image is a bit like the legendary Reaper. Only Lucius stared at Ian's figure. Lucius knew. It wasn't Voldemort at all. That's Ian Grindelwald. The real Dark Lord. Ian Grindelwald is here, so is Dumbledore coming too? Lucius trembled all over and was ecstatic in his heart, he didn't have to die today. Caractacus, who was beside Lucius, felt the uneasiness in his heart become extremely strong when the little wizard holding a scythe appeared. Survival instincts are frantically telling Caractacus to run. But Caractacus knew that he could not run for the time being. If he made an exception among the crowd, he would definitely die today. And Ian ignored the Caro brothers and sisters kneeling in front of him, and glanced around at the dark wizards. The gathered black wizards suddenly felt as if they were being targeted by natural enemies. Is this the oppression of the Dark Lord? The Caro brothers and sisters on the ground felt the pressure on Ian, as well as the strong black magic breath. Emic and Aduo felt that it seems that the Master has recovered this time, and the strength of the Master has become stronger again. That black magic aura is stronger than the Master's heyday 11 years ago. In this way, the two firmly believed that the Ian in front of them was Voldemort. It's just that the two of them didn't know why the Master turned into a child? But it doesn't matter, they heard that the Master is immortal, so maybe the Master's magic has rejuvenated him. Kirk swallowed in the crowd, they finally saw the power of the Dark Lord. Getting ready to cheer for the Dark Lord. But before they opened their mouths and cheered, Ian said quietly. You guys are really brave. Even my men dare to move. The black wizards felt chills when they heard Ian's words. While the Caro brothers and sisters looked up at Ian in astonishment, Emic said in a panic. Master! Have you misunderstood something? We absolutely don't have the guts to touch your people. Aduo on the side also nodded hurriedly. Only then did Ian notice the two people in front of him, feel their souls, and there was a familiar breath. Ian frowned, looked at the Caro brothers and sisters and said. Are you from the Caro family? Hearing Ian's words, Emic and Aduo nodded excitedly. They didn't expect the Master to remember them. Emic and Aduo nodded excitedly. Yes, Master. You remember us. We are your most loyal servants. After speaking, the two wanted to climb to Ian's feet and kiss his shoes. The hearts of the saints watching from a distance are full of anger. Hymono, these dirty mice still want to touch Mr. Especially the Caro family, they just heard that these two are also Caro. My Arthur waved sullenly to a Caro elderly saint. The family tree should be with you, right? Go check those two people. Speed up. Which Caro is so unbearable? I really want to kill them with my own hands. The saint of the Caro family also said through gritted teeth. Okay sir, give me a minute. After speaking, the saint took out a very old-looking book from his bag. The saint opened the book and pointed at the pages. Inquire about Caro homes in the UK. Ian looked at the Caro siblings crawling towards him, and he was disgusted by their behavior too. Is this a swallowtail dog in a wizard's skin? Chapter 195. When the two were about to climb to Ian's feet, Ian raised his foot angrily and kicked Amy in the face. Amic was kicked and flew back, hitting Aduo behind him. Ah! Two shrill screams sounded from Nocturne Alley. Ian's combat boots have bony barbs. The flesh on Amic's face was torn off by the bony barbs on Ian's boots. After Imik hit a duo with a huge force, the two of them continued to fly upside down and out of the hospital. The bodies of the kicked Caro brothers and sisters hit the dark wizard behind them, and several people fell to the ground due to the huge inertial impact. And those wizards who were knocked down could only scream. After getting up by themselves after screaming, none of them dared to complain. Those black wizards watching this scene whispered, "Oh! Damn it! Dark Lord, why is this? That's his loyal servant." No one dared to help Emic and a duo who fell on the ground. No one could not see that the Dark Lord was very angry at this time. Amic didn't care about the disfigured 927's face, held back the pain, and knelt on the ground in horror. "Master! Don't be angry. Amic is wrong. Please forgive me." After speaking, Amic started to kowtow, blood flowed from Amic's face, dyeing the ground red. A duo was also very frightened, and she also got up and knelt down in front of Emic and kowtowed frantically. Ian's face was getting darker and darker, and he walked slowly towards the two of them. Seeing Ian approaching, the dark wizards all lowered their heads. They dare not look directly at that brutal Dark Lord. Lucius looked at Ian in a cold sweat, he never thought that this handsome man would be so ruthless. Who said that Ian's character is rumored to be very good? And what kind of monster is Draco's friend? The power of that kick is completely beyond what normal wizards can possess. And the black mist around him, is that black magic? Emic and a duo listened to the approaching footsteps, and the frequency of their kowtows became faster and faster. Until Ian came to Emic and a duo. At this time, the hearts of the Caro brothers and sisters were already filled with fear. "Dad! Stop!" Ian's indifferent voice reached their ears. The movements of Emic and a duo froze immediately. They looked up at Ian in horror, waiting for Ian to speak. I saw Ian waving to a gorgeously dressed elderly wizard behind. The old wizard looked at the two of them sullenly, and came to Ian and bowed. Ian shook his head and asked, "Me Arthur, is this your clan? They have something in their souls like your Caro family." The Caro brothers and sisters who were kneeling on the ground were stunned when they heard Ian's words. The Caro family? Could it be that their family has completely joined the Dark Lord? But they have never seen the old Caro in front of them. My Arthur looked back sullenly, watching as Ian opened his mouth. Arthur just saw on the family tree that these two mice are indeed members of their Caro family. It's just that it's not from their lineage, but from London's Cadu. Then my Arthur said with some helplessness, "Sir, they are indeed the Caros. But not of our German Caro family." Ian nodded when he heard my Arthur's words, and said, "Then will it affect you if I kill them?" My Arthur shook his head, continued to look at the two men gloomily, and said, "Give them to me, sir, if you can. These two bastards have dishonored the Caro family. Since Caro in London doesn't care, I'll do it." Ian nodded to my Arthur. Since it was their own business for the Caro family, it was up to them to deal with it. Now Emic and a duo panicked completely. The master and the German Caro are planning to kill them. "Master, please spare me. We have been waiting for you for many years. Please. Master, let us go. They have done nothing wrong. They are all for the Dark Lord." "But why did the master want them to die?" My Arthur was impatient with the quarrel between the two, and drew out his wand. "The soul is out of body. The soul is out of body." The two imperious curses released by my Arthur accurately hit the Caro brothers and sisters who did not dare to resist. Emic and a duo became dumbfounded in an instant, and they knelt on the ground motionless. "Come with me," my Arthur ordered to the Caros. Hearing my Arthur's order, Emic and a duo followed behind my Arthur in a daze. Then my Arthur saluted Ian again, and walked back with the Caro brothers and sisters. "Damn it! Rats that go to Voldemort and turn into pugs? Disgrace to the Caro family." Seeing that the Caro brothers and sisters were taken away, the dark wizards became anxious. A daring dark wizard asked Ian, "Lord Dark Lord, why did you punish the Caro brothers and sisters? They are your loyal subordinates." The dark wizard's words made the surrounding black wizards start to whisper. Today the Dark Lord hurt the Caro brothers and sisters, and they may be the ones who will die in the future. Ian glanced at the dark wizard, but didn't answer him. Since Ian hadn't intended for them to leave alive in the first place, the dead didn't need to know that much. What's more, Ian also sensed a familiar soul breath. This soul breath is very similar to Draco. Ian raised the sickle in his hand and pointed in the direction of the soul. You, come out. The dark wizards who found it saw Ian raised the scythe, but not referring to themselves, and immediately scattered. The last Callictacus and Lucius are revealed. Callictacus was very nervous, but he moved a few steps quietly. He was relieved to see that Ian's scythe didn't move with him, but pointed at Lucius. Callictacus ran cautiously into the crowd of dark wizards on the other side. He ran away when he got the chance. And Lucius saw Ian pointing at himself. He had seen the miserable appearance of the Caro brothers and sisters just now. Is it time for him, Lucius? Lucius didn't dare to disobey Ian's words, and approached Ian tremblingly. When Lucius walked up to Ian, Ian looked him up and down. Ian's gaze made Lucius paler and paler. Just when Lucius was about to faint from nervousness, Ian spoke. You are Draco's father? Malfoy Lucius. Chapter 196. The dark wizards behind Lucius froze when they heard Ian's words. The Dark Lord doesn't know Lucius? No. Lucius is the lackey of the Dark Lord. Everyone in Nocturne Alley knows that. Has the Dark Lord lost his memory? That's impossible. Then this powerful dark wizard in front of you is not the Dark Lord. The dark wizards felt that something was wrong. And Lucius didn't care about the reactions of the dark wizards behind him. When he heard Ian's words, he suddenly became energetic. Yes, Mr. Grindelwald, I am. You recognized me. I got you a present for Christmas. The dark wizards heard Lucius say, is it Grindelwald? So the wizard in front of me is a descendant of Grindelwald? Then those wizards behind him are the legendary saints? Ian nodded and asked indifferently. Why are you here? Will you be among those who dare to attack me? Now the dark wizards finally know why Ian Grindelwald is here. His men were attacked. That's when someone attacked the saints in Nocturne Alley. The black wizards immediately thought of what happened during the day. Is that mysterious wizard a saint? But they don't have much fear in their hearts, the saints are outdated characters. Now is the time of the Dark Lord. Their master is Voldemort. At this moment, Caractacus had quietly slipped out of the crowd and ran towards his Bojinbok shop. Now things are big. He is a person who has experienced it, and he is the first to fear the saints. Tom's Death Eaters are more like a bunch of disorderly troops. And the saints of Grindelwald are real war wizards. Callictacus was pale, and his wizard robe was already wet with sweat. He knew that he had to run away immediately, otherwise he would definitely die here today. Damn it! If you said you were a saint earlier, wouldn't there be so many things? Must run now, damn Grindelwald! In the crowd of black wizards, one of Bin's subordinates looked at Ian and the others with disdain. What they did during the day today. He doesn't believe that Ian and others will do anything to him. But Callictacus and Bin's subordinates didn't know that Ian had already sensed the emotions in their souls. It seems that there is no need to look any further, Ian thought, just ask their souls. No one can escape today. And Lucius was stunned when he heard Ian's words, but he came back to his senses immediately. Lucius could only contact the mysterious wizard that Callictacus said today. Now what Ian means is that the wizard was attacked by them. Is that Ian Grindelwald and Dumbledore's guy? This is the reverse scale that stabbed the fire dragon. Lucius turned pale and hurriedly said. I'm only here to sell stuff. I have absolutely no part in this. Ian nodded after hearing Lucius' words. The emotion of Lucius' soul told Ian that what Lucius said was true. Then go to the back, someone will talk to you about today's affairs. Lucius was ecstatic. This means he is really safe. Lucius quickly said to Ian. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Grindelwald. Ian shook his head and ignored Lucius. Actually, to be honest, Ian doesn't like Lucius Malfoy. This person belongs to the kind who is clever but is mistaken by cleverness. Possessing a shrewd mind and low strength, he always wants to calculate those who are stronger than him. In the end, I almost filled in my whole family. After Lucius left, Ian looked at the dark wizards, with a gleam in his eyes. Do you have any last words? When the black wizards heard Ian's words, they immediately exploded. Boy! Do you mean to kill us? Don't think you have a lot of people. We can also take a few away. Don't think that strength is enough. Don't be too arrogant. Our master is the Dark Lord. Kill us, and you won't be able to escape. Among them, the loudest ones were Binsman and Kirk. It's just that the black wizards haven't realized the seriousness of the problem. Ian shook his head, maggots are always maggots. Ian didn't speak any more, and raised the scythe in his hand to point at the dark wizards. The black wizards looked at this scene and were stunned, thinking that Ian was afraid and made such a move without common sense. A few daring dark wizards taunted. "Boy! Are you going to fight with that scythe? I have no common sense, go home and drink milk. You're just a brat." Fenrir also licked his lips. "Boy, you should have the blood of Miwa. I really want to taste your taste." The saints behind Ian are already furious, this group of dirty rats dare to mock Mr. Lucius looked at the dark wizards from behind, cursing these black wizards as idiots in his heart. "Voldemort can't keep you. Your masters have all been killed. And the black magic aura on that sickle is about to burst out. It's just that Lucius didn't expect that these dark wizards live in poverty, where have they seen so many alchemy items?" Moss's eyes were burning with anger, and he drew out his wand and was about to rush up. "I'm going to kill them." Moth was stopped by Mokard beside him. "What are you doing? Didn't you hear them insulting Mr. Moth yelled at Morkard, who stopped him. "And that wild werewolf? How dare he try to bite Mr. Mokard also looked ugly, and said to Moth. "Don't be impulsive, man, you see everyone is angry. I also want to rush forward and give him the Cruciatus curse. Let the filthy dark creature get what it deserves. But it's Sir's hunt, we just need guards." Moss looked at the surrounding saints, they also drew out their wands, and looked at the dark wizards angrily. Mosi took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, snorted coldly and stared at the group of black wizards. A bunch of dying bugs. Nicole, Grindelwald and Dumbledore were very troubled. They were afraid that Ian would get angry and directly burn the entire Nocturne Alley with fiend fire. As for the insults of the black wizards, Ian was very calm. Would a man care about the insults of a flock of fleas? Nothing to say to the maggots, it's just that Ian doesn't want them to die very comfortably. Ian poured magic power into the death scythe in his hand, and murmured. Despair eats away at man. Chapter 197. The skeleton on the scythe in Ian's hand roared, spewing out a huge black mist. Many faces with painful expressions emerged from the black mist. Immediately, the black mist surged towards the dark wizards. That scythe can actually cast spells. And what is that black mist? The black wizards felt their scalps go numb when they saw the faces in the black mist. They had never seen such evil magic before, and they panicked immediately. A black wizard hastily pulled out his wand and shouted to the black wizard. "Don't panic! Don't panic! Everyone resist! That's just a little wizard's magic." When the black wizards heard the wizard's words, they hurriedly collected their minds and quickly pulled out their wands. Avada Kedavra! Bones to pieces! Cruciate! The wands in the hands of the dark wizards emit colorful black magic. These dark magics collided with Ian's spell Corrosion of Despair in the air. Violent explosions spread out from the black mist, and the faces in the black mist were blown to pieces. The explosion also raised smoke and dust on the ground of Nocturne Alley, and the smoke and dust blocked the sight of the dark wizards 24. The black wizard who was leading just now laughed loudly and said. "Look! That little wizard was absolutely blown up without a corpse. Those black magic can definitely cancel his magic and hurt him. What descendant of the Grindelwald family? He just..." Before the black wizard could finish his words, the smoke and dust dispersed, and the black mist that covered the faces of the people was still rushing towards them. But Ian behind the black mist is fine. This scene made the black wizards panic. But now after the time they just lost, it's too late for them to escape or cast a spell. The black mist drowned the black wizards, but the melanin bypassed their torsos. Those human faces in the black mist also passed them by, only entangled on their hands and feet. The frantically running black wizards just wanted to get out of the black mist as quickly as possible. They now know that the reason for blocking apparition is to prevent any of them from getting out. Only a few black wizards took out the door keys to escape, but what happened next made them even more desperate. The portcullis is also blocked. The dark wizards can only run on 2 feet, but the speed of running is far from keeping up with the speed covered by Ian's magic. Soon these dark wizards who failed to escape realized that something was wrong. Those parts of the body covered by the black mist began to age rapidly. Severe pain came into their minds. It was as if ants were crawling on their bodies, rapidly nibbling at their bodies. Soon they could no longer feel the limbs attached by the black mist, and immediately fell to the ground. Merlin! What kind of magic is this? Ah! It hurts me to death. Help me! I don't want to die. Hands! I can't feel my hands. After the severe pain, these black wizards were horrified to find that after the black mist dissipated, there were only bones left in the place where they had just been covered by the black mist. There is a layer of curse attached to the broken parts of the limbs, so there is not a drop of blood on the wounds. This makes the black wizards who can't move on the ground even more frightened. Nurmengard looked at the black mist in front of him, poked Moth beside him with his elbow, and asked quietly. Moth, have you learned this, Doctor? Moth nodded and said regretfully. I've learned it, but it's too far behind the range of this magic, sir. Nurmengard rolled his eyes at Moth, and said. Just have fun. It would be great if sir could teach you. After speaking, Nurmengard also looked at Ian's back with great yearning. He murmured with fiery eyes. I just don't know how long sir is going to teach me this magic. And Lucius, who was behind the saint, swallowed. Although he didn't know what happened to Ian's magic and the black mist, but the constant screams made him feel as if his whole body was in an ice cave. Those screams sounded like hundreds of people were under the Cruciatus curse at the same time. And the saints around him seemed to be familiar with such evil magic. And seeing their angry looks, they wished they could rush into the black mist and cast a killing curse on those black wizards. If I hadn't been recognized by Ian Grindelwald, I'd be one of them by now. Thinking of this, Lucius couldn't help but shudder, his heart was full of joy. Now he also finally knew why Draco trusted Ian so much. One spell can deal with hundreds of dark wizards at the same time, the Dark Lord can do it. But definitely not as easy as Ian. The Dark Lord is definitely not as powerful as Ian Grindelwald. Not to mention Ian has Voodoo and Dumbledore behind him. Lucius felt in his heart that it was time for him to stand in line. Anyway, there is a high probability that the Dark Lord will go back and it will not end well. Lucius looked at the attitude of these saints towards Ian, they recognized Ian Grindelwald from the bottom of their hearts. The Dark Lord's subordinates definitely don't have so many loyal followers, because part of them are surrenders brought about by his fear. As for his betrayal of the Dark Lord by going to the voodoo party, that doesn't exist. He was just uncomfortable at work and wanted to change jobs. After Ian released the 837 magic, he was waiting for the Dark Wizard's time. Ian thought about it and felt that the time was almost up. Immediately, Ian tapped the ground lightly with the death scythe in his hand. The black mist surrounding the black wizards dissipated. I saw that those black wizards had all fallen to the ground now. If you look closely, you can see that under their robes, the hands and feet have been shriveled. Because now there are only Bysenson's bones left. The dark wizards also looked at Ian in fear after the black mist cleared. As desperados, they knew it all too well. If that evil magic didn't directly kill them, it just proves that Ian won't let them die so easily. And now they are just a bunch of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. My lord! Please let me go. Please kill me. You bloody devil! My hand! How could this be? Ian ignored the pleas or insults of the dark wizards, but walked away from the huss's subordinates. The sound of the collision of the boots and the ground sounded like death bells ringing in the hearts of the dark wizards. Ian came to that Binz's subordinate, looked at the terrified man in front of him, and said indifferently. Do you know who else attacked my men? Chapter 198. Bin's men were frightened at this time. Now that he saw Ian coming to him, the fear in his heart reached its peak in an instant, and he screamed in horror. Don't kill me! Don't kill me! His trousers were already stained with filth, but obviously he didn't care about that now. Ian frowned and looked at the frightened man in front of him, and asked again. Are you saying it yourself? Or am I going to help you? It's just that Bin's subordinates kept repeating the phrase don't kill me. Because his remaining rationality told him that if he betrayed Bin's, he would also die. His hands and feet are gone now, even if he survives, he will be a useless person. If the little wizard let him go, then he doesn't want to live anymore. It's better to let this little wizard kill himself happily. But he still doesn't know that with Ian, death is definitely not the end. Looking at the man's desperate eyes, Ian shook his head, swung the death scythe in his hand, and chopped off the man's head with one blow. The dark wizards around were also frightened when they saw this scene. Horrified screams kept ringing from the mouths of the dark wizards. Ian ignored the frightened dark wizards, and now he was still looking for those bold areas. Ian held out his left hand to the wizard's head. Dead contact. A black hand floated in front of Ian. I saw that black hand grabbed the wizard's head, and pulled out a phantom shadow from it. That is the soul of Bin's men. The dark wizards stared dumbfounded at the pearly white soul. Now they are growing more and more terrified of what Ian will do next. Ian waved his hand again, and a green flame burned on the soul. Ah! A shrill scream came from the soul's mouth. Ian looked coldly at the soul struggling madly in the flames, and asked, "Can I get back to my question now?" The soul screamed in pain and said, I said. He still doesn't understand now, he is obviously dead, but why does he wake up again? But the pain in soul and body made him unable to hold on any longer. Ian extinguished the fire on the soul with a wave of his hand. At this time, the wizard's soul had time to check its own situation. Raising his hand, the familiar pearly white let him know that he had become a ghost. At this time, he thought of the person who made him like this. The man named Bins. Bicester now hates Bins so much, if it wasn't for his order, then he wouldn't have turned into a ghost and suffered such torture. And this little demon wizard has magic to harm ghosts. He buried the resentment in his heart, looked at Ian in fear, and said, "My name is Bicester, and I am under Blood Skull. He arranged for someone to attack your people." Bicester bit particularly hard on the word Bins. Then Ian nods to the ghost of Bicester. "Where is your stronghold?" Bicester raised his finger and pointed to the road on the left, and said, "Go to the left. Finally, you can find the secret door in a small alley." Ian nodded. Now it's time to find the culprit. Ian signaled Moss behind him to surround Bin's lair first, he didn't want to catch everyone one by one. Moss saluted Ian, and then led the saints to the place Bicester said. Ian felt the resentment that was piling up in Bicester's soul, and he suddenly had an idea. This is a good material for making wraiths. Do you want to kill Bins yourself? When Bicester's soul heard Ian's words, its eyes widened. You, what are you talking about? Ian nodded and said, "You only get one chance." Bicester's soul was suddenly excited, his eyes were full of resentment, and he said through gritted teeth, "I will. I'll tear that bastard Bins apart with my own hands. Then follow me first." After speaking, Ian turned his head to look at the dark wizards on the ground, and now there are still these mice that need to be cleaned up. Ian looked at them indifferently, with black arrogance pouring out of his body. The dark wizards on the ground were terrified immediately, and the scene of Ian dealing with Bicester was deeply imprinted in their hearts. It's that the souls are being pulled out and tortured, they've lost all their courage. Coupled with the black magic fog pouring out of Ian now, they completely collapsed. They were tormented by the very similar black magic mist just now. Are they going to be tortured again now? Please give me a happy one. Leave me alone. Please. No. Don't come here. Amidst the black wizards begging for mercy, Hygge gradually wrapped them up. In the black mist, the black wizards changed from begging for mercy to screaming. After a while, the screams became smaller and smaller, and finally disappeared completely. Ian stretched out his left hand, and a bone chain flew out of each black pouch. All the chains were connected to one chain, which flew into Ian's hand. Ian pulled the chain on his hand, and hundreds of bone oil lamps burning with green flames flew out of the black mist along the chain. In the green flames of the oil lamps were the faces of the dark wizards in pain. After doing this, Grindelwald, Dumbledore and Nico came up. Nico looked at Ian with a smile and said, "Nice black magic. Ian. Are these the soul lamps you mentioned before?" Ian nodded and said to Nico, "Yes, with the soul as fuel, they will burn in agony until they die." After speaking, Ian handed the chain in his hand to Nico. "I know you want to study, take it." Nico took the chain with a smile. "Then I won't be polite." Grindelwald came to Ian, looked at the soul of Bicester who was left behind, Li Lihao, and asked, "Ian, what are you keeping this soul for?" Ian said to Grindelwald, "Excellent material for crafting wraiths." Bicester, who was on the side, heard Ian saying that he was going to use him as a material, and he felt very upset. But he didn't care when he thought he could take revenge on Bins himself. He is already dead, and now he has a chance for revenge. He is very satisfied. There is no need for a wizard of Ion's strength to lie to him. Now Grindelwald became interested, looked at Bysister's soul and asked Ian. For me. Ian rolled his eyes at Grindelwald, and said. Give it to Andes, after all, he was injured this time. In the future, there will be vengeful spirits around him, so it will be easier for him to do things. But he has to do it himself to upgrade the undead. You don't even want to grab young people's things, do you? Chapter 199. Grindelwald pursed his lips. If you don't give it, don't give it. What about the corpse you said you wanted to leave for me? Ian spread his hands and said. I can't hold it back, it's made into a lamp of the soul. Besides, there are many more in the future, you can choose by yourself. At this point Dumbledore said. Ian, is it too risky for you to teach the saints how to control and make undead? Dumbledore looked at Ian helplessly, he still felt that Ion's magic was too cruel. And if Ian handed over the method of controlling and making the undead to the saints, he was worried that there would be uncontrollable situations. Ian sensed Dumbledore's emotions and said with a smile. My magic can only be used on enemies. And undead magic also needs to be improved. If I study it alone, it will take too long. I have the ability to perceive the soul, and there will be no accidents. Don't worry, old man Deng. Dumbledore nodded resignedly. He can only trust Ian, if something happens, Ian will deal with it. Then, Ian looked towards the direction of 183 on the left side of Nocturne Alley. Then there is one more area that needs to be dealt with. Fudge was called up urgently in his sleep, saying that another major event had happened. He flew to the Ministry of Magic before he even had time to tidy up his clothes. What? You say the Death Eaters are back? And now they're in Nocturne Alley? And blocked Nocturne Alley? Angry Fudge turned blue with anger. It took you so long to tell me something so big happened? Auror Office Director Rufus Scrimgeour wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and said helplessly. Our owls have been stopped many times. I just received the news too. Hearing Rufus Scrimgeour's words, Fudge said angrily. Then what are you still doing here? Go to Nocturne Alley and stop the Death Eaters' plot. Don't tell me none of you know how to use flu. Rufus Scrimgeour looked at the angry Fudge, smiled wryly and said. The flu networks of Nocturne Alley and the Leaky Cauldron have been cut. The people in the Department of Magical Traffic are all in a coma, and it's too late to wake them up. Fudge almost fainted when he heard Rufus Scrimgeour's words. When I was in office, a department of the Ministry of Magic was invaded, and all the staff were beaten unconscious. If there were real casualties, he could say goodbye to the Ministry of Magic. Now he could only pray to Merlin that the Death Eaters weren't killing Diagon Alley. Fudge looked at Rufus Scrimgeour palely, and asked. Has Dumbledore been notified? Dumbledore was his last hope. Rufus Scrimgeour said again helplessly. Dumbledore isn't at Hogwarts, we might have to come this time. Fudge's legs gave way and he sat down on the ground. It's over. It's over. But thinking that he might still have a chance to make amends, Fudge stood up hastily and shouted. Then go to Diagon Alley. Let's check to see if there are any wizard casualties. Go to Nocturne Alley and catch the Death Eaters. Just when the Ministry of Magic was panicking, Ian and others had arrived at the position surrounded by Moth and others. Still outside the alley, Bysister excitedly pointed to a secret door in the alley and said. My lord! It's here. Going in from here is Bin's lair. Mosi in the alley saw Ian and the others approaching, UNSI saluted and said. Sir, no one has come out since we got here. There should be magic in it to prevent detection. Our detection magic didn't detect anything. Ian nodded to Moth, Sieg. Very well, you guys move out of the way. Hearing Ian's words, USI hurriedly beckoned the saints to back off. Seeing Moss and the saints back away, Ian raised the death scythe in his hand, facing the secret door. Well, the least powerful, dark blast. The skull on the scythe screamed and spit out a ball of black magic from its mouth. A black light hit the secret door. There was a loud boom, and the house next to the alley was directly blown into pieces and flew out. The houses in half the alley were demolished. Stones jingled against the magic barrier of Ian's armor. Apart from a long tunnel, there is nothing to be seen at the secret door. The saints took a breath. The power of this magic is already stronger than the explosion curse, right? At least objects hit by thunderbolt explosion will not be directly blown into ashes. Dumbledore and Grindelwald and Nicole were taken aback. Nico reacts, after seeing the devastation Ian's magic wreaks, State Road. It seems that Ian has given us a new surprise. This spell is definitely useful in warfare. Grindelwald glared at Ian. Good guy. You are still hiding this spell. Wasn't it agreed to exchange spells? Dumbledore looked at Ian's masterpiece with a dark face, and there was one more magic forbidden by Ian at Hogwarts. Ian murmured dissatisfied. It seems that I really need to practice more. Live too long at leisure. At this time, Spencer, who was still admiring today's harvest, felt a huge explosion coming from the door. His entire lair shook violently. Binns, who was concentrating on admiring the golden galleon, couldn't stand still and sat down on the ground. Binns felt the explosion coming from the direction of the gate of his lair. What happened to Nocturne Alley? Such an explosion happened. And it was the gate of his lair that exploded. Could it be those unscrupulous bosses who are going to smash his lair? Didn't you say that you will deliver the items to them tomorrow? Thinking of this, he quickly stood up, moved his wand firmly, and put those galleons back into the bag. Damn it! Hope it's not from me. Before Binns could finish complaining, one of his men had already rushed to the door. Get ready to bang on the door to notify boss of an emergency. No time to knock slowly now. But when this subordinate hit the door with his body, it was like hitting a wall. Ouch! After being bounced back, his subordinates looked at the flickering white light on the door. Damn reinforcement curse! But now he has no time to complain, he is lying on the door and knocking frantically. Boss! Something is wrong. Someone is coming to trouble us. Chapter 200. When Binns heard the words of the younger brother outside the door, his heart skipped a beat. Those unscrupulous bosses are coming to trouble me? Binns resisted the urge to run away immediately, and asked his younger brother through the door. Who dares to destroy my place? The little brother saw that his boss didn't open the door, but now he can't help thinking too much. The younger brother hastily continued. Boss! I don't know either. But I took a sneak peek, and it wasn't the Nocturne Alley man. Binns breathed a sigh of relief when he heard what the younger brother outside the door said. As long as it's not someone from Nocturne Alley, then he has nothing to fear. With a flick of his wand, he lifted the fortifying charm on the door. Then Binns opened the door and walked out of the room, looked at the younger brother with a grim expression and said. Let's go. I want to see who has such courage. How dare you play wild with me? After speaking, Binns strode forward. That rubbish Ministry of Magic guy wouldn't have the guts to show up in Nocturne Alley blatantly, so there's no way it's going to be Moswheat. Since he wasn't from Nocturne Alley, where did the wild wizard come from? Today he is going to let these ignorant wizards have a taste of the welcome etiquette of Nocturne Alley. The younger brother saw Binns' high-spirited look, and immediately followed closely. Boss! Wait for me! Ian and others also came into the tunnel after Ian blew up the entrance gate. I warn you. No further steps are allowed. Wait here now. Our boss, Blood Skeleton, is not to be trifled with. A dark wizard and Binns' boys stopped Ian's way. He looked at the bone armor on Ian with disdain. How can any wizard wear armor? And he's a ignorant brat. Moss next to Ian was also ignored by the dark wizard. A little ghost plus a young wizard, even if there are 10 times the number of such a combination, he is not afraid of it. The explosion just now must have been caused by a magical item that this brat and that young wizard got from somewhere. It's just that before the dark wizard had time to think about it, dense footsteps came from behind Ian. Is there anyone behind this kid? Moss turned blue with anger when he saw the dark wizard's expression. He is the first person of the younger generation of saints. No one dared to despise him like this. Just when Moth was about to have an attack, black mist gushed out of Ian's body. The black mist quickly engulfed Binns' subordinates who were unable to react in time. What is this? I can't move. Ah! It hurts. Bist, who was floating beside Ian, saw this scene. Even though he was a ghost, he was still very scared. This evil magic is truly terrifying. Then one green lamp of the soul appeared in Ian's hand. Ian shook his head, and handed over the lamp of soul to Moth, who was stunned. They leave it to you. It doesn't matter whether you use the souls of these maggots to learn magic or make ghosts. Moth was overjoyed when he heard Ian's words. When there is no war, there are too few wizard souls. These dozen or so wizard souls are enough for him to use for a while. Thank you, sir. The saints who came after heard Ian's words and saw the soul in Xiaxi's hand, and they were very envious. The younger generation of saints looked at Mosi with unyielding eyes. Just wait. One day it will be us who stand beside Mr. Seeing the saints staring at him and the soul lamp in his hand, Moss snorted coldly and took the soul lamp back into the space ring. It's his. No one wants it. Ian smiled and said to Moth. Go outside and direct the saints to clean up Nocturne Alley. I am enough alone. The corpses and materials after the killing here are all yours. Moss nodded quickly when he heard Ian's words. He suppressed the excitement in his heart, and respectfully said to Fon. Okay sir. I'll take them out first then. Have fun sir. Ian nodded with a smile and said. Go. After finishing speaking, Ian also said to Grindelwald and others who were standing there. Aren't you going? Otherwise, they would have snatched up the corpse in a while. After hearing Ian's words, Grindelwald and Nico reacted. Ian's magic will be watched at any time in the future, but now is the time to grab the material. The two quickly turned their heads and left. Dumbledore looked at Ian helplessly, and said. Don't let them participate in the excitement. Ian spread his hands. They volunteered. Dumbledore rubbed his sore temples. Well, I think the Ministry of Magic is coming soon, too. I'll wait for them first. After speaking, Dumbledore turned his head and left. He didn't need to worry about Ian's strength. After watching Dumbledore and others leave, Ian said to Bicester beside him. You can take revenge later, now I need to make a little change to you. After Ian finished speaking, without waiting for Bicester to reply, he directly waved the sickle in his hand, and a thin layer of black mist emitted from the mouth of the skeleton enveloped Bicester's soul. Ah! A miserable scream screamed from the mouth of Bicester's soul. The black mist continuously poured into the body of Bicester's soul. The pearly white phantom body was quickly dyed black. The eyeballs in his eye sockets shrank rapidly, replaced by two balls of purple soul extinction. Ian looked at the struggling Beast and nodded. It seemed that the process of transforming the wraith was going smoothly. Just like that, Ian snapped his fingers, and a throne made of bones rose behind him. Ian sat down on the throne. Now just wait for those maggots to come by themselves. Because Ian has sensed many fallen souls approaching him. Not long after, Si had summoned his men. Binns took the rest of his brothers to the hall of his old lair. There is only one white-haired imp sitting on the skeleton throne. The subordinate who was going to report looked at the hall strangely at this time. He was not there just now. Why have you disappeared for so long? Are they out to stop those strange wizards? But Binns' attention was on Ian. Silver hair? And very nice. That's Miwa bloodline. Binns looked at Ian greedily. The blood of Miwa can be sold for a very high price on the black market. And it's a very rare male wizard with the bloodline of Miwa. He seems to have seen a large sum of galleons. Ian saw that Binns and his younger brothers had arrived, and he didn't sense the rest of the souls. Ian was very impatient at the look in Binns' eyes. Maggots, are you ready to die?